everybody! Hi! I know the music is not quite as peppy as I usually have it every day, but there you go. I did promise that this would be a sort of ASMR stream, so I figured, hey, what better background music than trickling water and birdsong and whatnot? It makes you feel like you're back on Earth. I mean, it makes you feel like you're in the woods and listening to birdsong. Brian, hey, thank you. Hey, you guys made it early. Hi, Fig, enjoying the new emotes I see. Come on, they were just wishing happy birthday. No need to spray them. So yes, that's leads in lovelyly. Oh, Manager Chan from Aiko. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. I did turn off sound notifications, so you're not going to hear an idle on screen. Because I figured that would probably ruin the ASMR bit. But oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, good. The chat looks like it's going well. So I changed the chat, in case you couldn't tell. Ooh, kind of looks kind of funky. You can't really read the bottom one. Let me see if I can change that a little. Yes, you should have 4 new emotes, actually, as somebody who is subscribed. Yeah, today, so these are not the final emotes. They're placeholders, sort of. They still need to be slightly tweaked. For instance, it doesn't have my freckles, so I'm just waiting on the freckles to be added, and then we're good to go. So they're placeholder emotes. But that's what the final ones are going to end up looking like, minus a few tiny details that probably aren't even going to be seen on the emotes. But it's the principle of the matter. My emotes are their best. Aw, Takey. I was debating whether I wanted the little spray bottle one to be a cheer emote or not. But then I'm like, nah, we got to make that available to the general public. All right, let me fix the chat a little bit. Where is the chat? Because I cannot read the people on the bottom. There we go. And gotta make it symmetrical. Oh no. Yeah, there we go. It looks a little funky, but oh well. Nothing that I can do anything about. Yay! Okay, so I am super pumped today because it's not my birthday today, but tomorrow's my birthday. Ba-da-da-da. And then, so even though it's not my birthday, today is the party for the birthday. Thank you for all the birthday wishes. Your favorite's still the heart one? Well, hey, it's a staple of Twitch culture, I suppose. Okay, so today's a very, very great day. I am so pumped for today. I'm just gonna keep going, and it's not very ASMR-y right now, but that's because I'm blabbing. But as soon as I stop blabbing and get to the actual stream, I'll try and do my best to be ASMR-y. I've never done it before, so you're gonna have to take it with a grain of understanding and earplugs. Might need some earplugs. I don't know. I'm so pumped, you guys. Also, is the sound effects, can you hear the background sound? Is it too soft? Is it too loud? Because I tried to get it okay, but I don't really know what you guys can hear. Hey, Gemsis! Thank you for showing up. Hey, hope that you're having a wonderful time. Hey, thank you for the birthday wishes. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you for cheering, Manager Chen. Manager San. I don't know. Paintingly. I'll just call you Paintingly. There you go. Fig! Oh my gosh. Fig! How many 1,500 bits? Holy cow! Thank you for the bits, Fig. Look at all them happy little bouncing party cakes. They look so happy. Oh my gosh. Oh, you earned a badge. Oh, you got the cheer badge now. Yay! Yeah, okay. This is amazing. Okay, well, thank you, everybody. Thank you. So, I want to talk a little bit about the book that I'm going to be reading for you today, because it is a series of books. So, books 1, 2, 3, and 4 are actually really short. They're probably only going to take like 10 minutes to read. But book 5 is a monster. So this series, hold up, let me find it. Why did I not have it pulled up, ready to go? Here we go. This series, which I did ask the author if I could read. The author is 1000% okay with me reading this on stream. I don't know how to tag them when I'm live though, so I'll just let them know after the fact. But like, I did ask them permission. So, the author's cool with this. Thank you for the birthday wishes, everybody. So the season. So here. I'm gonna start talking about the book. Da 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 da. So I have a cool little thing that pulls up all the information of the book. So this series is called "I'd Rather Fall Amongst the Stars," and I'd rather fall among the stars is let's see, it's a 253,620 word work, which is a lot, and 211,000 of those words are all in book 5. So book 5 is the longest of all of them. Okay. This book, I love this book so much. It is, so first off, right off the bat, it is a Warframe fanfic. But I can guarantee you have the Nebulux seal of approval on it. There's nothing weird in it. I promise. It's all good stuff. It's wholesome. And so it's not a storyline-driven book. It's a character study. So it's like the book 1, 2, 3, 4 have plots, but book 5 is just like episodic. Hey, Vash! Vash, welcome to the stream. Welcome. I see you brought your friends with you. Thank you for showing up. All right. Book 5 is very episodic. Each chapter is self-contained, and sometimes they have 2 self-contained little mini stories in each chapter. So there's no thread of what's gonna happen next. I don't know what this cliffhanger is gonna be like. Like, there's no cliffhangers. It's you don't have a storyline that's running through it all, except for the storyline of the characters. The characters grow and develop and evolve beautifully during the course of the story. And that's really what book 5 is. It's just a character study. So yeah, books 1 through 4 have a plot. But book 5 is just the characters growing, and it's beautiful. And they're lovable characters. I was talking about this the other day. This is the Gravity Falls effect. Each and every single one of these characters, even the pets, stand up. If you line them up and if you put them in a giant crowd of every single other fictional character in existence, they will still stand out as being unique and special. And I really like that about them. And yeah. Anyway, Raccoon Cleanup Squad is ready to eat all your party food. Oh, well, you're gonna have to wait until after the party for that. Nah, I'll share cake. I'll share cake with you. No trash for you today. You get cake straight off the paper plate. All right. So, let me think. Is there anything else I need to say? I don't know. It's a party time. I'm going to go as long as possible. This is going to be an endurance stream to the max. I've never gone as long as I intend to go for this, ever. I'm going to try to, again, as the little thing says right over here, I'm going to try to read the chat and alerts between chapters. So if there's a thing that pops up and I'm reading, I'm not going to react to it. But I will read through the chat in between chapters. I will get to everybody's comments. You can't have trash if there's nothing left. Oh no. Yeah, well, here, no. The cake, there's a cake for everybody in the chat. There's a slice of cake for every single person in the chat. The cake doesn't look very big in their corner over there, but that's because it's very, very far away. Because we're in space, right? And space is super far away from Earth. So because it's so far away, it looks really small. But it's actually huge. It's actually a giant cake. There's enough for everybody. Alright, what was I saying? Oh, yes. So this is, in fact, a milestone event. I would not be doing this if it wasn't for you guys. Like, this is the 375, or 74, it's fine, 374 subscriber party. Not subscriber, follower. I get mixed up between Twitch and YouTube. Oh, wait a second. The little, speaking of, little subscriber thing's not working. Hold up, let me fix that. Up there at the top of the screen. Do. Okay, yeah, this is all messed up. Do. This is supposed to be, what is this supposed to be? This is supposed to be most recent follow. Most recent follower. There we go. There you go. Painting Lee's up there. Most recent donator. This is supposed to be Most recent subscriber. I don't know why it's all messed up. Most recent subscriber. That's a here we go. Done. Hey, there we go. And then latest cheerer. That looks right. And most gifts given. Okay, cool. So my overlay's right now. Okay, cool. Glad we figured that out. Space is very far away from Earth. It is! It is! Yes, so this is a celebration of you guys. This is a thank you to you guys because I don't want... I mean, no, that's not true. I want to do it. I'm so pumped for today. I just usually focus on gaming, right? Like, I like gaming. I like playing video games, but everybody's like, you should do an endurance stream. You should do an ASMR stream. You should do this. You should do that. And I'm like, you know what? I'll give the people what they want. This is a present for you. So it's like a Hobbit birthday. Like, you know how in Hobbiton, they during the Hobbit's birthday, they give other people presents. So the birthday person gives presents on their birthday. So this is a Hobbit party. This is me giving a present to you guys. You guys get new emotes if you're a subscriber. You get 4 new emotes. You get an endurance stream. You get an ASMR stream. Like, thank you. This is a thank you from me to you guys. Thank you so much for everything that you guys are the best. You guys are the absolute best. All right. Well, let's get into the book. So, all right, let's get into the book. All right, so book 1 is called There Are No Seasons in Space. So we are going to be reading these out of order because they were written out of order. So book 1 is there. First, we're going to go with book 1. There is no seasons in space. Then we're going to go book 2. The Fool Rushes In. After that, we're going to book 5. And we're going to read book 5 for 20 chapters. And then after 20 chapters of book 5, we're going to book 3. And then we're going back to book 5. And after like a trillion chapters, we'll read book 4. So we might not even get to book 4 this stream. I'll try to get to book 4. But we might not get to it because book 4 chronologically happens much, much, much later in the timeline. And you need to read a bunch of stuff before you get there. So it's kind of out of order. And that little thing up in the top corner over there, that says book 1, I'll change that whenever we change the book. All right. I think that's it. That's all the exposition. I love this book so much, and I hope you guys love it too. So this is a Warframe fanfiction. So spoiler alert, if you have not gotten to the second dream of Warframe, this will be spoilers for that. This will be spoilers for the lore of Warframe, for the backstory of Warframe. This is spoilers for... Eventually, it will be spoilers for the War Within, eventually. And eventually, it will be spoilers for the sacrifice. But that's not going to be for a long, long time. And book 3 has spoilers of its own for Ortis. But I'll again, as these things crop up, I will give you spoiler warnings. But yes. Oh, Danster 101. Oh, sorry. I was distracted. Hi, thank you for showing up, Danster. Thanks for showing up. Hope you guys enjoy the book. So there is a giant spoiler warning for the second dream. That's the biggest point. This is a second dream spoiler for Warframe. Hey, the one who is small. Hello. You arrived just in time. I just finished all the openings and the greetings and thank yous and birthday thingamabobbers, and we are going to go straight into book 1. There Are No Seasons in Space. Oh, here, wait. Let me edit the description to have an exclamation point book, because people should be able to know that that is a thing they can click, because that will give you a link to the thing if you wanted to read along. Oh, right. That is another thing that I need to give a disclaimer for, is that this book does have swearing on it, and I will not be reading the swearing. I'm going to swap out the swear words with other words. Whatever I feel is appropriate for the moment. So just be aware that I am modifying the original content to replace swear words. But other than that, the original, that's the only thing I am changing. I'm just bleeping out swear words because I'm not comfortable saying them. But other than that, this is accurate. All right, spoiler warning for the second dream. Wait a second, why aren't the redeems showing up? Oh well. Here, hold up. Let me pop out the redeems. All right, cool. Alright, spoiler warning for the second dream. Let's hop right into it. Book 1. There are no seasons in space by Hearts Logos as a present for Suspect Mind. I'm gonna skip the about blurb. When they first meet, Kore is still firmly Kore. She does not yet know she will lose this part of her, albeit in the very, very long run, temporarily. She does not realize what this name will later mean, how it will shape her, how she will shape it. Kore does not remember her mother or her father at this point in her story, where her story truly begins. They are no longer relevant. She remembers that, of this, she feels nothing. Later, when later is the same later of the shaping of names, and farther beyond that, she will wonder if this makes her a bad person. In truth, the Kore that could have, must have, should have mourned her parents and their mad passing has long been blotted out and scabbed over. That Kore is no longer the same Kore that notices him. Sorry, I need a drink already, wow. That Kore is no longer the same as the Kore that notices him. His name then was Judge, for the first time. They are all children in appearance, but are quickly becoming something else in soul. Kore believes in souls. It is not civilized or acceptable to believe in souls in this day and age, but she does. In body, they are children. All of them are frightened of the horrors they've been forced to fight. They are all deeply disturbed and rattled at what their parents, their guardians, have become, and are in turn forcing them to become. They're not becoming adults. They are not maturing. Kore knows this because she does not think that the things they are doing here, the crude forms of structure and hierarchy that they are carving out of each other, can be considered something adults would do. Kore feels it inside of her as well, this change, this shift. It bubbles inside her, electric, like the fizzy cola and the white tablets they used to clean their water. And with every bubble burst, it feels like she's being scorched inside out, just like how she sometimes imagines the main thrusters feel when the engines get pushed too hard. She's not looking at him. She is looking at the cramped and dark walls and willing herself to push everything down, to compact it like the cubes of waste this ship, when it was still functioning and run by adults, would send out every other day. No one is exactly looking at each other. No one really looks at each other anymore. They stay together, but it's something in the off-kilter thing they're becoming. No one is sure. No one is steady. Their minds are wobbling. Space as you enter warp, blending and smearing into itself. She can hear the sounds of some of the younger children breaking, crying. They're not making a fair hierarchy. The older ones, the stronger and bolder and smarter ones, know this. The younger ones feel the brunt of it. The rest of them focus on not snapping. Judge, having missed this memo, snaps today. Kore looks up. Many of the others clustered around her look up as well, when they scent the violence. After the adults, the smell of violence has become a tangible thing. Hostility. An indescribable taste at the back of her mouth, just past the ridges of the roof of her mouth and before the dip of her throat. Judge's bared teeth are bright under the harsh artificial lighting, brighter still against his dark skin as he slugs a taller boy straight in his stomach. Kore stares. All of them stare as the fight breaks out. Judge is a narrow, unremarkable boy. The only thing remarkable, perhaps, is that he doesn't go down so easily when hit. The younger ones he was defending are no longer crying, but staring like the rest of them. It's over soon enough. There's no clear winner in that both are still standing. Judge looking the worst of it, but the older boy retreats to the crowd of his older children. His name is Judge. And the only reason Kore knows this is because he's one of the few who still have their name labels sewn onto the breast of his suit. Most of them have torn theirs off. Or had them torn off. Corey's suit, where her own name should be, is ripped. The internal insulation and biometrics wiring exposed in a ragged, imperfect rectangle. His name is Judge, and he limps off to lean against a bare patch of wall to lick his wounds in silence. The tests are brutal. The tests are violent. The tests are almost familiar. What is not familiar is Margulis and the way she looks at them. There's over 100 of them. They call them void demons. Corey doesn't care what they're called. Just that they are no longer packed into the sealed city they had made in the ship. Corey does not care much about anything anymore. She does not see so many of the older children anymore. They're kept isolated. She thinks that the Orokin mean this to weaken them, to keep them unbalanced and submissive. Corey thinks that the Orokin have become quite foolish in the time that she has not been around to watch the changes of the Empire. She does not say this. She does not say much of anything. She does not rebel. She has no reason to. Not yet. Corey is waiting for it. But for now, it suits her well enough to be tested and then locked into her cell. She is docile enough. They do not drug her outside of testing. They do not beat her. They do not watch her and touch her overly outside of the tests and examinations. This is not the same for the rest of the children. She knows this because she can feel it. She became aware of it about 3 rotation cycles after they are pulled from the womb of their self-created fortress, hissing and half-feral. She can feel distantly, almost separately from herself, all the others from the Zaraman 10-0 who are in semi-proximity to her. She does not feel them with her body, but with something in her head, underneath her skin. It's like the taste of hostility, but it is not a taste, but a sort of hum, mixed between her skin and her nerves. It is not a physical feeling. It is something in the thing Corey thinks of as a soul. Corey is no longer sure what a soul is, but she thinks that she is feeling with it. She can feel the unease of her fellow, what the Orokin have begun to name Tenno. A distant part of her rolls her eyes at the lack of creativity of this name, Tenno. But the word children does not seem right. Void Beast is too crude. Tenno will have to do. Corey knows that there are Tenno who resist the Orokin. They are drugged. Their tests are harder. They are beaten. There are things done to them. Terrible things. Vicious things. Adult things, in the same way the adults became on the ship. Macabre things. Corey waits. The only one to touch them without violence is Margulis. Corey does not like to be touched. She does not like many things. But she can tolerate Margulis. When Corey thinks about Margulis, she vaguely remembers a time before the void jump. Corey vaguely remembers that she did have a mother and father, and that they were not just adults. They were something more than that. After those vague impressions, though, Corey swiftly cuts off all attempts at remembrance. Corey knows what she did. Corey knows what they all did. She does not need to make it harder on herself. To this effect, she does not consider the fate of her fellow Tenno when she has to worry about her own. You are all strong, Margulis tells them. They do not say anything back, because half of them are muzzled. A good quarter of them are drugged, and the rest of them are smart enough to know that with the Orokin, Margulis is not Orokin in the way the rest are, watching, they should preserve whatever secrets of speech they have left. But you are children, and it is not the role of children to be strong. It is a sweet sentiment, but they are not children. Corey glances at the faces of kin. They have not been children for a long time. Only a few of the Tenno are fortunate enough, useful enough, to have custom frames built for them. The rest of the Tenno make do with whichever they are assigned to. Corey has neither a particularly special gift revealed to her by the Void, nor a particular talent. Corey is, as Corey has always been, herself and contained. They assign her first to an Excalibur squadron. Most everyone is an Excalibur, except for the few who have shown aptitude for mag units and rhino units. But mag and rhino units are hard to produce, so most of the Tenno are Excalibur. Corey knows that a few other Tenno have been pulled aside for research. She has no doubt that more frame models will be made soon. Excalibur is good enough, she supposes. She has no frame of reference to compare it to. She gets used to her Excalibur frame, but she can tell it was not made of her. This is fine for the most part, except one mission where it is not fine, and either she fails to keep up with her frame, or her frame fails to keep up with her and she goes dark. Corey wakes up 180 rotation cycles later, the top of her somatic pod frozen. Her arms are weak, but she bangs her hand against it, and again, and again, and again, and again, until someone comes to open it. The researcher stares at her in utter bewilderment. Excalibur-0013, she says. You were dead. Margulis is dead. Corey's parents are dead. Corey looks back into the researcher's eyes. Not anymore. Sometimes the researchers give their favorite Tenno names, aside from their frame numbers. Frame numbers were getting hard to keep track of, what with the Tenno being moved through the increasing variety of frames. The Tenno do not get to keep their real names. Those are names for Orican. They are not Orican. The research team in charge of Corey's group of somatic pods begins to refer to her as Persephone. Like everything else, it does not quite fit. But Corey does not care enough to argue. It does not shackle her enough to protest. It is better than Excalibur-0013. She's a... Oops. She is assigned to an Ember frame next, Ember-0942. This she is not so bad at. It feels a little more comfortable in a different way than her Excalibur frame did. It is still not a frame meant for her. She recoils with every hit her frame takes, and the frame just doesn't move fast enough or hold its ground enough for her. More importantly, the frame doesn't hit hard enough. But Persephone enjoys the roar of flames and the way she can feel her powers being channeled through the frame. She likes the feel of her energy pooling out over the surfaces of asteroids and ship tiles, erupting wherever it finds another body and screaming across it in heat. Persephone does very well in the Ember units as an exterminator. Her handlers quickly learn to pull her off of reconnaissance and defense patrols. She does not have the patience to gather information quietly, nor the skill, and she gets too absorbed in a fight to actually guard her cargo. But she is very, very good at hunting. Her handlers quietly discuss moving her to one of the new experimental Ivara frames. Persephone is mostly sent out with other Ember units, a few Rhino frames, and the occasional test frame to see how they handle. The most recent of those test frames was an Oberon frame that the designers quickly pulled out of field testing for a better configuration. On one of her missions, she is assigned to work with a mag unit to hijack a cargo load of fuel from a sentient-controlled outpost. This is most displeasing. As her frame is locked into the cargo holder for deployment, she feels the mag unit being loaded across from her. Persephone tentatively feels out towards it and feels it reach back. It is not until they are 20 minutes into the operation when she realizes that she is familiar with the Tenno behind this mag unit. It is in the way this mag unit, when caught in a close brawl, refuses to go down, even though it is losing quite clearly. It is in the way this mag unit breaks from established routine form and starts to slug it out with a sentient-controlled machine. A name tickles the back of her head, tracing down both her and her Ember unit's spine. She pushes it down like so much unnecessary waste and goes to support her partner. Persephone snaps the machine's head clear off and throws it hard enough that it takes out the camera of a nearby turret. Frames do not have mouths. Tools do not talk. She looks into the mag unit's optic camera and wills something across. I remember you. Frames do not have mouths. It is more effective to build no mouth. It is more effective to build no mouth rather than to design a muzzle. They are not children. The frames get progressively more flamboyant as to reflect the beauty of the Orican Empire and the new traction they are gaining in this war. The Tenno are forever hidden away in their pods, with their handlers their only witnesses. But the handlers, when presenting the Tenno to their superiors, like for their tools to look as good as the rest of their arsenal. The metal is strange to her, a little constricting about the ears, but she thinks it is better than the spike that goes through the nose bridge of the Tenno in the pod next to her. He does not seem to particularly mind it, and when he looks at the cuffs that line her ears, he grimaces. I have one hole, he says in a low voice to her once. 2 if you count entry and exit. Your entire ear is one long rip. It's only 4 holes per ear, Persephone replied, voice husky with disuse. For inspection, her hair is always perfectly trimmed and brushed. None of the Tenno have aged since the years after leaving the Zeraman, and their minds are still not adults. They are not children. They are other. Some handlers seem to understand this distinction and treat them as such. Whether this means for those handlers treat them as semi-feral earth beasts to be observed carefully for the slightest twitch, or a domesticated genetic mess pet like a Kavat or Kubro to be shown off and paraded varies. There are the occasional handlers who see them as a different sort of pet. There has only been one handler like that once, assigned to Persephone's pod station, and they were quickly relieved from duty. Persephone does not like to be touched. She will not tolerate the possibility of someone who is too drunk on power to realize that. She will not passively wait for an attempt. The other Tenno, since then, although it has been years of them sleeping and fighting and training and testing with each other in this station, have grown to almost huddle together since then, a new sort of bond. And because of her role in evicting their unwelcome handler, more unwelcome at least than the rest, she has unofficially become the steady thing they lean on. This is the one. A man of some importance. She knows this because he is attended by many glittering slaves, looks over her once. Persephone has not seen herself in years. She does not know what she looks like, nor does she particularly care. She does not bristle under those eyes. He is not worth that. Let him see. Persephone is, as always, herself. Yes, Executor Ballas. That name pings in all of the Tenno's minds, and Persephone finds herself examining the man again. Margulis found this man worthy. This man destroyed Margulis. This man made their frames. Ballas looks at her, giving cursory glances at the other 3 Tennos standing at attention with her, and then back at her. What is its call sign? He jerks his chin at her. Persephone feels something familiar lick up the back of her throat, hissing and spitting and sweet. Cola. Ember-0942. Before that, an old Excalibur 0013, from the original blueprint designs. One of the lost Excalibur units? Yes, Executor. Ballas's eyes are now appraising. Persephone does not flinch. We call her Persephone, the handler standing close to her, holding the long metal rod attached to the thick collar around her neck, rests a tentative hand, a display, on her head. Persephone resists the profound urge to snap and push it off. She came back after 2 seasons. Ballas's eyebrows raise. Your humor. You waste humor on the Tenno. It is appropriate. It will do. I will take it. Deliver it to my labs. A low pang of fear thuds in her belly, and the handler immediately tugs her by the collar towards the cargo landing. Persephone looks into the eyes of her Tenno and wishes she knew their names. And with a cold shock to the small of her back, she wishes she knew what to tell them as hers. Executor Bellis is not as she first feared. Her containment unit in his laboratory is a definite change from the cold, sterile, plain unit she was assigned to when not in her pod. There is a bed. It takes her a few minutes to remember the word. Bed. There is a window. It is small, about the size of her two hands put side by side, but it is a window that shows sky, because they are on a planet and not in space. The air is not recycled. There are walls and a door, not bars and see-through electric barriers. There's nothing else, but this is more than Persephone has had in a very, very long time. Possibly ever. She does not remember what she had before. Bellis does not come to her personally, and none of his assistants ever touch her outside of the clinical and scientific touches of people learning about their new asset. "You are now my Tenno," Bellis tells her in one of the few conversations he deigns to have with his new weapon. "You must shine." His eyes appraise her again, and this time, with a wave of his hand, assistants and slaves bring forward new suits. "Your call sign is Persephone." Bellis rubs his chin. "With your coloring and what I can see of your temperament, it is suitable." Persephone does not know what he means by coloring, but she certainly understands her own temper. Her new link suits are pale green and cream. They look delicate. She despises them immediately. But Bellis nods in approval, and that is that. The real purpose for Bellis's acquisition of her is revealed 2 weeks later, after many tests and many examinations. "She is Saren," Bellis says, sounding near reverential as he touches the empty frame's white arm, stroking almost lovingly up to the strange whispering growths on its shoulder. He cups Saren's head between his hands, gazing into the black and uncaring optic area. "And she will reclaim the ruin." His voice sharpens as he turns to her. "She is a poison, a disease, a pestilence. She is unshakable, undeniable. She is ravenous, and she is merciless. Reports show that you do reasonably well as both the Excalibur and Ember frames, but it is not a perfect fit. But credit is due where it is due. You were a pilot of the early Excalibur units, before we understood calibration and how to train your kind properly. You did exceptionally well handling a unit that has not been configured for you. A unit that by all means was obsolete before it was even finished being built. And you have among the highest statistics recorded for an Ember unit of such a late batch." Bellis seems to hum and nod to himself, looking her over. "The first of the Saren frames have begun to be dispatched for testing among the lesser battlefronts, but you I will dispatch to Earth." Persephone has never been to Earth. She can't help the widening of her eyes, the quickening of her pulse, a wave of forgotten want. "This mission is purely for test purposes," Bellis continues, seemingly unconsciously stroking the frame's throat with his free hand as his gaze bores into her. "You will fight the infested on Earth. Let us see what a mix of Excalibur-level melee combat training and Ember widespread attacks handles. Do you understand, Tenno?" She nods. "I said," Bellis's voice drops, "do you understand, Tenno?" She realizes he wants her to speak. A wave of something else swells in her, resentment. She is no Kubro to bark when you please.
Yes.
Her mouth creaks open, the words rasping out of her like dry air through a rattling filtration unit, and when he continues to stare at her,
Yes, master.
Ballas turns away from her then, content, and she is escorted away, she hears him whisper, "Soon, Margulis, soon the blue will be yours again." Saren. Persephone does not have words for Saren. She knows Saren was not made for her. Saren was not based on her, but it feels like it. Ballas's voice in her head as she lands, sword ready as she scans the area for infested. Saren fights like a dream. With every reach of her hand, with every burst of power, Persephone feels something of that simmering and fizzing pressure inside of her ease off. She feels the heat of ember coating her, building and building and building and bursting out in a mass of toxic gas that she watches as it eats at flesh and bone alike. The sound of the wild things of earth and the hissing of flesh and the towering of trees and dark, muddy pools around her make her heart pound. Saren's heart, her heart, both. Ballas whispers things under his breath, half to Saren, not to Persephone, and half to himself. She blots him out, pushes his voice down and away like the garbage it is. The sword feels as right in these hands as it ever did, better even than in Excalibur's. Excalibur wielded the sword like it was part of the unit, like this sword was built into the hand. For some, she supposes, that is a good thing. But Persephone is no sword. Saren holds the sword like the weapon it is, but not a part of the frame. The sword is disposable. The danger is inside. Saren's power bursts out of her in powerful waves and raising clouds. Persephone, for all that she loathes the Orichan and all that they touch, adores this. Alright, we are about a third of the way through book 1, and book 1 does not have chapters, so I'm taking a break here. It is a natural break in the story, as you'll find out when I resume. I'm just going to take a second to read the chat and react to anything that's happened that I've missed. The Cyan Crusader! Hey, the Cyan Crusader! Thank you so much for following. I appreciate the follow. Hey, macroscopic germ. Wait a second. Happy birthday. Hey, thank you. I don't often get to be up when you're streaming, but for better or worse, you maybe come back to work. What? Really? After burning out at MR8 and dropping it for like a year. Back to the grind, I guess. This looks like a really good fanfic. Hope you have fun with your stream. Hey, thank you, macroscopic germ. Dude, that's like the highest praise I can possibly think of, is getting somebody back into Warframe after such... Aiko! Aiko gifted 5 subs? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Aiko. Thank you, Aiko. Oh my gosh. Still, I do have sound alerts turned off, but thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Yes. It's... Oh man, you're the greatest, Aiko. Oh my gosh. He is best corgi. Aiko, you've ruined me every single time I see a corgi picture. I'm just like, oh, it's Aiko. It's like, no, it's not Aiko. It's a random corgi. But every single time I see one now, I have to think of you. It's the rules. Them's the law. Thank you, Aiko. Yeah, I mean, I remember you rated me for your birthday stream, and I will always remember that. Thank you. All right. Let me scroll up and react to what's been going on in chat. Oh, Jose's here. Hello, Jose. No. You absolutely did not miss the stream. We are going to be going all day. And Toromochi, no need to worry about being late. Yeah, we're going to be here all day. Thank you for showing up, and Toromochi. Hey, Death 220055. Welcome. Hope you guys are liking the fic. Yeah, I don't have a lot of alerts, exclamation points. Listen, if you wanna recommend exclamation points to me, do so by all means. Maybe PM them to me on some sort of platform. I don't.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine.
Wait a second.
They're not really
I
fine.
thought I
You just
turned
can't
this
get
off.
into it because they would never understand. They ask you how you are, you
What?
just have to say that you're fine. They're
Oh,
not
because
really
it's
fine.
a
You just can't get into it
redeem.
because they would never understand.
Ah, well, thank you. I don't know why you would think that I would not be fine with this. I'm very happy. I'm very happy. This is a happy day. It's a birthday. No sadness allowed on birthdays. Death. Oh man. It's because of the gamble. You can't gamble. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Thank you for alerting me to this. I need to turn off that redeem. The Alex Mason, you hate wolves? Okay, sorry to hear that. Hey, there are no wolves in space, and that's where we're gonna be during the course of this book. Oh, you just wanted to see what it is? Yeah. No, thank you for telling me. I didn't realize that sound redeems could happen. I need to turn them off, because it's a bedtime story, you know? I can't have sounds interrupting the story. But no, usually, yes. In any other stream, you're more than welcome to spam those. I even have the corrupted voice speech that you can use for bits, which I'm very happy about. Somebody's actually played it. The corrupted voice speech and the, what's it called? The, Darth Plagueis the Wise speech. Those are both redeemable for bits. No, big! Okay, I need to turn this off. I'm turning this off right now. Oh my gosh. Wait, what? We can overlap? Why is it overlapping? I don't know why it's overlapping. Hold up. I need to turn off. I don't want people to waste their alerts. It's Nevy's birthday. No, sleep if you have to. Your EX Gaming! Oh my gosh! Wait, where do you get that? I need to... Ferret turtle, eh? Look at that beauty. Oh my goodness. This is peak. This is the highlight of my birthday. It's a best birthday present you could possibly give to me. Oh, dairy cows. Oh, wait. Aren't dairy cows? Oh, if it's a big farm, they're probably not. Never mind. I was gonna say, aren't dairy cows? Oh, excuse me, kept indoors? But no, never mind. Ouchies. My condolences. I hope that your cows get well. I had a friend once who worked on a dairy farm, and I've never been to a farm of any sort before in my life, so I thought it was the most, I don't know, what's the word? I thought it was really cool. And I was just asking her, like, how do you milk the cows? And she's like, what the heck? It's just milking cows. It's work. And I'm like, no. It's milking cows. Anyway, I need to turn off the alerts. Let me turn off the alerts, and then we can continue on with the story. Because, yeah, we are about a third of the way done with book 1. And there are no chapters in book 1. So, there are no natural breaks. Channel points. Let's disable. Manage these. Where is it? Sound alerts. There we go. Sound alert. There we go. Alright, disabled. No more sound alerts. Apologies. Any other stream, and you're more than welcome to redeem those. Alright, we're good then. We are good to go. Let's boogie. Alright. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you, Momo Hero. Hell, thank you, Momo Hero. Yes. I'm glad to see that the spray bottle is being used for its intended purpose. I'm so glad that you guys can see this. This is beautiful. Best birthday presents. Best birthday presents ever. All right. Let's continue on with the story. So we're about a third of the way through book 1. She does not trust the lotus. She does not trust that she cannot remember anything. Her own name seems strange to her. Persephone. She does not trust the lotus, but there are unmistakable facts before her that lead her to listening to the lotus rather than striking off on her own. The Grineer are wretched creatures. The Corpus are pathetic leeches. And the things of the void are disturbing. The infested are what they are. Persephone would infinitely rather deal with these than anything else. the Lotus has connections. The Lotus leads her to other Warframes. Persephone assures her that all is well. Persephone has no doubt that to the Cephalon this is true. Warframes cannot talk. She has no way of voicing the concerns that run through her head. She wonders if this is on purpose. She supposes that this is fine. She has a sword. She is slowly awakening to the powers of what the Orbiter's database is telling her belongs to Excalibur. It is unwieldy, but she learns it well enough. It takes time. She fumbles. Excalibur falters, but they learn. They learn enough and slowly gain enough experience that the Lotus nudges her in the direction of higher-ranking targets, more difficult missions and tasks, hostage rescues, infiltration, hijacking, decoy runs. Persephone has nothing else to do, so she does, and she finds some interesting things in the process. She gets a Kubro, for one thing, some sentinels. They don't talk either. They don't have mouths. Her Kubro do have mouths, but for the most part they are quiet, barking for play and to warn her of danger, but otherwise not particularly upset by her lack of ability to give them orders. She finds blueprints for other frames. She finds other weapons. Persephone experiments, wondering if it's possible to find something that feels more right? How can something be more right? Excalibur is her. She is Excalibur. Distantly, she wonders what that means. How is she capable of moving between the frames? What is she? Her Cephalon refers to her as operator, but what does that mean? The answer to that is something she shies away from, not yet ready to handle. But she does know this. She is not exactly her Warframe. She is something separate. A soul. Yes, a soul. Whatever a soul is. And her soul, whatever her soul is, wears different frames better than others. In a strange way, in the same way she's fond of her Kubro and her sentinels, she is attached to her frames. It seems strange, but she sometimes feels that they are attached to her similarly. It is, most likely, her idle imagination. She watches from fresh out of maintenance an upgrade Valkyr. She watches from her fresh out of maintenance and upgraded Valkyr frame as her Oberon frame is stowed into the Orbiter's armory. She will need more frame storage slots soon. She's slowly been finding the blueprints for a Warframe design called Saren as she clears out Cranir on Sedna. Persephone knows she must be right. Her soul, whatever it is, feels the frames differently. Saren fits so well. Saren feels like her, like she was meant to be in Saren all along. Persephone recognizes the need for there to be different tools, different methods for different situations. Oberon when she's guarding cargo on Earth, Ember when she's running across Mars to destroy a generator as quickly as possible, Valkyr to catch and wrangle Corpus. But Saren, Persephone never wants to leave Saren. And Saren, she thinks, doesn't want Persephone to leave her either. There are frames that Persephone is passable with. Banshee is quiet enough for when Persephone needs to snipe from afar, but Persephone's thoughts echo back at her, and her mind buzzes too lowly. Something about Banshee makes her uneasy, unsettled, uncomfortable. Rhino does its best to protect her, but the frame moves too slowly to do what she wants and gets confused in the process. Rhino is almost impossible for her. Mag is, overall, too fragile for Persephone's tastes. Powerful, yes, but too fragile. And Nyx. She appreciates the Nyx frame, but for the few cycles she was Nyx, it made her sick beyond compare. Persephone was barely able to fully awaken her Nyx frame before she sent it for disassembly. She regrets it, in the same way she feels a small pang of guilt whenever she sends one of her frames to storage. but worse because she didn't want Nyx around at all. But it wasn't a good or even tolerable fit. Valkyr is exhilarating. Persephone feels like she's constantly running on edge, heart pounding as Valkyr, but it wears down on her, makes her anxious, paranoid, twitchy, and volatile. Excalibur and Ember are the closest she has to being even keel, but one falls too much on the melee side and the other too much on the wide shot. Saren is a perfect mix between the two, powerful in close combat, but also capable of taking out her opponents at a distance. Her name is not Persephone. The memory digs itself up as she examines her hands. Operator, this is why she is an operator and not a Warframe. She operates the Warframe. They are small hands. They are not the same hands of her Saren or her Oberon or even of her Magframe. They are small hands. Flesh hands. Or at least more flesh than that of a Warframe. The Lotus watches her, patient in a way that stirs up more memories from the mud and muck Persephone had kept pushed down and away for so long. They are still waste. They are still baggage. But now she actually has to sort through that mess in the dark to find something to hold on to. Her Saren unit is kneeling next to her. Persephone is certain she is not imagining it when the frame's head subtly tilts toward her, blank face gazing at the Lotus. The image is similar to that of one of her Kubro, ears laid back, teeth bared, ready to lunge, but not quite there. "You're not my mother," Persephone says, listening to the sound of her very own voice. It does not sound like the way it sounds in her head. The Lotus nods. "I understand. I do not wish to replace the memories you have of your parents." Persephone looks at where the Lotus's eyes should probably be if she had any. "I am not your child." The Lotus seems to soften with the rebuke. "But you are a child." Persephone stares at her, curling and uncurling her fingers, mesmerized by the feel of it. Finally, she feels something like a curious tilt of the head, amusement in the direction of Saren, and somewhere else on the ship, laughter. "I am Persephone." It is not exactly right, but the truth of her name can be found later. She is in no rush. She just unleashed what felt like 3 orbiters worth of engine power onto the stalker and a sentient. She is no child. If Saren was like a house she had discovered and made her own, Saren Prime is a home she has just returned to after a long time away. Or at least that's what Persephone imagines to be like a home. Saren Prime folds over her warmly, securely, and even though Persephone does try out other frames, Titania, difficult to master but incredibly fun, Necros, Hydroid, Frost, Saren Prime is the one she wants to rest herself in. She thinks that the Lotus offers her Saren Prime as a way to earn Persephone forgiveness. "No more secrets. What else are you hiding? What else have you not told me?" "There are no more secrets, Persephone. This I promise you. You have uncovered all of mine, the ones that touch upon you and the Tenno. If there are more secrets, they are unknown to me as well. Forgive me, I only wanted to protect you." Persephone restrained herself from saying, "You wanted to have me." Not a Margulis, not quite a Ballas, still a master. It is a good gesture, but Persephone forgives easily enough. Most things do not warrant the energy of her extended feelings at all. The Lotus has never been someone capable of reaching that place in her. It's the forgetting part that causes trouble. Mostly, Persephone uses her newfound freedom, separation, to puzzle out what this means for her. If she is not her frame, and they are not her... Oh, right. Sorry, I said that wrong. Mostly, Persephone uses her newfound freedom, separation, to puzzle out what this means for her if she is not her frame and they are not her, with certainty and precision of boundaries. Persephone has not yet uncovered the memory of her name, though she has reluctantly and carefully unearthed a few memories in the safety of her ship with her slowly growing menagerie of Kubro, now Kavat, and sentinels supporting her. She hugs her long-suffering Kavat to her chest as she feels the memory of war, of her first somatic link with an Excalibur unit. Persephone trips onto the memory of her first ever transference with a Saren unit, a Saren Prime unit, and winds up a boneless puddle on the floor, staring at the orbiter ceiling. Every nerve in her body fires, and her mind blanks out in what can only be described as euphoria. She only really pulls herself back to the present when two of her Kubro worry their muzzles into her face, whining and pawing at the ground. At least, this explains how her pack always knows it's her, despite her frame changes. They knew there was someone else behind the eyes before she did. She remembers Margulis and glimpses, people she places the title of handlers to. Ballas, a man named Ballas in gold, watching her with greedy, fanatical eyes. The memory has her pulling Rhino out of storage with her bare Tenno hands, having him sit for her and pull her into his arms. Rhino is slow, and Rhino is clumsy, but he has never failed to make her feel safe, surrounded. Her carrier sentinel shoves itself into her arms as she curls up in Rhino's, whirring and humming as the other sentinels crowd out the larger Kubro and Kavat to try and understand what's wrong with her. She isn't sure if it's her or Rhino that decides to curl up. She just knows that Rhino's arms rise to hold her close, and his legs raise up a little to roll her into the thick and broad groove of his pelvis and torso. She does not remember the other Tenno. Not much, at least. Okay, so I saw, sorry, Momo, I saw that you did exclamation point book, you did exclamation point book and nothing happened. Let me fix that. I didn't realize that was set to mods only. I'll fix that right now. Natural break, I guess. I'll react to chat while I'm here fixing the bot. Alright, commands. Do, exclamation part book. User level everyone. What? No, everyone. Everyone should. Regular? No, everyone. Everyone should be able to do it. Why didn't it work? Oh, it happened? Oh, wait, it did? Wait, oh, it did work. Oh, it didn't show up in my chat for some reason. Okay, never mind. It happened? Okay. Whoopsies. Alright, let me read the chat. What's been going on? Okay. You love the new emotes? Oh, that's good. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. We lost one more. Oh, of the cows? Ah, my condolences. Yikes, I didn't realize that wolves are a big problem. But good luck with your cows. I don't know what to say to that. Good luck. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you, Arc Shadowstorm. Happy birthday to me. Yes. Thank you. Lieutenant Blake is here. Lieutenant Blake, thank you. Tally-ho, indeed. Buddha Style, happy birthday. Thank you, Buddha Style. Thank you. SMB3 bro, you're gonna try and break a world record? Eh? How so? I'm curious. A world record. Good luck. How often do you do dramatic readings? This is the first time. Well, I have a redeem for a bedtime story, but this is the first time that I've made a stream solely out of it. Yeah, it's the first time. You guys seen Raccoon playing air guitar for dog treats? Whoa, Mochi, come on. The sound effects, yes, so I have these ripped straight from the game. That is the mag idle animation. I was debating which one to use, but I decided on the mag idle animation because when I started playing Warframe, the mag was my starter, so that idle animation sound effect is lodged in my brain as like serotonin inducing. It's like I hear it and I'm like, nostalgia. So I figured, hey, if there's any sound effect I wanted as break in the thing, I was gonna have it be that. I was thinking of doing Gara instead, but then I settled for mag. I'm glad you like them, Buddha Style. Sub? What? Oh, yeah, that is a sub emote. Yeah. Fixing a speedrun. Yeah. Happy birthdays. Thank you. Thank you, Shadowstorm. Thank you, Buddha Style. Thank you, everybody. Bedtime story. May I recommend the Boss Mitch Adventures? Eh? That's not a book. That's not a book. I need an actual book that's actually finished. I thought that was my mag when I heard it. Oh, are you in game? Lacronton, hello. Hello. Yes, so this is a fanfic. So again, since there's a break, I'm going to say again, spoiler alert. Spoiler alert for the second dream. Heads up, we already have spoiled the second dream. Later on in the book, there's going to be swearing. I'm going to be bleeping it out. So it's not a 100% faithful rendition of the book, but it's like 99.9999%. You know why lately so many raccoons in Sockmid? What's a Sockmid? Is that because I have a raccoon infestation? That's why. Yeah, that is. So it's the actual. So there's a website that has all of the sound effects from Warframe just ripped out of it. If you like that, I'm sure you'll like book 3. I have so much stuff planned for book 3. We're about halfway done with book 1. I'm so pumped for book 3. Social media? Oh. I have literally never seen it pop abbreviated like that. Oh well. Got you. Hey, it's because the algorithms give you what you want. And apparently the people want raccoons. Some pest control. People have. I've had 2 pest control presents for my birthday, and it's wonderful. Hold up. There you go. Pest control. I've had 2 people give me this already, and it's beautiful. Oh, stuff's been happening. Hold up. Okay, I need to thank the people. So, SMB3 Bro, thank you for following. The Alex Mason, thank you for following. Arc Shadowstorm, thank you for following. And Manolia Lunar, thank you for following. Dang, that's a lot of follows. Right off, just one after the other. Oh, well, they were 13 minutes ago, but still. Thank you for the follows, guys. Appreciate it. No! Stop it. Don't make me pull out the spray bottle on my birthday. Well, it's not technically my birthday. Tomorrow's my birthday. But don't make me pull out the spray bottle on my birthday stream. Come on, chat. Come on. You know better than this. Come on. For me. Come on. The people want raccoons, but Nebulux doesn't. Go away. Ah! Whoops, that's the wrong emote. There you go. Go away, raccoons. Gotta spray them away. It is the only option. Anyway, I'm gonna continue on with the thing. So I'm glad to hear that the exclamation point book works. I don't know why it didn't show up in my chat that I'm using to read the chat. This is restream, you know, it just pops up in a little external thingy. Anyway, let's let me rearrange some stuff. I'm just rearranging some stuff. Alright, and we are good to go. Alright, where did I leave off? She doesn't remember other Tenno, not much at least. Okay. You ready? The lotus had told her to hide the secret of the dream. She did not have to tell Persephone why. But she wonders, whenever she is partnered with one, do you know me? Do you know your own face? Do I know you? Did we know each other before? Oh, excuse me. Are you awake? It is, for the most part, a curiosity that she can push aside. It does not truly matter to her. She still doesn't remember any other children of the Zeraman. Why would any remember her? It is a standard procedure. Get in, defend the cryopod, wait for the sleeping Tenno to reconnect, lay down cover fire as the Lotus guides the newly awakened Tenno through rediscovering how to move and fight, and escort the awakened frame to safety. She's done it many times before. It's all to the book. Oh wait, is my spray bottle still up? It is. Hold up, sorry. There we go. Oh. Shioli! A party of 40! Holy cow! Oh my goodness. Thank you, everybody! Thank you! Oh my gosh, Shioli! You the bomb! Hey! I hope you have a ton of jokes. Actually, I know you got a ton of jokes. Hey, Ludu Santa, thank you, Amy Yang, and Boz Wildcat, and W Hero, and oh man, do I got a thing for you guys. Happy birthday. Thank you, Maeve. Thank you. Aw, thank you guys. Yeah, I got new raid emotes. Thank you. Hey, you're in luck. I know that Shioli knows about Warframe and plays Warframe and stuff. Guess what we're reading today for my birthday stream? Welcome everybody. Thank you for the follow, Manolia Lunar. Wait, I already thanked you. Anyway. Yeah, you are in luck today. We are having a bedtime story of a Warframe. Bass Wildcat, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Yes, it is a Warframe fanfic. We are reading a Warframe fanfic. You can do exclamation point book to pull up all the information about it if you wanted to read along with it. It is called, wait. I always mix up the name of the first book and the name of the series. It is called, There are no seasons in spaces, book 1. This is called I'd Rather Fall Among the Stars by, I know their name. I don't know. Hearts Logos. I don't know why I'm blanking. Anyway, yeah, welcome. So this is a fanfic. It does have spoilers for the second dream. So if you have not played through the second dream, just be warned that there are spoilers, but it's going to be an ASMR type reading. So, yeah. I'm super pumped. I'm super happy. I'm super hype. Thank you so much for the raid shield. Oh, I need to shout you out. Hold up. There, everybody go follow this man. He's great jokes. And he likes Warframe. Okay, cool. All right, let's get into the book. This is cool. I don't need breath. What you talking about? All right, I'm gonna start over from the section that I was reading when. Why did I stop? I stopped because I thought it all worked out. I still had the spray bottle on the screen. I went to turn it off. There's no breathing in space. Not if you are properly equipped with oxygen. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Ludu Santa. Thank you. All right. I'm gonna go back to the book. Enjoy the calming ASMR style reading. I don't know. I've never done ASMR before, so maybe it's not ASMR-y, but I'm tagging it anyway. Enjoy the book. And I will, this book doesn't have any chapters, so when I'm about 2/3 done with it, because we're about a third done right now, so when I'm 2/3 done, I'm gonna make another break and react to the chat. But for now, if you guys say anything in chat, I will get to it. I will read it when I'm done with 2/3 of the book. All right, let's go. It is a standard procedure. Get in, defend the cryopod, wait for the sleeping Tenno to reconnect. Lay down cover fire as the Lotus guides the newly awakened Tenno through rediscovering how to move and fight and escort the awakened frame to safety. She's done it many times before. It's all to the book, as much as anything is to the hypothetical book, until the frame wakes up and tumbles out of cryo. This one is a mag. Mags, Volts, and Excaliburs are the oldest and most widespread frames, easy to make, easy to churn out. That's why all the cryopods have them. This one is a mag. And the way the mag moves seems familiar. The glitter of purpose and power in this mag sinks a razor wire straight into the wastes of Persephone's memory and tangles around something, pulling at it, not freeing whatever it is. It just snags, pulling and irritating and upsetting her. Her Saren frame feels it, and the white tendrils of her shoulder and head seem to undulate and writhe in response. When the mag successfully succeeds in a pull maneuver, it lodges the memory of a sound free from her. A fist, a name tag, a boy. Persephone rushes out of Earth as fast as possible. She may go a little too fast for the mag to keep up, but Persephone clears most of the Grineer out that the mag doesn't have much to worry about aside from the stray feral animal here and there. As soon as the mag is safely in their newly assigned orbiter, Persephone climbs into her own. Ortis, she rasps through her mouth, cutting transference as she feels the orbiter's satellite ship thrust off from Earth and return to the main ship. Ortis, get us out of here!
Operator, what's wrong? Your biosignature readings are... Get me out of here!
Persephone jiggles the memory, like a loose tooth, for what feels like ages, as Ordis keeps them at a respectable orbit around Neptune. Ordis doesn't ask questions, or at least he stops when he realizes she won't answer, is in no place to answer, and she huddles up on the floor of the transference room, lying in Saren's lap, head cushioned on the strange growth on Saren's upper thigh as Saren runs her hand through Persephone's hair. She hails the lotus, when even her ever-tolerant and forgiving Kubro start to look reproachful of her sulking. Is he all right? Persephone asks. Persephone, I was beginning to get worried, the lotus says, not answering her question. Your comms have been silent. Orta sent me a transmission that you were unwell. What troubles you? Is Judge all right? She asks again. I know him. I knew him. I remember him. Did you know that? Did you know I would? More secrets? What else? You said no more. Liar. The lotus seems stunned. You know Hades. Hades? His call sign during the war, the lotus explains. And yours is Persephone. Hades, Persephone repeats. I remember him. She does not need to explain why this is important. She does not know her own name. She knows his. The lotus is contemplative and silent. Persephone runs her thumbs over one of her djinn's wings, feeling the soft flesh moving around over her hand, but flexible. Persephone runs her thumbs over one of her djinn's wings, feeling the soft flesh moving around over hard but flexible whatever it is that makes up djinn's frame. Here are the addresses for Hades' ship communications and signals, the lotus eventually says, voice soft. She does not remind Persephone of what she must not speak of. He could use some help. I know, Persephone thinks. She's taken to using her Banshee and Titania a lot more. Persephone has long made sure that her usual equipment is silent, but she's nervous around Judge Hades. She doesn't want him to know she's there. She even starts using her Paris more. She's garbage with bows, but it's extra insurance that she's quiet. It's not that she's following him, hovering over him exactly. That's not how you learn. That's not how you get better. That's not how you survive. But her curiosity and private sense of selfish protectiveness nudge her to follow after him and check on him occasionally. It's got all the earmarks of a freshly awakened Tenno. Hades is still in his mag, though he seems to have gotten a better hang of how to use Mag's abilities. Absolute garbage at watching his back, though. She picks off 3 frontiersmen that were getting too close to where he was slowly hacking alarms without a single one of them alerting the other. He doesn't even turn around. Persephone quickly ducks behind some rocks when he starts to come back and head towards the next data center. He doesn't even look in her direction. Persephone barely resists the urge to go up to him and hit him upside the head. She can feel her Banshee vibrating with disapproval. This fool is probably more suited to an Excalibur or a Valkyr. At least maybe then he'd be durable enough to realize exactly why he keeps getting caught. Another time, she's shrunken to her smaller Titania form and quickly dispatches some gunners and scorpions by the time he finishes the skirmish on his side. He's run around the room enough that it would be easy for him to think that he did it himself. She zips up to the exposed beams of the galleon and lands, watching him, now as a Nova, examining the bodies. Persephone used a blade. Nova uses fists. There's a slightly unsettled look about Hades' shoulders, but this could be general mission nerves. Titania returns to her normal size just as the electronic doors hiss closed behind Hades as he makes his way to the next room. She and Titania, seemingly, both sigh as the alarms go off. Again. She has, of course, officially fought at his side. At first as Saren, always. Later on, she begins to switch as the situation dictated. There's a sort of appraising feeling to Hades whenever their frames land together on the same drop, as if he's slowly learning her like she already knows him. She wonders if he knows that it's Persephone, always Persephone. She wonders if there's a way to tell him. Another thing rattles, shivers, slides inside of her, not as strongly as the memory of before, but softer. A breeze that signals a gas cloud or an acid storm on the horizon. Once Hades, now a trinity, snacks her Saren by the wrist just before they get onto their respective retrieval ships to go. They look into each other's blank, standard faces. Trinity then releases her wrist and walks to his retrieval ship, stepping onto the footholds and lining Hades' arms up. Persephone watches. Trinity's head and optics are turned towards Saren the entire time. I know you, Persephone thinks at the retreating ship of violet and gold. I know you too. She does not tell him of the dream. To this effect, she almost slips once in revealing the secret of the difference between Operator and Warframe to him. They are outnumbered, the alarms are blaring. Bursts have never been easy for her, no matter how many times she's faced them. And the steady hiss of steaming, fizzy pressure inside of her that she now knows as void energy is reaching a point where she thinks it's actually leaking out of her. She wants to unleash it, to force it into a steady beam of fire and blazing light and burn everything, sear it all, atomize it. She wants that release, and she knows it would help. Saren holds her in, and she focuses on channeling all of that into a forceful, explosive blast of miasma instead. It lets off some of the steam, not all of it. It's enough for her to grasp Hades, Mag again, by the back of his Syandana and drag him across the ice towards the tunnels that lead out of the ice caves. She's sleeping. A different sort of sleep than what happens when she's in transference. For this, she had dragged out some Syandanas from the arsenal and bunched them up on the floor in the center of her orbiter's main hub. She's got Kubros on all sides, content to doze and kick and chase in their sleep, and sentinels lowly whirring into rest mode as they tucked themselves into whatever odd spaces between all those bodies they could find. Her Kavat, for these moments, usually curls up a bit away from them, only her tail entering the mix. Silly Kavat. This is a different sort of sleep, and a novelty than transference. It's for her, and it's precious. She's dozing, just having drifted out of sleep, and wondering if she should go back to sleep or actually get up and do something, when Ordis speaks.
An urgent message, Operator, Ordis announces, sounding flustered. I told the Lotus that you were resting in the middle of important bodily maintenance, but she insisted, and... Persephone, the Lotus breaks in, face showing up on a holographic screen. I need you to deploy to Lua, now. Persephone is up, her menagerie of creatures scrambling with confusion at the sudden movement. She does not immediately ask questions. Anything on Lua is bad. There are still other sleepers. They must be in danger. It's Hades, the Lotus says, and Persephone stumbles on her way to her transference chamber, staggering like the wind has been knocked out of her. It's his cryopod. Persephone, the stalker is after it. Again? Persephone marvels within some smaller, more awake part of her. The rest, that is in fight mode, snarls. A sound that she can feel echo from her frame's storage, a ghost of a reaction in her mind. He thinks he is ready, the Lotus continues. I do not know if he is ready to be woken from the dream. I do not think we should find out who is right. Intercept. Prevent the stalker from luring him out. Persephone snarls her answer out. The Lotus does not need to tell her to protect Hades. He is all she has. Considering that she was currently sleeping around Neptune, strangely, a very comforting planet to let her ship orbit with its blues and silvery clouds of ice, a memory of old Earth, of her deployments and ballast in her ear. Even his voice wasn't able to spoil the feeling of moving like a contagion of blossoming bursts of clouds that come out of her compacted heart. She tells herself that she can't be surprised that Hades beats her to Lua. She also tells herself that she can't blame herself for not being fast enough when he has had such a head start, even if she knows the ways. The Lotus had sent her coordinates for Hades' pod, where it was stored in the moon base. Saren navigates the corridors and growths of strange ghostly trees easily. The problem is that Hades, for all that he's gotten stronger and a little smarter when it comes to foresight, is that he still hasn't lost his tendency to rush in blindly. It has rarely, if ever, helped him. So Persephone does not make it in time. She does not make it in time to stop him from touching on this deep and soul-shattering thing. She skids to a stop in the open doors, all of her sensors picking up on the signs of minimal fighting, and the stalker pings on her radar, and there he is. There's his mag. There's both of them, all of them, watching as the plane cryopod comes out of the pools. There's the stalker, ready to strike. She moves before the cryopod has a chance to open. Persephone abandons finesse. She abandons strategy. She abandons everything that made her an adaptable and decent soldier, a useful tool worthy enough of even Ballas's ambitions. Saren Prime hits into the stalker hard. She has no teeth to bite, no mouth to snarl or scream. They did not make their weapons for rebellion. The stalker throws her off easily, but Persephone has had practice, and she has all of the steaming, hissing, burning, acidic rage inside of her that makes her an exterminator. As Saren flies off and away, she jolts herself out of it. The Saren unit goes limp and falls harmlessly to the floor. She sees Hades go for her frame, Mag's legs sliding over the water-slick tile as he scrambles to her. Persephone unleashes all of her rage, all of her anger. It is like the first drop onto Earth in Saren all over again. A release. She pounds every single bit of energy into a single beam that blasts the stalker straight in the chest. His sword can't block it. His shields can't handle it. Can't handle her. Persephone screams, fists clenched as she forces all of the anger, all of the rage, all of the toxic fizzing feelings inside of her, fueled by the compacted murk and memories, into a beam focused on this. She thinks she manages to weaken the stalker enough when she's forced back into Saren. Mag recoils from her frame, pushing away and up, hands held out as if to ward something off. Mag's head swivels from Saren to the stalker, head shaking. Persephone can't help but reach out. She is still the same person. She is still, from the release of all that heat, all that anger, from the jostling of all those compressed memories. Something glittering rattles out. Kore, she thinks. I'm still Kore. Mag runs to the cryopod, yanking the cover off with one good pull and catching the thin body inside. And then Mag runs. Saren watches Mag run and draws her sword. Persephone. Kore. Kore first saw him and cut the path for him to escape. Now, for possibly the last time, Kore will cut the path behind him. He's gone, the Lotus says, what feels like hours later. I know, Kore thinks. Are you all right, Persephone? You waste humor on the Tenno. Kore, she answers. Saren seems to nod in agreement. I am Kore again. I have risen. Kore supposes. Kore. She wraps the name around her fingers in her tongue. Kore, Kore, Kore. She is Kore. Kore supposes that it's understandable. She herself has spent many rotation cycles with this newfound secret. She does not expect to see Hades again, Judge again, especially since the Lotus must have revealed to him that she was aware of him, of who he truly was underneath the dream. Kore does not expect to ever see Judge again. She would not blame him. It makes her inside shrivel, wrinkled like the rotten flesh of Grineer, sickly and cloying. It isn't fair to him, she reminds herself, for her to react this way. It is not fair of her to cling on so tightly to him when they have never been more than strangers. But weren't they? Another part of her asks this, softly, fragile, and hopeful in a way that Corey does not recognize as part of herself. This new and hopeful voice does not belong in the many black compartments of her soul. They fought together. At each other's backs, they were a team for so many missions. Tal Regor, the many escapes of Van Hayak, the Sergeant, Alid V, juggernauts, infested invasions, hijacking, infiltrations, and extractions. For Void's sake, she helped him get a collar for his Kubro pup. Corey sits in her transference chair, idly playing with her Shade's long, dangling tendrils. Shade blows a small puff of cold air into her face, and Corey huffs a silent laugh. It is not fair of her to expect forgiveness or understanding from a stranger, even when a friendship was later built. They had no mouths. Well, she did. She just never used it. I think I'm gonna take a break here. A slight cliffhanger. And let's read some chat. Let's see. Oh wait, chat. Nothing's been happening in chat. Let me check and see if there are any alerts I need to react to. Bump, ba-dum, ba-dum, bump, bump. Where is the alert page? Here it is. No, it's not. This is the alert page. Luda Santa, thank you for following. Appreciate it. Oh, okay, cool. So there's nothing to react to. Nice, nice, nice. Let's keep on heading on with the story then. Ba-da-da-da. Ah, Sheely likes Mag. Hey, Mag. Mag was my starter frame for sure. Yeah, looks like Mag was Judge's starter frame as well. Oh man, I love this story so much, you guys. You don't even understand. You got it. You get just listen. This is a good story. I promise. I promise. Thanks for sticking around. Hey, is that Santa Claus with a heart? It looks like Santa Claus. That's totally Santa Claus. What the heck? All right. Let's keep on keeping on. I lost my spot. Here it is. Archwing and underwater missions are not her favorite. She dislikes the weightlessness, the inability to feel anything solid. It's the same feeling as being Nyx and Titania. But with Titania, at least she can stop any time. She goes either too fast or too slow, and it's hard for her to get her bearings. But she is an agent of the Lotus, however reluctant and ambivalent, and so this is part of her duties. If she isn't sick to her stomach, though. Transference is still going strong, and in this case she almost wishes it wasn't. In her ship, she can feel her body reacting poorly. Her guts roil and her head begins to pound and spin, and her hands are clammy. This in turn is not making this fight go very well. In fact, Corey thinks as she tries to push herself through narrow corridors and blasting engines, feeling the heat as they nick her and burn through her shields. This fight is not going at all. The simple fact of the matter is you can't really be stealthy when you're out here like this. There are sensors everywhere and no real places to hide effectively when you're piloting a giant hunk of metal with a giant sword and a gun as big as your body twice over. This fight was meant to go badly from the very beginning, and Corey wishes she weren't in so deep she couldn't call it quits and extract. But she is in that deep, and the last shot took out her left wing. She's going to need a few moments to get it back up and going, but her momentum has her spiraling in a dizzying blur of color and stomach-churning force. Something purple, many things purple, whiz past her, but Corey can't get herself to rights to turn and see what. She gets tackled from behind, and if frames could breathe in space, the air would have been knocked from Saren's lungs. The arm around her waist is in familiar colors. A transmission breaks in, startling her, almost snapping her out of transference. I guess for once I should be the one telling you not to rush in without backup. Corey has never heard Hades' voice before. Corey, for that matter, has never spoken to Hades before. In fact, Corey has never with her own voice, spoken to anyone before, aside from the Lotus, post-awakening. It takes her a few seconds to figure out how to open her transference chamber's comms relay to this signal and... Hades? Judge, he replies. For you, Judge. I mean, since you knew it already. She grasps his wrist and squeezes. Her left wing is working again. He only lets go so she can right herself, but quickly takes her hand and starts flying in earnest. Corey supposes that since she herself doesn't really go on these sort of missions, she hasn't seen him pilot an Archwing before. He's leagues ahead of her on that field, if nothing else. He pulls them all the way to extraction, and Corey lays down some pathetic cover fire that misses half the time, but maintains a good shield now that she isn't trying to focus on keeping her stomach where it should be. Hades, Judge, drags them all the way to extraction. Technically, it's a failed mission, but Corey can't bring herself to care. He gently releases her, allowing momentum to drift her in the direction of where her orbiter is waiting. She feels her Archwing unit detach, leaving her weightless and motionless as she spreads her arm to lock into her retrieval unit. Judge, through Nova, continues to look at her, hand slowly raising up a half-forgotten gesture. Her hands are already locked into the retrieval unit. Bye, Judge says, turning back to finish what she started. Corey scrambles for the words, for the memory of actually talking. Bye. She has a mouth, and she is not a child. Corey fidgets. She fidgets to the point where even Carrier, patient and dependable Carrier, can't tolerate her moving fingers and flies away from her to hide. I gave him your coordinates, the Lotus tells her. Corey picks at the border of the pink stripe down the front of her suit. Not cream, not green, certainly not blue and gold. Black, pink, gold. Ballas would have had a fit, and she adores the image of his consternated face. It's one she's slowly remembering seeing many, many times. Those memories, as they float up from the now loose debris she had been keeping locked and chained down for so long, almost make her feel better after all the others she remembers. Thanks, Corey bites out. I guess. He wants to talk to you. He knows that you have been following him, helping him, protecting him. Corey grimaces. The two of you are one of my best teams, the Lotus continues. Would you consider trying again? Corey curls her fingers together, rubbing her knuckles against each other for the feel of it. This feels too familiar, like a lecture from a parent. Corey chafes against the thought and discards it like hot metal. She can feel herself bristling, her frame stirring a little in storage and response, aside from Saren, who kneels next to her chair, whose tendrils seem to freeze in place for a moment before snapping out and returning to their normal, passive waving. Fine, Corey spits out. She is not a child. Judge is waiting for her, in Nova again, on a Grineer landing pad on Earth. The outpost is empty. This she knows, because a lot of newly awakened Tenno like to use it as a practice ground. Any Grineer that are here are probably in the middle of being hunted, with no room to go after two talking frames. His retrieval ship hovers in the distance, and when Saren drops to Earth from Corey's, she can't help but feel the sudden rush of excitement. Earth will never not be exciting to her. Saren seems to respond in kind, the white tendrils of her shoulder and head flowing more energetically, undulating with pleasure. Earth calls to her. It calls to something in her soul. Nova raises his hand, slowly rising in the air to cross his legs and enter a meditation position. His Kubro examines him for a moment before trotting off to investigate their surroundings. She tilts her head and dismisses her own Kavat, who jumps onto some stacked and abandoned cargo boxes, curls up, and pretends to sleep. Corey mimics Judge's pose and feels a soft tap of Judge requesting a comm line. She opens it reluctantly. Hello. Judge's voice is soft, like he's talking to an animal that's going to spook. Hi, Corey replies, voice rough with disuse and weariness. I wanted to thank you. Properly, I mean, for everything. I never got to before, you know, mouth. Corey grimaces. It was you the entire time, wasn't it? Judge continues, hesitation and uncertainty in his voice. I mean, I recognize your Saren. You were the one who helped me when I first came out of stasis. But it was you those other times, wasn't it? Watching my back? Cutting the alarms off? Yes. Judge is quiet for a heart-pounding moment. When he speaks again, there's such a soft smile in his voice. I knew I wasn't wrong. I recognized you. I just didn't believe that you would do that. For me. I mean, help me so much. Corey's breath hitches with surprise. You remember me? You were one of the untouchables, Judge says, voice excited. I remember you because you were one of the untouchables. You had this hair. Pink hair, pale pink. Not like my Nova's pink and purple, but a sweeter pink. It took me a while to remember afterwards, but I did. Corey, I remember you. She thinks her breath must be audible. Untouchables? She croaks out. This is not a memory she has had yet. Judge backtracks. Yes, that's what I called you, privately, in my head. I forgot. I mean, it's been so long since any of us haven't been not in our own heads. Does that make sense? On the Zeraman, do you remember what it was like? How we all just sectioned ourselves off and made these casts? His voice is excited and eager, but also bitter as he pushes out those last few words. Yes, Corey answers. There was this group. They weren't the ones in charge, the ones with power. And they weren't the ones who were always getting picked on. They were kind of just there. Like, the ones in charge ignored them. All of us kind of ignored them, and they just watched, not really doing anything. I used to hate them. Corey flinches, and Saren must move a little too, because Nova reaches out, fingers touching against her knee. It was how easy it was for you, for them. Like nothing could hurt you. Like you weren't afraid or sad or angry or anything. Nothing could reach you. I kind of envied it. I was always scared. I always felt like I was running too hot. And then later, when they were experimenting, I was volatile. I remember thinking that maybe if I were more like an untouchable, it wouldn't hurt so much. Corey admits that what he says is partially true. She did not allow anything to touch her. The world and the war, for the most part, skimmed past her with minimal scarring. I remember we partnered once. I was a mag? I don't think you were a Saren. No, she says, because she remembers too. Not yet. I remembered you, and I thought that it was really amazing. You survived. I knew it had to be you. It had to be Corey behind that ember. It was just something about you. I recognized it. Your soul, maybe. Corey's hands curl into fists. Her skin feels too tight. Do you remember, before we overthrew the Orokin, just before, you were standing with the other Saren units. You were one of Ballas's Sarens. Corey and Saren both stiffen at this, bristling. I am Corey, she hisses out. I belong to no one. Sorry, I just meant, She knows what she meant. We were never Ballas's anything, Corey says, attempting to soften her voice. We were Ballas's property, something to move his precious Sarens, to fuel his fight for the dead Margulis's heart after they killed her. Judge is silent. I'd heard stories about his Sarens, the way he touched them, loved them. He was not like the other Orokin, Corey gives him. There were Orokin that saw us as things, and this is true of him, but he did not see us as things, as bodies to be used for such purposes. We were not the same as slaves. Through us, he only saw a way to reach Margulis he betrayed. Nothing more. He did not love us, only what our successes meant. There was never an Orokin who has loved us. Not even Margulis, Judge says, startling her. Not even Margulis? Corey is surprised into asking. No, Judge says. Margulis loved some of us. That is unquestionably true. But she did not truly love all of us. Not really. After all, she never saw us as anything but children. The memory curls into her, and her response slips out half-consciously. We are not children. No, Judge agrees. We are not. They both fall quiet. I remember you. I wanted to say, I remembered you then, just before, too. I remembered seeing you up there, and you were beautiful, Judge says. And I'm thankful for all that you've done for me. This dream has taken me some time to getting used to. But overall, I'm glad I got to meet you again.
I remembered you too, Corey says when the silence begins to chip away at her.
Before my own name, before my own truth, I remembered you. Judge, the fool who fights. That much, I don't think has changed, Judge muses. No, Corey snorts. That has not changed.
Nova slowly extends a hand.
Hello, Corey. It's nice to finally meet you.
Saren takes the hand.
Hello, Judge.
Heat blooms in her. Fizz cola. She does not offer to meet him face to face, nor does he offer her either. She wonders how the void changed him, how the Orokin modified him. Corey now knows that the void has changed her eyes, splayed blue-green ridges across her face and underneath her eyes, almost like the ivy and grass in the breeze of earth. She understands now, in hindsight, why the handlers dubbed her Persephone. She does look like a daughter of spring. But there are no seasons in space. There is only the unrelenting dead. Corey is curious as to how his call sign became Hades, but she does not ask. His orbiter is a familiar sight from her dispatch front windows. Sometimes she waves and pretends that he's there, waving back. For all that he still hasn't learned to check his back and to not rush in at every moment, it is good to fight with him again.
I don't have to check my back, Judge tells her, laughing as they race across the corpus walls. You always had it for me. I got used to it.
Corey clicks her tongue. No wonder your frames always look so trashed whenever I come back from solo dispatches. Just gonna take a brief break. I'm gonna drink some water, Buddha style, and fig. Hello, hello, hello. Fun fact, the audio clip that I'm using as separators is called in-game. This is the in-game language path for it. It's called Mag Idol Throwing Power. We're about 3/4 done with book 1. All the rest of the books have chapters, so there will be much more natural breaks, but yeah, we're 3/4 done with book 1. How are you guys liking it so far? At the end of the book, at the very end of the book, I'm gonna have like a discussion with like, oh, thoughts that I thought, like, what do you guys think? Do you guys like it? Do you guys hate it? Oh, the return of the festive spider. It was great. It's great. I love it. That's hilarious. Yeah. Again, spoiler warning for the second dream. I mean, the second dream has very thoroughly been spoilered by this point. I was waiting for a break to do that. And it is appreciated. I like the fact that you can have emotes float around on screen. You can have like a bajillion emotes float around on screen. It's great. It's great. Oh, Sense of None! Sense of None, subscribe tier 2. Hey, thank you, Sense of None. Hey, oh yeah, I remember you from YouTube. And welcome to Twitch. Welcome to Twitch. No, you've already been watching me on Twitch. Never mind. I'm dumb. My brain. You both have it? Ah, nice. You tried finding this on fanfic. Oh, it's not on fanfic. It's on Archive of Our Own. There you go. You will need an account to read it. You can read along with me if you want, but it's not on fanfic.net. It is on Archive of Our Own. There you go. Yeah, we're about 3/4 done with book 1. It's a very good series. It's a very good series, I promise. It's too early. I don't know. I've been reading for 2 hours straight, and I won't. Yeah. I can't read anything on that site until they let me. Until they let you. What? Wait. Do they have limited? Do they not let you make accounts? What do you mean by until they let me? Yeah. So you do need an account to read this book. So on fanfic, on Archive of Our Own, you don't need an account to read stories, but this one specifically, the author has left behind an account. You need an account to get in, and you can't make an account without an invite. Oh, what? It's invite only. Oh, whoa, how do you get an invite? Can I send you guys an invite? It's invite only. What? How? Here, I have an account. Here, can I send you guys an invite? Hold up. Archive. I could stream it, but then why bother streaming? You have to email them. I mean, if you need an invite from somebody who already has an account, like, I mean, yeah, it's easy. You just email, you wait like 20 hours, 24 hours or something, and then you get a thingamabobber. I don't remember. It's been so long since I've made an account. I don't even remember that. Oh, that's unfortunate. But yeah, it's only on Archive of Our Own. Apologies about that. But yeah. It takes a little bit of time to get an account, but you should be. As far as I know, they just let anyone who wants one have it. I don't know. Okay. Anyway. I forgot about that. I completely forgot. So yeah, apologies. I've had that account for so long. Like, I've read so many fanfics. It's like before I started this stream, I had a poll. I'm like, all right, what franchise do you want? Because I've read them all pretty much. Okay, not all of them, but you know what I mean. All right. Anything else before I dive back into the book? I'm going to power through until the end of book 1. So we're going to keep going until the end. So no more stops. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're going back in. Also, is the sound okay? Is the background ambience of the water and the birds loud enough for you guys to hear? Is the mag idle animation overpowering it? Is it too quiet? Should I make it louder? Is the sound okay? They send them in batches. Oi. 38,567 in line. Ouchies. Well, hey, here you go. You don't need an account because I'm reading the story to you. Your game drowns everything out but the mag. Oh, you're in game right now. Hey, I know some people will listen to music while they play Warframe. I personally don't, because I value the sound cues of, like, you know, my shields going down and, you know, just I love the sound alerts that they have. So I never listen to music while I'm playing Warframe. But hey, that's cool. That's really cool. All right. Anyway, I'm assuming the sound's okay because in-game noise is obviously going to overpower the background. All right, cool. I'm gonna keep reading then. To the end of book 1. Oh, whoops. Now that Judge has the memories of the body beyond the dream, whatever it was that was hindering him training-wise seems to resolve itself. He doesn't quite get ahead of her per se, but he does somewhat catch up to her, or at least he catches up to himself. Judge has a habit of calling her for help long after he's in over his head, but at least he's figured out how to be sensible about most of it. That is not the case with this one. I do not want to be here, Corey says, as they circle this strange Grenier outpost. Judge, we should turn back. We should get more help. We don't need more help, Judge says,
As always, his concern for others gets in the way, as well as his sheer stubborn pig-headedness. They don't even like Teshin. We need reinforcements. That would take too long, Judge says. Judge, we can't do this. I do not want to do this. Corey can't stress that enough. Everything about this, Teshin, the Grenier, that Tenno body, all of it, it's setting her off. Every single instinct and internal alarm. It's like when that handler who looked at their bodies like bodies, who looked at them and thought to touch, the one Corey, Persephone, struck out at first before he could even try, came to her unit when she was an ember, but 100 times worse. She can't go. The thought stops her cold. It is not an opinion, it is a truth. Whatever is here, she is not ready to handle. She cannot help. She cannot do this. Her gut, her soul screams this truth at her. Fine, Judge says, flippant but angry underneath. I don't need you to do this. I'll go myself. Stay here. Leave. Just as he flips comms off, she can hear him mutter like a curse. Untouchable. Corey flinches hard, but does not go after him. He's said that word before. His word? When he's annoyed with her. Sometimes when she's done something truly spectacular and he's awestruck. Under his breath like an exclamation or unconscious sigh of relief. Corey curls up in her transference chamber, and two of her Kubro pad over, sensing her distress from where they have been tussling by the door. They rest their heads on her lap, pushing at each other to fit. She curls over them. She is what she is. There is no one who can change that. She has Judge's biometrics and stats linked directly to her ship. She sees it when he goes dark. Corey cannot go into that base. Her everything tells her this. Corey cannot lose Judge. Her soul knows this. Parts of her must give under this conflict. She is what she is. And the fact of the matter is, Corey is what she is because she has held on so tightly to Judge. There is no reason to change that now. Corey pushes into Saren and dives. It's Lua all over again, except this time everything is unfamiliar and strange, twisted and wrong, too alive, too close to her own memories. The Grenier here might as well be her fellow Tenno in their patrols and their ornate red-braided uniforms. Everything she sees, their technology is advanced. The buildings here are almost beautiful. Pushes her more and more on edge, uneasy. Corey, as always, is too late and stumbles into what looks like a three-way tableau. And Judge? Judge? Corey has a moment of looking into violet eyes, offset by the red lights of the room, dark skin, and a shock of blue-violet hair. Corey, no! Judge yells. His body, how is it here? Corey looks up and sees red. Come on, Judge's voice whispers to her, and she feels herself stirring, feels herself slowly coming back. Come on, you're here. You're okay. It was a dream. It was a dream, Corey. Come on, come back to me. Static at first, as she tries to activate her comms. She slowly sits up, feeling strange, confused, odd. Judge? She says through transmission. Yeah. Judge's face breaks into a relieved smile. That's my untouchable. The word this time is not a curse. We have to go, Corey, Judge says, palm against her face, Saren's face, and he pulls her up. She watches him step into his Nova, and then his voice is back through the transmission. We have to get out of here. We don't have much time. The Queens? Her mind is sluggish, like she's been spun around a few thousand times, and everything is just settling back into place now. Taken care of, Judge says as they run, Teshin close behind them. That was a dream? Corey confirms, to have it said, to be certain. Yes. She wonders if they had the same dream. I am not a slave, Corey says hotly, raw and fizzling at the edges. Judge's voice has the smallest uptick of a laugh, though the rest of it is dark and bitter. No, Corey, you are not a slave. No one bought me. No. Corey thinks long and hard as they fight towards extraction. I did what I had to. I believe you. Corey whispers, I became what I had to. I chose. They did not make me. I make me. Judge pauses, and perhaps this is where their lives part. Nova looks at her and then nods solemnly. I understand. I hunted, Corey whispers, half hoping he can't hear her. I refuse to be the shaking animal caught. Judge's voice is very soft, and he reaches out, touching her shoulder. Untouchable, he says, and then he runs towards the retrieval ships. I am Corey. She says it to him as they make their escape through the stars, the void that birthed them. And I'm everything I made myself to be. I know the things that I have done. Teshin killed the queen, Judge says. My call sign is Hades. I destroyed everything with my powers from the void, every one. I know what it means to be a Tenno. We were children before, Corey says. We were not Tenno yet, not on the Zaraman. Not where she learned to cut her teeth. Not where she learned how to cut flesh. Not where she learned to cut ties. No, we were nameless beasts then, Judge says. Corey, I commanded Teshin to kill the queen. I controlled him. Corey turns her head in the direction she knows Judge's ship is flying. I'm sorry about what I said before, Corey. Corey personally would have killed the queen with her own hands. She is not sure if this makes her a better or worse person. The thought of controlling someone else, like a handler, a master, a ballast, makes her stomach churn. She has no room to cast stones. I know, Corey says. Forgiving is easy. Forgetting is the hard part. They meet at the mountain pass from the dream, and Judge holds the bottle of Kuva in his hand. His eyes meet hers. I gave half to Teshin, he says, but I think that this isn't something I can decide entirely. You were there too. He waits, as if she will make her decision right then. Thank you, Corey says, taking the warm Kuva in Saren's hand. Judge seems to be waiting to see if she will leave Saren. She does not. He walks away after a few minutes of stilted silence, retreating to Nova and to his ship. She waits until she is certain he is gone before stepping out of Saren. It feels strange to be anywhere, to be actually anywhere with her own body that is not her ship. The mountain air is a shock to her lungs that makes her remember. It makes her remember Ballas's cells. The air there was not recycled. When she looks into the horizon, she has to squint a little. The sun actually hurts her eyes. Saren hands her the Kuva. It's heavy. The wind all around her feels cold, solid. She feels vulnerable and raw. I am Corey, she says, and raises the Kuva to her mouth, eyeing the black of it like it's looking back at her. You do not control me. Judge comes out of his frame all the time. It drives her crazy. Corey does not. She can tell that this is driving him crazy. Are you mad at me? He caves one day. Judge's hand grabs at hers, firm and unafraid of the fact that her ember is currently on fire. She quickly cuts the flames off and hopes that she's conveying an appropriate amount of incredulity in the way Ember looks at him. They're doing this here, right now, right in the middle of a fight. I'm about to be, Corey snaps through the transmission and shakes him off, angrily hurling a ball of flame at some explosive tanks of gas. The resulting explosion only mollifies her a little bit. Judge has either the common sense or a sense of preservation that keeps him from asking for the rest of the mission on Mars, and even for a few missions around Jupiter. You don't leave your ship or your frames, Judge says without preamble as soon as she's answered her comm. Corey is in the middle of examining what appears to be infested growths on her ship. Ortis can't tell if there's anything wrong. Everything seems normal. So, Corey says, watching as her kavat bats at the infested tendrils. They're similar to infested growth, but not quite the same. She rubs her kavat's long ear between her fingers and sends her off to curl up somewhere, probably very intrusive. Why? Judge asks. She can imagine the way he's boggling at even having to ask. Why should I? Corey returns. In truth, Corey is uncomfortable with the idea of being so vulnerable, so exposed. She's a Tenno. She is a void beast. But she has lived and shaped herself to be the soul within her frames. She is infinitely more comfortable at home, in Saren and all the others than as herself. Even in Rhino, she feels a small level of security she doesn't feel if she dared to leave her ship in her own skin. Corey knows that she is small and vulnerable. No, Corey knows what she is capable of. Corey also knows the truth of what has been done to her. She does not like to be touched. Too many things in this world have touched her already. Corey cuts the communication link before he could try to argue with her.
Operator, we're being boarded!
Ortis's voice cracks and goes shrill. Corey jolts up and feels her frame stirring to action in the armory. Stalker? No, another operator, Ortis says, and she can't tell if it's excitement or irritation that makes his voice glitch out again. Corey, Judge says through the comms, stop being so stubborn. Corey grinds her teeth and curses him. You're the one boarding my ship, she snaps, scrambling down from where she was sitting, held up in Oberon's arm and examining the strange pink cyst she found on his neck. Oberon lurches after her, legs matching her pace as she hurries to the transference room. You're the one avoiding me. The door across from what she now learned to be the helmet's room slides open, and Judge pauses as she stares at him. Oberon raises a hand over her as if to shield her. Judge stops entirely, and from the look on his face, she can tell he obviously hasn't thought this through. Corey glares at him, and it feels like she's hot all over, angry and embarrassed. Her fists open and close. For a fleeting second, she wonders how good he is at getting up after being hit when she's the one doing the hitting. Judge's brain is visibly tripping over itself, trying to figure out where to go from here. As they say, the fool rushes in. I'm going to count to 10, Corey says, voice remarkably level. And by the time I'm at 10, you better be off my ship. Judge's blank face continues to look at her. 10, Corey snaps, and she is suddenly aware of the fact that not only have her Kubros, Kavats, and Sentinels swarmed behind her, but also some of her frames have managed to climb out of storage, one by one, and are advancing. Judge scrambles back on his heels, the door sliding shut behind him, and Corey screams, a burst of anger that she has to rein in as she storms to her transference chair. She doesn't need it anymore, but it still makes her feel safe. Judge has the decency to look ashamed of himself when next he hails her. This time, she permits herself also to be seen on the video feed. I'm sorry, I broke boundaries and it was incredibly senseless of me, he says, and then looking at her from where he's been sort of looking off to the side, he recoils. What is that? Corey looks him dead in the eye and licks the piece of infested she snuck away from Helminth. Judge looks horrified. Corey's smile is more a baring of teeth. The next time you board my ship without my permission, I am going to release my newly found charger on you. Corey raises a finger and uses it to swipe the holographic projection towards her incubator, where a small lump of vaguely quadrupedal, there we go, where a small lump of vaguely quadrupedal flesh is, for the lack of a better word, gestating. Judge's sound of disgust and terror pleases her enough that she turns the screen back to herself. I forgive you, this time. Call me when you're ready to talk while respecting boundaries. Corey does not wait for this to happen. Corey does not wait for things to happen to her. Corey acts. Corey hunts. Corey chooses. So, borrowing a page from Judge's book, she takes over his ship. Judge looks terrified as she walks towards him on her own legs with her Saren and her new helmet charger trailing behind her. Judge looks from Saren to charger to Corey, and Corey smiles beatifically. Judge's Kavat's ears are pinned back as it hisses at them. Go away, ugly, Corey says, and the Kavat, remarkably, decides to listen to her, scampering off. Judge looks at it helpless. I raised you. Corey doesn't stop advancing until she has Judge against a wall. He's taller than her, but she has the advantage of being Corey, who uses her head. Judge, she says, tasting out the name on her mouth. Judge swallows and looks ready to be slugged. If she were going to slug him, she would have done it when she had a better reach and a good leap up for momentum. The reason I do not leave my frames is because when I'm in my frame, I'm generally bigger, badder, and better than anyone else who tries to mess with me, Corey says. And then softly, very softly, so only he can hear her. No cephalons, unless they're really listening in or whatever. I do not like to be touched. Corey then rests her head on his shoulder, face turned away from him as she leans against his body. Warframes do not feel like what she remembers other bodies feeling like. Kavats and Kubras are not quite the same. Corey closes her eyes and forces her heart to calm down, forces the steam to settle. Judge's hands are hovering over her back, uncertain and confused by the definite contradiction of her words and actions. Corey stomps on his foot and steps back when Judge lets out a high yelp and crumples, eyes watering. Corey looks down at him, her arms folded. Judge looks up at her, confusion all over his face as he bites his lip. Corey nods, more to herself than to him, and then crouches so they're eye level. She examines his face up close. She isn't sure exactly what he looked like before the void. She's certain his eyes must have been a different color and that the somatic scarring wouldn't have been there. Judge's eyes flick over her face and his mouth parts just a little. Corey, he whispers, a lopsided smile growing on his lips. Corey. Corey reaches out and touches the gold at his chin with the tip of her finger. Fool, she mutters, and his smile blooms into a full grin, seeming to bask in her. Fool, she repeats, and then, reluctantly, my fool. Judge laughs, pushing his shin against her finger. You never let me learn any better. Corey clicks her tongue, and Judge raises his hand. She stiffens, wary, but he slowly runs his hand through her hair, marveling at the pale pink strands. Spring in space, he laughs. Corey, my untouchable spring in space. Fool, there are no seasons in space, she says, pressing her nail to the gold metal as he laughs at her hair. And I can't be untouchable if you're touching me right now. Judge abruptly sobers, hand falling. I'm sorry, Corey, for all of it, for making you come after me for what I said, and for bursting in on you before when you didn't want to talk. Corey lowers her hand. She considers it for a very long moment. She considers her choices. Corey does not like to be touched. Corey, unfortunately, likes Judge very much. Judge, the fool, likes to poke at things. Judge likes to touch things he should know better than to be messing with. Security access panels, explosives, poisonous plants, among other things, usually with his own Tenno body instead of a frame that can actually be repaired. This, she thinks, is because, well, they've been locked into pods for over 100 years, and most of the touching they've done since waking, with their Tenno hands, involves synthetic materials on a talking ship. It is regrettably understandable. Corey just so happens to be better at weighing her own self-preservation higher than curiosity over new tactile senses, since it seems to be common sense. Judge has missed this memo, as usual. Corey leans into his hand and closes her eyes with a sigh. This, she says, is not an open invitation. Judge's hand slowly, cautiously runs through her hair. I do not like to be touched, Corey says, unless I choose it, unless I say yes. That's more than reasonable. Corey swallows no small amount of pride. I do not like it when you are sad. Judge's hand stills. Corey frowns, keeping her eyes closed. I can get used to you touching me. I refuse to get used to you being sad. Thank you, Judge says quietly, voice a little rough. She opens her eyes and sees that his are wet. Corey is stunned. She hadn't meant to make him cry. You're real too. Corey's throat tightens as Judge says that. She feels everything he can't say because his throat's closed up and he's crying like the child he hasn't been in years. I'm real, she promises, reaching her hand up to squeeze his wrist. I am here. So are you. We aren't asleep. This is not a dream. Judge's fingertips tremble against her skin as he crumples forward. Corey catches him in her arms as he squeezes her tight, shaking, sobbing. It's real, he repeats. It's real. Corey runs her hand up and down his back, broader than hers, but not by much. She can feel herself rapidly building up to something like overload. His breath, the dampness of his tears, the way his body shakes is warm, and the recycled air on the back of her neck. All of it. Corey fists her hands into the back of his suit and buries her face into his neck, screwing her eyes shut. I am Corey, and I am real, she whispers through her tightening throat for them both. You are Judge, and you are real. We are both awake. I operate a Saren made in the style of the Oracle. I was a Saren commanded by Ballas. My call sign during the war was Persephone. Judge's breathing evens with hers, not quite right, but closer to not crying as she tries to pull them both on track. I operate a Nova, Judge whispers, voice hoarse. I was a mag under the Oracle. I had no single master. My call sign during the war was Hades. I was held for experimentation for over half the war. I was never assigned a permanent unit. The void changed me, Corey continues. I have pink hair. I have blue and green scars on my face. Spring in space, Judge murmurs, body loosening as he sags against her, arms carefully wrapping around her back instead of clinging. No seasons in space, she says back. So you don't have to go nowhere, if there are no seasons in space, Judge muses, like in the old Earth myth. We call her Persephone. She came back after 2 seasons. No, Corey replies, I don't. They're not children. They do have mouths. I won't go, Corey says, forcing herself to brand them into herself and Judge both. I will not leave you behind. I'm the one who should be saying that, Judge replies. I won't leave you behind either. Corey blooms, hot fizz cola all over the underside of her skin, her soul. Fool, she chokes out. Judge cubs the back of her head, stroking down her short hair. She can feel him swallow and then laugh. Your fool. My fool, she concedes. My untouchable. And that is the end of Book 1 of I'd Rather Fall Among the Stars, titled There Are No Seasons in Space. Thank you for coming, everybody. We're going to continue on with Book 2, but in the meantime, I'm going to react to chat and all the stuff that's been happening while I've been reading. Okay. Nana Lemonade! Hey, welcome Nana Lemonade! Happy birthday! Thank you. Thank you for showing up. I hope you're enjoying this stream. Hey, Fig! Look at all them party emotes! So many parties! Amazing. Buddha style, hey, you're loving the story. Oh, that makes me so happy to hear. This is for you guys. I'm so happy to hear that you're liking the story. Hey, I love this story so much, you guys. Oculus Nuva, thank you. Happy birthday, thank you. Thanks for showing up. Hope you're liking the story so far. We just finished book 1. We're gonna move on to book 2. Scotty Don't. Hi. Happy birthday. Thank you. Hey, just a pleb. Story time. Heck yeah. Thank you for the birthday wishes. It is story time. So as a reminder, you can do !book for info. That'll give you a link to the book. It is on Archive of Our Own, so you will need an account in order to access it if you wanted to read along. Galaxy Hope. Hello. Happy birthday. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. So many emotes. Thank you for that birthday wishes. Yeah, we just finished book 1. We're gonna move on to book 2. Book 2 is much shorter than book 1, but it has 2 chapters, I think. This is very good. And again, just a reminder, this is a Warframe fanfiction. It will have spoilers for the second dream, and we just got the War Within spoiled. Much later on, there will be spoilers for the sacrifice, but not for a very long time. I probably won't even get to those spoilers before the end of the stream. This is an endurance stream. I'm going as long as possible. It's also a celebration, not only of my birthday, but also 375 Twitch followers. Woo. Thank you guys. This is a present to you, Hobbit style. I'm giving you a present on my birthday. Endurance stream. ASMR stream. It's probably not super ASMR-y because I keep interrupting the story with comments like this where I scream at the microphone. But yeah. This is a very good series. I highly recommend it. And yeah. Let me tab over to the next game. Not game. The next book. Next work. So let me edit this. So book 1 was called There Are No Seasons in Space. Book 2, I need to edit this up at the top of the screen. Where is it? Book info. Here we go. Let's change this. Book number 2 is The Fool Rushes In. I'm sure you can see that there's similarities going on here. Alright. There are no seasons in space. And yes, it's all lowercase. I know. That is what the title of the book is. The author deliberately decided to make it all lowercase, and it bugs me. But that is how we go. Saturdays are for not the boys watching other people play video games on the internet. That is true. However, today, sadly, we are not playing video games. This is the one exception stream. Every single one of my other streams pretty much has been me playing video games. And this is a celebration stream. We are going to be reading a book. Okay. Book 2 is just further continuation. Don't worry, this despite the bad reputation that fanfics in general have, there's nothing weird in this one. It's all good. I wouldn't be reading it otherwise, and it is a high quality stream book. Oh, guys, what did you think of the first book? What did you think of book 1? What did you think? I love it. I think the characters are great, and yeah, there's a slight continuity error in it, based on later books actually. When Corey first meets Judge after the Arkwing mission, when they're on Earth and they're just talking to each other, it mentions that Judge's Kubro trots away after looking at them. That's impossible because currently at this point in time, Judge's Kubro is a puppy, and you can't bring puppies with you on missions. So, and he only had one dog at that point in time, which was the puppy. So continuity error, he can't have the Kubro trotting away because the Kubro is still a puppy. Yeah. Excellent. My sister started reading Twilight. What do I do to help her? Give her better books. That's all. Give her better books. Like this book. I highly recommend this book. Oh, she might not like Warframe. Okay. What kind of books does she like? I don't really like romance books. This book kind of knocked me over the back of the head, surprising me with a romance story. I thought it would be a cool Warframe book, and it turns out it's a romance. So it's like the only romance book that I actually like. I don't like reading romance stories. I like action, I like adventure, I like sci-fi, I like fantasy, but I don't like romance. But this one's so good. This one is so good. I'm a person who hates romance, but I like this book. So you can take my word for it that it's a good book series. What books can I recommend? What does your sister like? What genres does she like besides romance? I could recommend. I know what I could recommend. The Enchanted Forest Chronicles. I love that series. I started reading it on stream at one point. as a redeem, because I have the bedtime story redeem. The Enchanted Forest Chronicles is a good book. I'd recommend that. There's also the Larklight series. That one's also very good. Yeah. You just give her other books. Also, the Bionicle books. Read the Bionicle books. Anyway, all right. I'll wind down. If anyone else wants to say something, speak now or forever hold your peace, because we are going to jump into book 2, which actually has chapters. So we will be taking break at the chapters instead of whenever I feel like it. Doing Corey's voice is gonna murder my throat if I keep doing it all day. I hope I'm... Yeah, she's got a raspy voice. Alright, anyway. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody said anything, so I'm gonna start the stream. Hopefully, not the stream. What am I doing? Start the next story. Book 2, The Fool Rushes In. Series, I'd Rather Fall Among the Stars. Written by Hearts Logos. Book 2, The Fool Rushes In. Chapter 1. Judge is decidedly off-kilter when he goes to find Corey in the Red Veil headquarters. How all 6 of the syndicates were able to set up offices next to each other in every relay without coming to violence is beyond him. It had taken him a little longer than he'd thought to negotiate with a few other Tenno, and he was actually on speaking terms with, mostly because it's incredibly hard to tell when another Tenno is awakened from the dream or not, and because Corey firmly refuses to work with anyone for longer than necessary. And since Judge is almost always with Corey, well, mostly after he woke up from the dream, that means Judge hasn't had much chance to form bonds with the other Tenno either. After that, he was immediately summoned unexpectedly to the Arbiters, where he was subject to an increasingly embarrassing and surreal vetting. We feel that you have strayed from the path, Tenno. This destroyer from the Red Veil corrupts you and your purpose. Overall, Judge feels like he's had his head thrown into a centrifuge, and it doesn't help that he had to go through both Cephalon Samaris and Suda before meeting up with the other Tenno. Both meetings ran a little long, in that both Cephalons were watching over his shoulder as he went through their databases and making comments that he's certain they wouldn't be happy to be told were really, well, not logical? Judge feels like he's going to burst straight out of mag at any second. He's pretty sure that his knee is jiggling back in his orbiter, or something. The doors to the Red Veil headquarters slide open, and the first wave of heat always makes him want to double take. A few heads turn his way. Many of the Red Veil's respected and honored turn to give him odd looks. He isn't exactly unwelcome here. At least, not as unwelcome here as he is with Parent Sequence in New Loka. But it's a close thing. The Red Veil sent a few death squads after him, mostly out of protocol. Corey's dealt with them all with an easy, precise, almost bored lack of attention. It reminds him that during the war she was one of the best soldiers. Good enough, even, to warrant Ballas's attention himself. Judge flips open his general broadcast. Is Persephone here? If she's not here, she'd be with the Steel Meridian, but if possible, Judge would like to avoid going there. He tends to get teased. At least the members of the Red Veil keep silent about their dislike of him, aside from the ever-ominous heavy and filtered breathing through their masks. One of them approaches now, looking Judge's Warframe up and down, slowly appraising him. Are you worthy? Judge can never tell if the members of the Red Veil are biologically male or female, murmurs. Judge doesn't know how to answer that. He feels Corey deeper in the room and looks up for her. It takes him a second to place her. Corey rarely switches between her Warframe unless she has a very specific task, and even rarer still, she doesn't really change the colors of her Warframes very much either. He had known she'd recently obtained the modification blueprints to alter her Frost Frame, but he didn't think he'd, encounter it here. Revered one. The Red Veil members nod and lower their heads to her as they pass. The glittering crystals hanging off of Frost's horns seem to spark like lightning in the flames she walks over. Hades. His name slides over across the network. Are you worthy? The same Red Veil member repeats to him, and Corey looks between the two of them. Judge chooses to ignore this. Are you good to go? Judge asks. Frost's shoulders shrug, walking past him. He jumps when he feels Frost's cold metal hand smack Mag's bottom. Yeah, we're good. She switches to their private channel, her voice doing a remarkable and humming amount. She switches to their private channel, her voice doing a remarkable and humbling amount to soothe his frazzled nerves. What took you so long? I was starting to think I'd actually have to accept promotion here if I couldn't talk my way out of it. Again? Judge asks. Corey doesn't actively work with Red Veil. The respect for her mostly comes from her close work with the Steel Meridian. Mm-hmm. Frost's head nods, one arm slinging over Mag's shoulders as they head back to their retrieval ships. When you said, quick stop at the relay, I didn't realize you'd take so long. I didn't realize they'd take so long either, Judge replies. He really hasn't anticipated just how many people would want to talk to him. Mag leans into Frost, just a little bit. Frost is cold, but Mag was designed not to overheat in battle, so it's fine. Judge hopes that someday Corey is comfortable enough around him to touch him as easily as she touches others with her Warframe. So, what were you in meetings about? Corey asks, ignoring everyone. Judge attempts to wave at a few frames he recognizes, but Frost's long legs force Mag to half trot to keep up. I have something, a research thing for Suda. Judge half lies. He's terrible at lying. He's never had a reason to, and Corey has a very strong, very accurate, very perceptive radar for lies told to her. Are you free tonight? Corey hums, a sound that tickles Judge's ear through their comm line, and also seems to make Frost's metal chassis vibrate. No sound through Frost, though, just cold mist over the frame's faceplate. Depends. Am I going to be diving into the derelict to save you again? Or have we learned that particular lesson? Judge grimaces. I mostly had it. Mm-hmm. He can picture her rolling her eyes. I'm free. I'll come get you. Suda's requesting more data on Titania's Grove. Now that the fires are out and it's recovering, I figured this would be a good time to gather data on regrowth. Frost's body stiffens in the way Judge knows to mean that he has Corey's attention, even though she doesn't want to show it. Earth? She confirms. A night cycle on Earth? Yeah, Judge says. I'll come get you when I'm ready. All right. Frost's arm falls from Mag's shoulder as Corey moves towards her retrieval unit, stepping onto the body-shaped crevice. Judge watches the Warframe get locked into place and slowly rotated into the retrieval unit as it takes off. Judge sags in relief. He's pretty sure that she believes him, or at least is interested enough in visiting Earth during the night, on what he's made to sound like a peaceful walk, that she's dismissed whatever bad tells he was showing. He is in so much trouble. But that's his untouchable. Trouble, trouble, trouble. He has 6 cans of Corey's preferred fizz cola. Darvo's assured him that it's quality stuff, not going to eat through a person's insides or corrode any metals and stuff. Judge has had a few tastes of the fizz cola, and Corey's been attempting to synthesize back on her orbiter, and he can't really see why she likes it so much. Sorry, I'll redo that one. Judge has had a few tastes of the fizz cola Cora's been attempting to synthesize back on her orbiter, and he can't really see why she likes it so much. Corey says that it's because she hasn't found the right formula yet. Judge also has the entire grove and a reasonable section of land surrounding it, protected by the other Tenno for the night. See, Corey? It's a good thing to network and build a persona and stuff. He's also gotten some modest bedding to roll out on the forest floor, and some cool old Earth stuff he found in Suda and Samaras' archives. Judge swallows, fingers reaching down for ugly. Handsome! Judge has no idea why the Kafat responds to ugly and blames Corey entirely on it, who nudges his nose against Judge's fingertips before skulking off, most likely to destroy one of Judge's model ships. He really, really wants this to go well. For him, it'd be nothing short of a miracle if it does. But if it works, if it makes Corey happy... Judge's chest begins to bubble and foam with energy as he rocks back and forth on his feet, hands opening and closing. The thought of Corey smiling under the stars really shouldn't be making him wound up so much. Judge forces himself to try and calm down. There's a significant chance that despite everything he's planned and thought up, she's going to absolutely hate this. Because really, he had thought taking over her ship and forcing her to talk to him was a good idea too, until he actually boarded it and walked in on her standing in front of her transference room, red-faced and looking more hurt and angry than he's ever seen her before. That memory hurts him more than almost everything Judge has to remember. He doesn't know if maybe he was born lacking the ability to think ahead and control himself, or if that's just a side effect of the war changed them, Judge reminds himself, layering Corey's voice over them. We may not have been Orokin once we left the void, but we weren't beasts until the Orokin took us. Judge closes his eyes and pushes down on the feelings, tries to reel them in and put them in place. He tries to line them up and arrange them in sequence into something that flows and is understandable and logical, into something that doesn't spiral out of control and rip at the seams and unravel. He swallows, throat dry, and consciously wills himself not to chew on his lip. Judge's body sways and he reaches out. Hey! Corey's voice, very real, very close, and very soft. Judge yelps, eyes flying open and jumping back. A burst of void energy explodes from his fingertips and Corey raises her arm, her own pale green-gold energy, rising to meet his in a deflective shield. What are you? Judge looks around and is suddenly very grateful that his thoughts don't exactly stick together in ways that make sense, because all of his research and idea screens, through his eyes, create a very clear picture of what he has planned for tonight. But as bad as he is at zooming in on a single outcome, he's even worse at keeping a straight line of thought. Corey gives him an annoyed look. You hailed me and told me to come over 10 minutes ago. You said that your ship was open, so I came in. Midas looked worried. Sorry, her expression softens. I should have used the comms first, I know, but you looked like you might hurt yourself. Judge grimaces and nods, roughly rubbing the back of his neck. After he burst in on her, they'd agreed to only board after either being invited or being let in. And after Corey had found him, not present, they'd also agreed to hold off until the other was acknowledged. Corey steps closer to him, eyes narrowing on his face. She raises her hand and gestures to her own face. You bit your lip again. Judge pokes at his tongue, at his lip, wincing. The skin isn't broken, but it's tender. I don't know how you can tell. I can smell it, Corey replies, and he has no idea if she's being serious or not. Corey's teeth flash in the low light of his orbiter and the lights of his screens. Judge feels his skin beginning to heat up. He can never tell if it's void energy being restless or just him being restless. Either way, he's glad that his orbiter's lights are very dim, and that his own skin usually hides the beginning signs of his blushes. So, Corey says, are you ready to deploy or no? I'll grab coordinates for the drop from your cephalon. Put something on your lip and maybe clean out some of your garbage. Ready, Judge croaks, swallowing nervously as Corey sighs at him, shaking her head. She bends down to give Midas a quick belly rub before she stands back up and heads back to her ship. And it's not garbage, it's research. Corey looks suspicious when they drop, and Judge is in his ash frame. Judge figures that if Corey gets upset, he'd stand a better chance of escape if he's in ash rather than mag or nova. Judge waits for Corey to look around. She always takes a few seconds to just bask in earth. Judge watches her through Ash's optics. Corey looks nothing like one of Ballas's Sarens. They were beautiful, yes, powerful, very. But Ballas's Sarens looked something like what Judge thinks the old Earth humans thought angels were meant to look like. White, effervescent, and radiant things. Still and silent. Corey's Saren is dark and stark. Unforgiving and harsh colors that speak for her. She is still, to him at least, beautiful. Saren's black faceplate turns back to him and nods that she's ready to go. They make their way through the forest with ease. He can feel Corey getting more and more suspicious as they get closer to Titania's grove. The Grenier have had trouble getting close, but normally it isn't this quiet. Thankfully, they don't run into any of the Tenno Judge asked favors from on the way.
As soon as they're in the clearing, Corey skids to a stop. Saren's heels crunch on loose soil as she takes in what's in front of her. Judge. Corey's voice is low, rasping in the way that means she'd be bristling if she were a Kavat, hackles raised if she were a Kubro. What's going on? Judge carefully transports himself through ash, tensing at the combined feel of the fresh night air and Saren's unreadable gaze. I just wanted to... You thought? I wanted you to have a nice night for once, Judge blurts out. You never leave your Warframe. Judge, we've been over this. He can hear Corey's voice start to tick towards anger. You know I don't. You don't feel safe, Judge says. I know, but we're in Titania's Grove. On Earth. Is there a single thing on Earth that you and I can't handle? That we haven't been able to handle since we were unawakened dreamers? I called in some favors. Favors? Corey sounds mildly incredulous. I keep telling you it's a good idea to work persona, Judge replies. People respect me as Hades. They think you're a myth or my adjunct. Corey's voice swings over from real anger to her normal sort of riled up irritation. Take it back or I break yours. It's because you never talk. Oh, it's because you never talk. You're like a ghost, and that isn't the point here. I asked Centeno to keep the area clear for a bit, Judge says, holding up his hands out to her. You're here, in Titania's Grove. There's only one entrance. Saren's head pointedly looks at the open cave ceiling. And the other entrances is pretty obvious. And the other entrance is pretty obvious, Judge says. There's nothing that can hurt you here. There is nothing that will get you here. Not through all the Tenno that hunt tonight. Not through the two entrances we have eyes on. Not through me. Saren stands, an unmoved pillar of poison. Judge. Corey's voice is strained between anger and hurt and understanding. Corey, Judge says, even if you don't leave your Warframe, that's alright too. But can you just relax for once? Enjoy yourself? We have no mission here, no objectives. We can just look at the stars, play with grass. Judge turns around and reaches into his gearbox and holds up 2 cans of fizz cola. He can feel Corey's eyes locking onto them through Saren's optics. Have a drink? Judge suggests. Corey's tongue clicks harshly through the comms. Saren turns and stomps off towards the rising slope at the back of the grove. Fool, she mutters darkly. Judge breathes a slow sigh of relief. She's mad, but not mad enough to leave. That was honestly what he was expecting, worst case scenario. Judge follows after her, Ash silently following his movements behind him. Saren is standing, arms crossed, hip cocked, as she stares up at the opening to the sky. While her eyes are turned away, Judge quickly prepares what he had stored here earlier. Sleeping rolls and blankets he traded for a probably dumb amount of credits for at Maru's. Judge sits down on them, rubbing the fabric between his fingers and feeling something like electricity race up his skin. He wants to curl up in it, in all of it. The grass, the moonlight, the fabric, the metal of the fizz cola canister. Corey. Your neck will get a crick, Judge says, lying down. Saren turns to look at him, fingers tapping angrily, but no spores showing. Not yet. Ash has settled down, back against the farthest rock wall of the grotto, optics firmly locked into the entrance they came in through. Saren looks between Judge and Ash before Corey lets out an explosive sigh. Judge holds his breath, feels it hitch in his belly. Saren goes and sits a few feet apart from Ash, and Corey slowly steps out of her, the gold green of her void energy covering her like a light film and illuminating the shadows before Corey materializes, scowl and all. Saren's hands fold in her lap, and her faceplate slowly turns towards the sky. Corey stands in front of her Warframe, the only light reaching her, the glow of the crest on her chest and the faint yellow-green of her inner eye. Judge slowly rises onto his elbows, reaching down to his side and holding up the fizz cola to her. It should be the temperature she likes by now. Corey's expression twists before she stomps over and snatches it from his hand, moving away to sit at the edge of the small jutting cliff at the zenith of the grove. He hears her pop it open and the fizz of the drink inside. I'm mad at you, Corey says. That's more than fair, Judge sits up fully, slowly dragging his finger in circles around the edges of the second can.
He had considered bringing the entire case, but not even Corey would drink that much in one sitting. If anything, he can send the rest to her later as an apology. Corey's shoulders hunched. I don't like being in the open. Judge loves being in the open, loves touching everything, feeling everything, but that's because the war touched him in an entirely different way than it did Corey. Judge remains quiet, keeps his mouth shut for once in his life. I was on display a lot, Corey says slowly, and before that, do you remember what it was like in the Zaraman, or hovels? Judge remembers. They didn't claim much space to themselves. They lost a lot of it at the first few times the adults broke through. Everyone was always touching, Corey says. You could always feel someone next to you, hear them breathe. You couldn't even piss without someone being there, almost on top of you. It helped when it was cold, and it was cold. I hated it. I wish I really was as untouchable as you'd like to think I am, Corey spits out. And afterwards, you'd think it would have been better. All of us isolated in our cells to be studied, but no, it was worse. We didn't want to be that close in the Zaraman. We didn't want to touch each other. We did our best. The Oracle touched us, probed us, examined us, looked at our teeth and our hands and our ears and our eyes and our everything. Judge remembers that too. Parts of it. All the times his void powers would switch on and off, they had to knock him out for most testing. Drug him. They pet you too. Good girl. Corey sneers the words. Like pets. Like things. Judge does not have that experience. Mostly Judge was left alone. Alone. In the dark. Bite his lip to remind himself it was there. Hit his head against whatever he could get for the sound. The feeling of the muzzle digging into his skin. Remind him that the metal was in certain parts cold because his skin couldn't reach it. Hum through the bit for the buzzing in his teeth. Dark, no helping it, so dark. Blocked his void lights, closed his eyes, no helping him, it's so dark. Judge drags in a breath as he drags himself out of the memory. This is for Corey. I don't like to be touched, Corey says. I don't like it when people look at me. Corey turns to look at him. Bella said my coloring matched my call sign. Told me I had to shine for him. Told me I had to be beautiful for her. For Margulis. I didn't even like Margulis. You're Corey, Judge says when she doesn't say anything more. You don't have to be anything. Corey's head jerks down. I am Corey. She turns back towards the sky again sharply. You can go back to your Warframe, Judge says softly. You can go. I just wanted this for you. I wanted you to have one moment where you could do what you wanted, where you could relax as you. Not through the eyes of something else, not through another body. I'm not like you, Judge, Corey sighs. Transference isn't like it is with you and yours. But transference still isn't the same as actually being there, Judge presses. No matter how much she and her Warframes melt, there will always be a difference. Corey is quiet as she drinks her fizz cola. Pink hair turned a sort of lavender blue in the moonlight. Earth's wind brushes her hair a little. Judge can see the glints of the metal in her ears from here. She is untouchable. Parts of his chest unravel for her, unsteady. You've always had my back, Corey, Judge says carefully. At least for one night. Can you let me have yours? Corey shivers, head ducking down. Fool, you're already looking at it.
Oh, all right, chapter 1 done! And I think there's only 2 chapters in this story, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there's only 2 chapters, so we're halfway done with book 2. Bump, 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 bump. All right, welcome everybody. I'm bored. Hi, I'm bored. We are reading a bedtime story, except we're reading it all day, so it's an all-day story. Hope you're having fun. Do you have a water king? What? What's a water king? You're so confused right now? I'm reading a book. So it's a fan fiction of Warframe. So if you're not aware of Warframe, That's what the franchise, the fanfiction, is about. So a lot of things are going to be mentioned that aren't going to be explained. For instance, the earlier in book 1, it followed the events of the War Within, but it didn't actually tell you what was happening. It was just telling you the characters' reactions to the events. So it's assuming that you already are familiar with the story. That's all. It's okay. What is that? Is that French fries? No, it's pasta. Oh, copy pasta. Got you, got you. Got you, got you. Hold up, let me get the bots. Let me get the bots. Bot, 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 bot. Bot, 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 block. Ban the bot. And ban the bot. Alright, the bots are gone. Bots are gone. Can you guess what I said? You are confused by everything, I assume? I don't know. Yeah, I'm reading you a fan fiction. I'm reading you a bedtime story. It's a romance story, I guess, about two characters. You got Judge and Kore, Hades and Persephone, the age-old story. Except it's in Warframe. So yeah, backstory that these characters are the operators for Hearts Logos and Suspect Mind. So Hearts Logos wrote these stories as a present for Suspect Mind. So there you go. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. So we're halfway through book 2. Oh, I did not change that. This is book 2, not book 1. Womp womp. Let me change that. Book info. I can't believe I was that dumb. Book 2. There we go. Done. There we go. This is book 2. This is book 2. We're halfway through book 2. Bum, 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 bum. The band hammer, it's an emote that's available for everybody, I think. Hammer? Wait, what's it called? It's called Bop. So if you open up the emote thing and you type in Bop, Bop comes up. You can bop people with it. Bop, bop. Yeah. It's like just under the emotes. Alright, alrighty. Whoa! Break time! Corey's voice is killing my throat. Hope you guys are liking the story so far. Alright. Okay. Stuff. I'm bored has followed. Thank you for following. I'm bored. Thank you. I do have the sound alerts turned off right now because, you know, the story. I don't want it interfering with the story. And, yeah. Well, they'll be turned back on after this stream. We're going an endurance stream. We're going to go as far as we can, as long as we can. There you go. You got the bops. Hey, you got more hammers. Ooh. Them's good hammers. Bop, 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 bop. Smashing and raiding. Lacronton. Ayy. Let's see. What else do I have to say? Does this sound okay? I assume this sounds okay. You can hear the background chirping and whatnot. Yeah, I don't know how loud that is. Hold on, squeeze up just a bit. You're confused because you don't play Warframe, but the story is somewhat followable. Yeah, the first book especially assumed that you knew everything about it. So, again, spoiler alert for the second dream. This is unavoidable at this part. So, Judge and Kore. I mean, I think it's fairly obvious. They basically were child soldiers. They were child soldiers in the Orokin army, and they control warframes via transference. So basically it's like throwing their brains into another body. So they control the warframes with their transference link. And they've been scarred by it. They have been, so originally they were fighting as child soldiers for the Orokin, and then they killed the Orokin and they went into cryostasis for a long, long time. And when they woke out of cryostasis, they had lost all of their memories, or 99.9% of their memories, and they had forgotten that they were anything but a warframe. They thought that they were warframes. They didn't realize that it was some other person mind controlling a warframe. So that's where the whole thing with Kore, like, not remembering her own name comes from. It's because well, first off, the incident that gave them superpowers messed with their brains, and then their long cryo sleep also messed with their brains. So that's why Kore remembering Judge is such a big deal for her, because she can't even remember her own name, but she can remember Judge. So that's their story.
is... Yeah, they were child soldiers. And so yeah, they control Warframes telepathically. Oh, not telepathically, but, you know, mentally. They have orbiters that they fly around in, and they do missions. They kill a bunch of Grineer and Corpus. And there are a lot of game mechanics that are going to be making their way into the chapters. This one, not so much. This one's mostly them just chilling. But, like, Book 5 and whatnot, there's a lot of game mechanic-y stuff. But it's all explained... Oh, yeah, it assumes you know what Warframes are, pretty much, is what's going on. So, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Feel free to ask me, and in between chapters, I will answer as many as I can. So if there's something you don't understand, like, wait, why did she say that? Let me know, and I'll try and explain it the best I can. Alright, moving on to chapter 2. Book 2, The Fool Rushes In. Chapter 2. Corey takes small sips from her can of fizz cola. Judge watches her. He watches as her shoulders slowly relax and slowly slope downwards as she leans back to look at the sky. He traces his fingernail in a circle around the remaining can next to him. Hey, Judge says softly. Corey's head tilts towards him. Got something else for you, Judge says, and beckons his Helios over from where the sentinel has been lying next to Ash. Helios slowly lights up and glides over to him. Judge nods at it, and a few of its lights blink in what Judge thinks might be an affirmative before it zooms off towards Corey, various segments spinning and flickering. Corey's head turns to watch the sentinel. Judge can see her frowning, and then the music starts. Corey jumps, falling back onto her elbows and scrambling back, knocking over her can of fizz cola. It's, luckily, empty. What? Corey gapes as the sentinel bobs in the air, music playing from some speakers that Judge had finally figured out about 3 days ago. Samaras and Suda had conflicting ideas, Judge says when Corey looks toward him, about what you'd like. I was going through Suda's archives first. He can see Corey's eyebrows slowly raising. Is that why you took so long? And then I went to see if Samaras had anything else. I didn't realize how much he liked you. Corey's teeth flash as she laughs. Judge grins back before clearing his throat and lowering his voice. Hunter, I am beginning to doubt your perception. Clearly you are misinformed. Hunter Persephone would never be impressed by such a weak display of pitifully arranged and unorganized data sound files. Corey's laughter grows louder. She leans back on her hands, head tilting as the sound bubbles out of her, bursting like fireworks in the sky. Judge thinks that even her Saren's tendrils are moving like they're laughing. And of course, you know what happened when I told him that I got that data from Cephalon Suda, Judge continues, leaning forward, elbows resting on his knees. Hunter, you would trust the data of such a damaged Cephalon? Cephalon Suda cannot be trusted with such an important matter. Disregard what she has told you. Corey stops laughing long enough to say, good thing Suda wasn't in contact. Oh no, Judge agrees. That was before I was getting music files and when I was just searching their archives for ideas on what to do with you in the first place. I kept going back and forth, and every time I'd have one of them over my shoulder. It's not so bad with Cephalon Suda. She's kind of average size. But with Samaras? Corey's elbows give out and she's flat on her back, knees curling up to her chest as she laughs. No, Corey moans, turning onto her side. No! It's just this giant orange projection zoomed in over my shoulder, and all the other Tenno and people on the relay are looking at me like, what's this guy looking for? Judge continues, and it's the two of them bickering in this weird back and forth. Like every single time I go in to look for something or cross-reference files, the other says the other is so incredibly wrong. And I was this close, Corey, this close to saying that they're starting to sound like each other and maybe they're a data match. Corey screams into the fold of her arm. They'd kill you. Nah, Suda likes me too much for that, Judge says. And I figure Samaras would at least want me in his archive, so it's not like I'd be really dead, just digital. I think I got a good selection, though. Judge watches as Corey's laughter slowly dies down, and she sits up, brushing grass off her hair and the sides of her suit. She looks relaxed, really relaxed, now, and Judge can see something in him ease. The void energy inside him still circles and crashes and collides in a storm that makes everything feel bubbly and wobbly, but at least the rest of his nerves aren't falling apart anymore. At least, no more than usual. He holds up the other can of fizz cola to her. Corey tilts her head, pushing to her feet, dusting off the rest of her suit as she stands. You didn't drink it? She asks, walking over to him and taking the can. I don't like the taste, Judge says. Corey rolls her eyes, opening the can with a quiet pop. It's not about the taste. I hate the taste. It's like battery acid or whatever kind of toxic sludge Helmet thinks it can slip me when I'm not paying attention. You're always paying attention, Judge replies dutifully. Wait, you don't like it? For as long as I've known you outside the dream, you've been trying to make it. I like it, Corey says. I just don't like the taste of it. It's not about the taste. It's about the feel. The fizz part of the fizz cola. Judge feels his face twist in confusion. Corey rolls her eyes. Get up, she says, putting the can of fizz cola down. Judge blinks and Corey lightly kicks his knee. Up. Judge slowly stands up and watches Corey picks up the blankets and padding he got and hauls them to a respectful distance from the altar and puts them down. She starts to flatten them out and rearrange them. Lie down, she says. Judge blinks and starts to sit down again. Judge, Corey sounds exasperated as she looks at him. I meant over here. Oh. Judge shoots a nervous glance at their warframes. Saren is still looking at the sky, and Ash seems to be ignoring him entirely. Judge can't tell if he's projecting or if that's true, though. Judge slowly crosses the few feet to Corey. When she just looks at him expectantly, he slowly gets down onto his knees, crawling on top of the bedding before cautiously turning to lie on his back. His nerves are back again at full force, and the energy inside him is starting to wobble precariously towards unraveling. Corey watches him. The yellow-green of her inner eye is distinctly visible despite the low lighting, and nods once. She then starts to unzip the top of her suit. Judge doesn't actually make any sounds, but he does choke on something. Air, saliva, void energy trying to escape through his mouth. Corey takes off the top of her transference suit, carefully folding it and settling it down at the bottom corner of the nest she had made. He stares at her, stares at the plain undershirt she's wearing, and her arms and her neck and her collarbones, and... On your side, Corey orders, voice crisp and demanding no protests. Judge blinks and mechanically rolls onto his side, pulse pounding. He feels Corey get onto the mats behind him. He jerks when he feels her knees line up behind his, her front pressing against his back and her arm going over his side. Corey's nose and mouth nudge against the back of his neck. Her arm squeezes his tentatively. I don't like to be touched, Corey says slowly. He can feel her talking through the back of his suit as she curls close to him. Judge thinks that his heart is actually about to slam its way through his chest. But I know you like it. She pauses, and the unspoken "and I like you" hangs in the air between them like a breath. And I don't mind touching as much as I mind being touched, Corey says. So, is this okay? Judge nods, not trusting his voice not to be a pathetic squeak right now. Corey doesn't like a lot of things, but when confronted with either the possibility of those things happening in a vague, unspecified time and place of her choosing, or Corey going to seek those things out and get them out of her way on her own terms, well, Samaras is completely on point in more than one way when he refers to Corey as Hunter. Corey's hand slowly slides up his chest, and he can feel her fingers opening, splaying, and feeling out. Judge brings his hand to his chest and carefully touches his fingertips to the back of her hand. Corey blindly tangles their fingers together, drawing Judge's hand towards his chest. She can probably feel how hard his heart is pounding right now. I like this song, Corey says. Most of the songs he found were fragmented, broken apart, but he'd found a few decent files left. Nothing working, of course. Yeah? Corey nods against his back. I like the breeze, too. Feels good. You're right, I can't feel this in a frame. You're not cold? Judge asks. Corey shakes her head. No, I'm good. Void makes me run hot. He didn't know that. The void tends to make Judge feel just pressure in general. Not exactly hot or cold, just pressure. Judge feels his smile slowly return and he lets out a long sigh. You good? Corey asks, knee nudging the back of his leg. Yeah, Judge says. I was just worried. I really do just want you to be happy, Corey. At least, I wanted you to be able to enjoy one night out in the open without being afraid. I'm not very good at this, planning and focusing on things, but I'm learning.
Quick learner, Corey mumbles, voice low. Judge slowly runs his thumb over hers, and she squeezes his fingers. Judge closes his eyes and just listens. The music Helios is playing. The sound of the water and Earth's breeze. The sound of the light around them. Corey's low breathing. He squeezes her hand tight. It's not so bad when he can't see. It's just when he can't move. Can't hear things. That's when it gets hard. Judge focuses on trying to get his void energy back under control. It's related to his emotions, he knows, and he also knows he's really stupidly happy and excited right now, but he'd rather not ruin it by accidentally exploding. Corey's trusted him with this, trusted him to keep her safe and not hurt her. He's not going to ruin this. Destroy it. Judge swallows, squeezing Corey's hand a little tighter. He bites his lip, fighting to hold still, to not move and squirm and turn over and hold her and press his face into her hair or anything like that. On Corey's terms, he reminds himself. There are still sounds. He can move. There is nothing physically stopping him from moving. He's surrounded in open space. There is nothing holding him aside from Corey, and Corey is Corey. It's dark because he closed his eyes. He can open them whenever he wants to. This is fine. This is fine. He is in control. There's no more music. Judge freezes. Judge? Corey's voice is soft, worried, and Judge feels his heart kick in his chest, offbeat. He should probably breathe, but where are the other sounds? The energy inside him starts to slip past his control, uneven, wobbling, teetering, off balance, and quickly unraveling, and he can't hear anything over that pound inside him, and... Judge! Corey quickly rolls him onto his back, and Ash is there, pulling him out from under her, and Saren yanks Corey back, holding Corey to her chest, brilliant green poison spores beginning to mist out from her hand as she cradles Corey to her chest, the white tendrils on her shoulder and chest writhing with alarm. Ash's arms are tight around him, and that isn't what Judge needs. Judge needs to move. He needs to let Corey know it's all right. He's fine. But Ash doesn't know that. Ash doesn't understand. Ash is just trying to protect him from something that Ash can't understand. All that Ash knows is that Judge is hurt, is panicked, and is reacting to something, and Judge can't get his head together to properly convey to Ash in a way that the frame can process. Judge does not, and probably will never have, the level of communication Corey seems to have with her frames. Ow. Judge feels his lip break with how hard he's biting it, and this is not how he wanted this to go at all, and... Judge! Corey yells out again, pushing herself out of her Saren's arms and ignoring Ash as Judge's frame drags Judge back and tries to turn away from her. Judge, it's okay. Judge, what's wrong? Judge, talk to me. Corey's fingers are with his again, prying his hands open. Her hands are so warm. You can't feel the things in a dream, Judge reminds himself. Corey is real. Judge is not asleep. Judge is not dreaming. Judge is feeling Corey's skin with his own. He squeezes his eyes shut. Corey's hands on his heart pounds, blocking out all the other sounds. Almost as loud as the void inside of him, both sounds slowly overtaking Corey's voice as she tries to talk him down. Ash's arms are still too tight for him to move, but he can feel Corey's hands, warm, moving, real. Enough proof that this isn't part of a dream. He slowly starts to drag himself back together, under as much control as he ever will have. Judge doesn't know how long it takes. He gets back eventually. He always does. The process of getting his brain back together, to focus, always leaves him a bit dazed. Sorry, Judge rasps out as he slowly tries to catch his breath, grimacing at the taste of blood in his mouth. Corey's hands squeeze his and her eyes are wide. Judge? Got nervous, Judge says, and Corey just stares at him. It happens. I got better? Judge carefully starts to pry himself out of Ash's arms. Corey turns around and goes to sort out her own Warframe, carefully talking Saren into sitting back down. Saren's spores dissipate harmlessly after a few seconds of Corey gently talking to her, but Saren's faceplate is firmly directed at Judge. Corey hurriedly grabs one of the blankets and comes back, throwing it around Judge's shoulders as she pulls him back towards the bedding. Can you talk about it? Corey asks once he's seated with the blanket held around him. The void's energy has shrunk down low now. Judge feels drained, empty. He didn't discharge, he knows. There's no damage, and he would have felt it, but he's swung towards the quiet side of things, and he's off balance. Sensitive, in a way.
I get overwhelmed sometimes is all, Judge says. Sometimes I just...
Corey sits a bit away from him, but she's leaning forward, listening.
I was underground for most of the war, Judge blurts out. I couldn't be trusted to deploy a lot. I couldn't control my void energy at all. And it was always just going. So they chained me to the inside of an asteroid when I wasn't in transference. It was dark and quiet and really disorienting.
Judge stares down at the dull bedding, squeezing his hands into the fabric around his shoulders. He rubs the material between his fingers. Friction, heat, anything.
Transference is always like I'm removed, like I'm in a haze, like I'm moving but not really. Like it isn't really me making decisions. Everything gets scrambled and I have trouble thinking. But one minute it'd be dark and completely quiet and I can't move at all, and the only thing there is the void. And then next, a mag? Or Trinity? Or something. And I have a mission, but I don't remember where I got it from. And I'm fighting, but I'm not exactly sure how. I just wanted to go. And now I know why. It's because transference is kind of like a dream. It's the dream. So I'm not actually there, but at the same time, I am, and...
Judge sucks in a breath and slowly releases it.
And sometimes it's hard to remember which is which, because I can get stuck in my head and I forget. It's weird. It passes. Does it have triggers?
Corey asks softly. Judge shrugs.
Sometimes it's because it's too dark, or maybe it's too quiet, or I can't move. Things like that. It's all over the place, like I am.
Judge's attempt at a joke falls completely flat. He looks up and sees Corey looking at Helios. So when Helios ran out of music files... Judge looks at the sentinel that's worriedly hovering over them, optic camera twitching as it glances from him to Ash and Saren and Corey.
It shouldn't have run out of files, Judge says. I had like 100 of them.
You had 100 sound files for one night? Corey asks. How long did you think we'd be here?
I wanted to be prepared. Half of them were under 2 minutes anyway.
So that's 100 minutes plus? Wait, no focus.
So when it got quiet, you just got nervous and...
Corey pauses, slowly moving back. You couldn't move because I was holding you and it's night? Judge lurches forward, careful not to touch her.
No, it's not. It wasn't you. Touching you, feeling you there with me helped. A lot. Because you breathe and you're warm and obviously not a dream. I'm just a mess. You know that.
Corey's eyes search him for a long moment before she gets up. Judge scrambles after her, but Corey barks out, "Stay there." Judge freezes and watches with a sinking stomach as Corey steps into her warframe. He waits for Saren to leave, but Saren stays seated. A few moments later, Corey materializes again. "Close your eyes and open your mouth," Corey says. Judge blinks up at her.
What?
"Do you trust me?"
Of course.
"Close your eyes," Corey repeats, softer, kneeling in front of him. "And open your mouth. And open your mouth." Her eyes are earnest, and Judge trusts her. He's trusted her before he even knew her, and closes his eyes and opens his mouth. Corey places something small between his teeth. Close and chew. Judge closes his mouth and tentatively bites down on... Judge yelps, eyes flying open. It's cold. Corey rattles a container in her hand. "Chewing gum," Corey says. "I thought maybe if you had this you wouldn't chew on your lips so much. But you know, you can't taste things in dreams." Judge stares at her. "And even in transference you can't taste anything," Corey continues, holding out the container to him. Corey's mouth twists ruefully. "Warframes have no mouths." Judge slowly takes the container from Corey.
Every chew releases a fresh burst of cold across his tongue. He shakes out a few more pieces into his hand. Each square is a different color. How? Judge asks. Saw it at Maru's when I was exchanging for Endo, Corey answers, slowly moving to sit next to him again. I'd read about it in a few files I'd borrow at Samaris's place before when I was bored. Judge idly wonders if this was before or after she made Samaris shed a digital tear with how proficient she is at hunting targets for synthesis. She leans her head on his shoulder, and Judge lightly turns to rest his cheek on her hair. I'm a mess, Judge says, but you knew that already. I'm sorry. We're Tenno, Corey shrugs. We're all messes. Judge runs his tongue over the gum in his mouth, confused at the taste and the feel, but is this what you meant by the feel? Corey hums. Just don't swallow it. I told you, you aren't meant to. I think you'd spit it out or throw it away or something. Wait, do spit it out. Don't choke on it, Judge. You can't choke on this thing. Corey, I've choked on my own spit before. You can't tell me not to choke on something. You aren't making me feel any better. At least I'm being honest about it. I mean, have I ever? Corey groans and rubs her cheek against his shoulder. Corey? Judge slowly puts his hand open on his knee. It really wasn't you that made me lose it like that. I'm sorry. And I didn't mean to hurt you. Corey slowly puts her hand onto his, closing their fingers together. I know. I'd like it when we touch, Judge says. I don't want you to feel that we can't. I don't want it to be that way. That you think that it's like those other times with... I don't think of touching you like when the Oracle touched me. I like touching you, Judge, and being touched by you. Sorry, I'm redoing that whole line. That sounded really bad. I don't like thinking of... Hold on. I need a drink. I don't think of touching you like when the Oracle touched me. I like touching you, Judge, and being touched by you. Really? Judge turns his head a bit more, and Corey nods. I like it. Sometimes. I'm just... Corey shrugs. Bad at it. Well, I'm bad at a lot of things, so I guess we're even? Judge can hear Corey rolling her eyes, but she doesn't let go of his hand. Judge, Corey says after a few moments of silence, the taste of gum in his mouth is sharp and it chills his breath. He feels amazingly awake. Yes? I did have a good time tonight. Mostly, Corey says slowly. I appreciate it. What you did for me. For thinking about me. I'm glad. I didn't actually mean for it to go out of control like that. So you've said. I know. It happens, Corey says. I mean it, Judge. It's hard for me, but this was nice. A little warning would be good next time, maybe. A heads up. Judge nods. I can do that. They both know it's a work in progress. Foresight. His brain tends to jump ahead, and the rest of him tries to follow, and not a single part of him thinks about possible problems with his solutions and ideas until he hits against them full speed. As Corey would say, the fool rushes in. Usually, she says that under her breath, as Judge does indeed rush in and she has to go after him. Judge closes his eyes and feels himself slowly relax against her. She always rushes in right after him, though, so Judge figures that he's good. They're good. Hey! Bum, 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 bum. Book 2, done! Da, 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 da. So, let me react to chat. Let's see what's going on in chat. Bum, 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 bum. I hate it when I get chained inside asteroids. Don't you hate it? Don't you hate it? Ah, it's just the worst when that happens. Being chained in an asteroid reminds me of Dr. Nefarious. Have you ever been trapped on an asteroid? It's surprisingly boring. Nothing for a villain to do but dwell on his failure. Anyway. Oculus Nuva, woot woot woot.
Post raccoons? No! Why would you do that? What, you feel the need to post raccoons? No! Why? Why? Came late. Need help putting some water bottles and soda cans. Oh, okay. Yeah. Get the recycling money. The money. Enjoying the book so far? Yeah, of course. I've read this book before. I've read it before. The question is, are you guys enjoying it? Don. I'm curious. I want to know your thoughts so far. Mind if I shoot you a DM via Discord later-ish? Absolutely. Yeah. You don't need to ask my permission to DM me. Go ahead and do it. Yeah. What's the worst that can happen? I don't respond? Like, it's fine. Why are VTubers so much fun to troll? Because they get really animated. Ba-dum. Amazing. High five. That's awesome. Good afternoon. Oh, you're from the... Oh, got you. You've been here the whole time? Dang. Well, glad you're liking the story. Or maybe you were just lurking. I don't know. Either way, thanks for sticking around. Appreciate it. Dos Kias Savante. I probably said that wrong. But, oh well. You're almost done leveling my Loki Prime. Hey, once that's done, you'll work on Ninja Prime next. Ooh. You block? I'm not gonna block you, Fig. Come on. We're buddies, right? Woke up an hour ago, dropped in 45 minutes ago. Oh, hey. Glad you're enjoying the book. All right. Let me change the book information because we are going on to book 5. Book 5, you say? Nebulux. We're only on book 2. So these books were written chronologically out of order. So book 5 is actually not a book. So the first 2 books have had a storyline running through them. So book 1 was about Corey and Judge meeting and knowing each other pretty much. And then book 2 is this little mini arc about them in the Silver Grove. Book 3 also has an arc and book 4 has an arc. But book 5, this is the majority of what we're going to be reading today. Oh, it's already. How long have I been? I've been live streaming 3.5 hours. Dang. This book is a collection of shorts. It's a bunch of mini episodes starring Judge and Corey and other people who will be introduced much, much later. So it was written at the same time. In fact, it was written in between book 3. So it's called book 5 because it's just this huge compilation, I guess. So we're going to head to that one next because chronologically, the first 20 chapters of book 5 take place before book 3. So I'm so pumped for book 3. You guys. And don't worry, these are short chapters. They're not going to be as long as these ones. They're 2 minutes to read each chapter. So we're going to get to book 3 real fast, and I'm pumped for that. I prepped so much for book 3. Oh man. I'm really excited for that. Here's hoping I can do it correctly. Are we still on for Genshin Impact later on tonight? What? Who? Me? I'm not playing Genshin tonight. What? Wait, when did you... Genshin? Yeah. No. I played Genshin Thursday. I had a Genshin stream on YouTube on Thursday. If it were that simple to avoid people in the real world. I understand that mood. Why make eye contact? You know? That's why the internet's so great. You can have these great friendships and you don't have to make eye contact with anybody unless you want to. You can lurk in a stream and nobody's gonna care if you don't chat. You're interacting without making eye contact. Boom. Headshot. Don't forget to hydrate. Yeah, I do. Corey's voice is hard on me, so I hydrate whenever I can. Don't worry. He's asleep due to heat waves. Aw. My condolences. Hopefully it's a little cooler today. Alright, here. Let me edit this. So we are skipping book 3 and 4. We're going straight to book 5. We're going to read book 5 for 20 chapters. And then we're going to read book 3, which I am pumped for. Okay. Don't make eye contact with people when you talk. Another fun fact, I don't have eyes. Amazing. Go fig. You got eye sockets though, but I guess you can't really make contact with eye sockets because you don't know which direction the eye socket's looking. All right. Where is book info? Here we go. We are changing this. This is book 5. And book 5 is called So the series is called I'd Rather Fall Among the Stars. You can do exclamation point book to get a link to it. Book 5 is called Seas Who Could Sing So Deep and Strong. Let's get that pasted in there. The fool rushes in is... There we go. Done. Oh, that... it'll be fine. I move my head around a lot. It won't block it too badly. Yeah, let's just make it... No, let's not. Let's not. Okay. Oh, I had an emo-only chat redeem. Okay, I can redeem that now. By the one who is small. Oh, sorry, the one who is small. Sorry. I missed it. Oh, alright, well, I'll mark it as complete, and I will activate the emote only. Emote only for 3 minutes. There we go. Boom. Emotes. And hey, when you spam emotes, they'll fly across my screen, so there's that. Alright, so at 32, I'll have to deactivate it. I'll just keep talking until emote-only chat is done, because... because I don't want to have to interrupt the book in order to deactivate it. Alright. Oh, glad there's no hard feelings. Awesome. So, okay. So, yeah, I am curious to see what you guys think of the books so far. Like, it's book 5. Again, this is a compilation of shorts. There's not really a thread of story running through them. So just keep each... They're delightful. They're so delightful. And again, each and every character has such personality. Like, it's more than just Judge and Corey. There's like a bunch of other characters that you get introduced to that all have really good personalities. Like, even Handsome has the most distinct personality I have ever seen of any animal. Like, any non-sentient animal. Handsome and ugly. You can't even see my face with all the raccoons. No raccoons. Why? Oculus betraying me like this. Anyway. This is great. Yeah, I just really like this series. Okay, guys, I just love it. Alright. What else could another disclaimer. I could just keep going on with the disclaimers. If there's swearing, I'm gonna bleep it out with some other words. If there is this is spoilers for, Second Dream, War Within. Yeah, exclamation mark book will get you to the link to an archive of our own website. You will need an account to read it, but hey! I love that. What's it called? The Diana emote with the how. So great. Yeah. Alright. Well, I'll start with the book, and we will move on. Oh, Zen! Usuki! Oh, she has a cute emote. Look at that! She looks darling. Hey! Usuki emote. Hey! Okay. Emote. Let's turn this off before I start reading. You are, of course, welcome to do emotes if you really want to, and feel free to spam them. You spam all you want. Spam. Okay, cool. Let's move on to book 5, Seas Who Could Sing So Deep and Strong. Again, we're going to read this for 20 chapters, and then we're going to skip back to book 3. She read the same exact sounds when she first saw it. Great minds think alike. You know what they say. Alright, moving on. Okay, here we go. Okay. I'd Rather Fall Among the Stars, Book 5, Seas Who Could Sing So Deep and Strong. Written by Hearts Logos for Suspect Mind. Summary. For love beginning means return. Seas who could sing so deep and strong. One querying wave will whitely yearn from each last shore and home young. Love is the every only God by E. Cummings. Miscellaneous stories featuring Corey and Judge and all of their new friends/allies. Chapter 1. It's taken Corey 2 probably unreasonable and entirely frivolous hours to get the right setup,
But dang it, Corey wants somewhere to sleep that isn't the floor. She grimaces because she knows there was a time when she was happy to even have standing room, even ecstatic to just have solid walls. Here she is with an entire ship at her disposal, and she wants a bed on top of that. As if she ever needed a bed to sleep. But she's taken all of her cyandanas and all the spare cloth, foam, fibers, and other vaguely soft and probably comfortable material she has available on this ship and organized it in a vaguely bed-looking shape. There is technically a bed that looks like it would fit her just fine in the helminth chamber, but she doesn't trust the thing that runs her biocontrol systems with her actual physical body while she's sleeping. And she figures it's probably multiple levels of useless if she enters the dream, walks into the helminth room, lies down, and goes to sleep inside a Warframe. So here she is, a ship set to an easy orbit around Earth, probably looking a little crazed as she stands over a strange mass of vague shapes ready to lie down. And she does lie down on it. Corey takes off the top of her suit, unfastening her boots and lining them up next to what she's decided is now the foot of her bed, and slowly peels off the lower half of her suit. The air makes her skin slowly ripple with goose flesh. She wonders where that term came from, for the little bumps of skin that show up when you're cold. What's a goose? She focuses on letting out just the smallest touch of her void energy, feeling the heat slowly pool through her veins and bring her back to comfortable. No point in expending extra energy on heating the ship when she could just heat herself. Her cravat reaches out a curious paw and taps at the bedding, turning to give Corey a curious look. Corey clicks her tongue. Not for you. The cravat's ears pin back as the creature lowers itself onto its belly, giving Corey a sad gaze as it skulks away. Corey rolls her eyes and crawls onto the bedding, lying down. She should have asked Judge if she could have the stuff he bought on Earth. She'll ask him next time. Knowing Judge, Ugly's probably stolen them and hidden them in some part of the ship, only to be discovered once the hidden items start interfering with ship processes. The last time Ugly's hoard was found, it was because the Kavat had stolen some circuit wires and shoved them into what turned out to be an air filtration pass point, which does explain why Judge's ship smelled like acrid metal for so long. I told you I didn't mess up one of my experiments, Judge had said wryly as Corey extracted the metal. Her arm is thinner than his, and even then it was a dubious fit because of the bend of the tubes that carry the air to wrap around the heating system. Corey takes a few moments to test it out. Find out if there are any hard spots or uneven points that could maybe annoy her later when she's too lazy to get up. When she finds everything seemingly alright, she stretches her arm out and crooks her fingers at her sulking Kavat, who's decided to wedge herself directly behind her mod station. Her sentinels come to investigate without being beckoned. Jin and Carrier both attempt to immediately shove themselves behind her knees, and Shade starts to lower itself next to her head. Its dangling protrusions lying across her face. Worm takes its place on the other side of her head. The soft flesh of its body rippling as it tries to squeeze in as close to her neck as possible. Both Deathcube and Helios seem content to watch, while Duriga slowly lowers itself enough that the very bottom-most portion of its balloon-like parts brushes the top of the bedding. Its optic sensor immediately dims. Taxon drops itself onto her stomach, and Corey grunts, laughing when her Kavat comes over and bats the Taxon off of her. Her Kavat stretches and drapes herself over Corey's stomach, shoving her head into Corey's armpit. Her Kubro, for the most part, are watching her with curiosity, but are too large to crowd in with her. Corey hums, resting her arm over the back of her Kavat and closes her eyes. She drifts off easily enough, surrounded in the vague feelings of her warframes below in her storage, the sounds of her Kubro's breathing, the occasional twitch of her Kavat's large ears, and the other miscellaneous sounds of the orbiter. Corey isn't sure if she's actually asleep or if she was just in that pre-sleep haze when Ortis speaks. Operator, a message from Judge. It seems urgent.
Corey hums a vague acceptance when she hears Judge's line come on. Corey hums a vague acceptance, and when she hears Judge's line come on, she mumbles, "What?"
So, Judge says, are you in a night cycle or day cycle.
Night, Corey says. Probably.
So, you're done for the day.
Yes, Corey says, yawning.
Oh.
Judge falls silent, but the line doesn't cut. Corey can hear the muffled sounds of something on the other side.
So,
Corey feels the slightest hitch of dread begin at the tip of her toes. Judge.
so I might have, how do you always say it? I might have rushed into something I shouldn't have.
The feeling of irritation is rapidly following at the heels of the dread, which has prickled its way up to her knees and started in her hands. Hades.
I just thought that maybe this was something I could do without bothering you, since it's a night cycle and you're probably tired. I mean, you did a lot of back-to-back drops to series for Alloy, and I'm pretty sure you know the entire planet by heart at this point. And I just thought it would be a little selfish of me to ask you to do this with me since you're so tired and all. But also, I realized that maybe it'd be a lot selfish of me to, have you take care of my stuff if I die. So,
Fool.
I'm in the middle of finding Lephantis and I'm out of ammo.
Corey sits up immediately, sending every single last one of her sentinels, Kubro, and single Kavat scattering. You're what? Even Corey had to give in and team up with some other Tenno for that fight. Are you crazy? You're in the derelict fighting Lephantis by yourself? Judge, tell me you had the common sense to be in a Rhino frame or a Trinity or even your Nova? She can feel Judge cringing. You're in Nova all the time and you choose not to go as Nova. This time, why? Corey yells into the comm, scrambling to pull her suit on. Ortis, get me to the derelict. I need to be there in 5. Judge, you better survive 5 minutes before I drop. She feels the ship lurch into motion as Ortis begins to reorient them and prep to leave Earth's gravity.
I'm in Banshee,
Judge says.
I thought maybe being quiet would help this time.
A reasonable line of thought, if it were any other target. Ortis, pull Titania, Corey snaps. Judge, send me a link. I'll tap in as soon as I'm in transference.
Yes, Corey.
Judge says, voice shrinking.
Hurry, maybe? I'm running out of secondary.
What's your melee? Judge is tellingly quiet. Corey closes her eyes and wonders if there are any appropriate gods she's read about to pray to. Techo, Judge finally says, and Corey screams into her hands.
I didn't think it'd come to that.
Why do you do this? Corey says, pushing onto her feet, tugging the top of her suit on as she goes. Titania is already loaded into the arsenal bay. There's no time for Corey to adjust Titania's mods. She should be fine, though.
I thought I could handle it.
If I can't handle the fight by myself, why would you? Corey groans. Tell me you didn't bring Ugly.
His name is Handsome.
Then why does he respond to Ugly?
Because you conditioned him weird,
Judge protests.
And no, I brought my Helios.
At last, the boy has some sense. Ortis, can you push it to 3?
I will attempt it, operator.
Judge, can you hold out until then?
Well, I've lasted long enough to kill one head.
I'm taking that as a yes. I'm muting my comm, but keep me posted. Persephone out. Yay! The end of chapter 1. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum. Yay! Lephantis. Good old Lephantis. These chapters are so much shorter, so it's super convenient if I have a comment. I could just make it immediately. I don't think I have a comment on this, though. Yeah. Okay, I will just continue on with the next chapter then. Oh, behind the mod bench. Oh, dang, that reminds me. I found a picture on Reddit once where somebody's cat glitched behind their mod bench, and instantly I saved it. I'm like, this is the come up behind the mod bench. I don't know. That wasn't from this one. That was from earlier in the story when she was talking about her Kavat wedging it in the mod bench. Never mind. Anyway, I'll just continue on. Next chapter, chapter 2. Seas who could sing so deep and strong. Chapter 2. Again, these are mini contained blips. So they're each chapter is its own thing. Judge comes out of it slowly. The rest of his orbiter comes into focus, starts to bleed into the edges of his vision.
Sounds and the ache in his neck and back, the soreness in his eyes, and the throb of his knees. He can hear the soft whirring of the orbiter's system, the electric hum of the low lights and screens, the sound of Ugly and Midas, Corey too. He shakes his head a little bit, slowly straightening up and sitting on his heels. He grimaces a bit at the mess he's made. He dragged all of his screens around him, all of them littered with images and half-finished notes done in the shorthand. He's pretty sure... He's dragged all of his screens around him, all of them littered with images and half-finished notes done in the shorthand he's pretty sure only makes sense half of the time. Corey always says he rushes in, but sometimes maybe he hangs back a bit too much. Though that hanging back tends to always fly out the window because she's right. When Judge sees something happening, he goes. Judge stretches his arms, feels the pull of his muscles and tendons. His elbows each crack, and so does his neck with a satisfying series of probably not good sounds. He turns over his shoulder and croaks out, "Wow, how long was he working?" "Hey." Corey doesn't even look up at him. She looks comfortable on the bedding she's arranged on the floor a few feet behind him, Midas splayed on her stomach. The Cupro pup looks incredibly excited to be where he is, little paws held up as if he's flying, tongue hanging open, stumpy tail wagging. Judge imagines that he'd be that excited to be in Corey's lap too. Corey is flicking through his codex. She has more entries overall into it. But Judge is more thorough and tends to actually finish his research. He knows she's heard him, that she's paying attention to him because, well, she's Corey. Corey doesn't ever not pay attention to anything. It's like that old Earth saying, Corey's resting heart rate is a panic attack. "I'm hungry," Judge says to her. "Could you eat?" Corey's finger pauses in the middle of her swiping past a long finished entry on wild cavots. She turns her head towards him, the brilliant yellow-green of her inner eye seemingly focusing in on him, like Ugly's eyes do whenever Judge presents the cavat with some new thing to scratch up. She hums, turning back to the screen and shrugging. "Not that hungry." Judge presses his hand to his stomach. "Split with me." Corey hums some more, Midas's paws waving up and down as he squirms over her stomach. "I could use a nibble," Corey says eventually. "How about a bite?" Judge tentatively presses. Corey tends to forget how hungry she is. Frames don't feel hunger, along with most other bodily functions. Judge has lost count with how many times he's, pissed himself in his frame because he hadn't been able to feel his bladder let go. Corey's gone through transference for days that Judge knows of, and that's after waking from the dream. "Aside," Corey grudgingly concedes. "Fair enough." Judge pushes to his feet and wobbles. Corey's eyes fix on him again. "Do you want me to get it?" "No." Judge raises his arms to his side to hold balance. "I'm good. I probably need to get feeling back in my legs anyway. Watch my stuff. Don't let Handsome mess it up." "Ugly is one giant mess," Corey replies, eyes back on his codex screen. "Your ship is a mess pile. It can't get any worse." But Corey jerks her head to the side, and one of her beasts of a Kubro, Valencia, a Seneca Kubro that's built like a very small tank, immediately rises up from where she was lying with her head on her paws and trots over to take Judge's place in the center of the data mass. Valencia sits up, ramrod straight, her broad shoulders held back and her thick chest thrust out, ears at attention. If Ugly tries to mess with that Kubro, he's going to be batted aside like a glowfly, and he'd probably dent the orbiter. Judge goes deeper into the ship, to the cargo hold. He grabs 2 water packets, 3 on second thought. Corey's much better at drinking than at eating. 1 nutrient brick and 1 small half-empty bottle of flavor powder. For a second, Judge hesitates between the green and the pink, before settling on the green. He has a good feeling about the green, and his good feelings aren't always wrong. By the time Judge makes his way back up to where Corey is, she's having a stare-off with Ugly and one of her other Kubro. Her first one, he's pretty sure, a Huras named Hala, is lying down behind her. Corey's using Hala as a backrest as she holds her stare-off. Judge is pretty sure she's going to win. Corey's 1,000-yard stare has outlasted Helios before. Helios doesn't even have eyelids. Judge slowly sits down on the bedding next to Corey, reaching behind her to rub Hala's soft mottled fur. Hala's ears swivel in his direction, but her eyes are focused firmly on his cavat. Handsome, Judge says. The traitor's cavat doesn't so much as twitch. The corner of Corey's lip, on the other hand, smugly curves up. Judge groans. Ugly. The cavat glances at him. Judge makes a shooing motion, and the cavat makes a low, grumpy sound and slinks off to most likely shred something semi-important to sustaining life on this ship. Corey looks unfairly smug when he turns and hands her a water packet. She cracks the plastic seal on it and immediately starts drinking. Judge was right in bringing a second packet for her. While she's drinking, Judge puts down the other 2 water packets between them, along with a small container of green flavoring powder, and starts working on peeling the nutrient brick open. The nutrient brick itself is a semi-gelatinous off-beige color that has the texture of what Judge imagines mutagen masses would feel like in the mouth, and a taste similar to chewing on your own tongue. Hence the flavoring powder. Corey sucks on her water packet, lightly cupping the silvery packet in one hand and holding up the powder container in the other. She gives it a questioning shake. Because Corey is, of course, the type of, oh great, my brain is blanking. The type of pro who doesn't use flavoring powder. Ever. Green flavor, Judge says, grimacing at the way the nutrient brick shivers as he slowly unwraps it. Corey reseals her water packet and puts it down, stripping off her gloves and setting them aside. She opens the container and dips her pinky into the powder. She holds it up to her face, nose scrunched as she looks at it. Judge gives her an encouraging nod. Corey touches her tongue to her pinky and immediately recoils, mouth sealed as she screams through her lips, eyes squeezing closed. Hala and Valencia immediately are at attention, barking, and Midas yaps, bouncing on his stubby legs. Judge bursts out laughing, almost dropping the nutrient brick. Corey gasps, quickly opening her water packet and taking a huge gulp, and then screams through her teeth because that makes it worse. What is that? Corey coughs out. That's... I'm told it's based off a fruit from Earth called a lime, Judge says, in between gasps for air. That's awful, Corey says, entire face puckered. Judge grins at her. So? Corey glares at him, then dips her finger back in the powder. Hand me the nutrient brick. Judge breaks off about a fourth of it and hands it to her, and she hands him the powder. They both take bites out of the nutrient brick, and Corey waits for Judge to get a bit of powder on his finger before they both raise their fingers to their lips. The taste is like a screaming punch to the tongue and brain. Judge's eyes squeeze closed, and he feels Corey rocking, hitting her shoulder against his. Judge's toes splay out in his boots before he curls them, scraping his heels against the orbiter floor. It's got a kick, Judge rasps out, and Corey hisses, no kidding. But it's good, right? Judge says when they both finish with their first bite. Corey nods. It's good. Hand me the powder. Judge beams at her. I once let Ugly try it, and I'm pretty sure that's why his face looks that way. Ever consider giving him another taste? Maybe it'd put it back the way he was, Corey muses. But then he'd make my face look like that. So you admit he's ugly. He's not ugly. On him it's fine. On me it'd be terrible. Corey, please stop insulting my cavat. I don't say anything about your charger. That's because you're too scared to say anything about her. Corey rolls her eyes, offering the container to Hala and Valencia for inspection. Both crewbro whine, confused as to why Corey and Judge are acting so weird about something that smells so normal. She's such a sweetheart. She has mandibles and a proboscis, Judge says, and you grew her out of a cyst for fun. Of course I was scared of her.
Da-da-da-da. Next chapter.
How y'all doing? You enjoying the shenanigans? I'm enjoying the shenanigans. 8 minutes ago, Doskia Savante has followed. Thank you for the follow. I don't remember if I thanked you earlier. I'm thanking you now. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Glad you're liking the stream. Okay. Good old Ugly. It's probably one of the best characters. I mean, all these characters are great, but Ugly is just horrific and awesome and just this terrible creature.
Anyway. Okay. Live for almost 4 hours. Let's go, let's go. I want to get to book 3. I'm gonna get to book 3. We're gonna get to book 3. Book 3, here we come. Book 3, here we come. Okay. Chapter 3. Seas Who Could Sing So Deep and Strong by Hearts Logos. Get up and stretch? No, you can't tell me what to do. You can't tell me what to do. Besides, I just did. I just stretched. Boom. I don't have to stand up to do it. Appreciate your concern. But, no. Do I have, why do I not? I don't have a gun image that I can point at the screen. Hold up. I need to get a gum. Have I had food? I had breakfast this morning. I had breakfast 4.5 hours ago. So, yeah, I have eaten. We're good. Get told me to do. Alright. Chapter 3. Corey is ready to swear right to the face of the Arbiters of Hexus, the Tenno Council. Must take care of birthday, Neb. Alright. I'll have a break later. This is more important. We have to get to book 3 first. We get to book 3, that's our priority. Once we get to book 3, then we can take a break. By the way, there are 186 chapters in book 5. 186. Yeah. Chapter 3. Corey is ready to swear right to the face of the Arbiters of Hexus, the Tenno Council, the Lotus, Cephalon Samaris, and literally every other authority that it's not possible for her to have lost Judge already. They've been in this underwater lab all of 10 minutes. Where could he have gone? They're trapped in a bubble made of Grenier garbage. The Lotus had them deploy for an emergency drop. News about Rigor's latest experiments she'd been able to get from a few other Tenno suggested that the Grenier have several underwater factories on Neptune that are about to release some awful new mutated weapon. Corey, personally, finds a deep and most likely very disturbing satisfaction in shredding whatever mutated flesh the Grenier like to cook up. Corey had quickly dispatched the first few Grenier that they'd run across while Judge checked ahead for traps. By now, for them, it's standard procedure. Judge is better at handling traps and navigating through tricky areas, and Corey is very good at killing, breaking, or otherwise handling problems that need to be handled. Judge can't have gone far. Corey turns to her Jin, bobbing next to her head. It just rides in the air as if to say, I don't know either. Neptune drops are always mess with her comms and her Warframe's radar to the point where it's useless unless her target or focus is on anything within a few dozen yards of her. Her own sight and hearing is a better metric for checking things. Where are you? Corey mutters into the silent feed, looking around. She rolls the Grenier scorpion she just killed off to the side with her foot and goes back to searching for Judge. The quiet flame of her Silva is a comforting warmth and not quite weight in her hand. She could go ahead and finish the mission. Or perhaps he's gone ahead and already started, but no alarms have gone off yet, and Corey's definitely sure that while Judge has drastically improved in all areas since the incident with the Queens, he hasn't gotten that good. Corey slowly walks through the hallways as it merges into Coral, looking for any telltale signs of Judge going through. She'd long passed the remnants of what looked like some Grenier caught by surprise and quickly killed. But unfortunately, the Trinity frame doesn't have much of a signature for identifying causes of death. She flicks her wrist and the Silva blade disperses. She shoves the handle back into its compartment on the back of the Aegis and gives her wrist a sharp turn. The shield's flames die down, and it folds against her forearm silently. They hadn't had time to switch out frames for this mission, and she's still in her amber frame, bits of infested still on the soles and calves of her frame. The smell of burning, sickly flesh is something Corey is grateful she doesn't have to deal with. She supposes that the Orkin were clever in not giving their blowtorch of a weapon a nose to smell all the smoke and burning everything with. Hades? Corey calls out into their transmission line, not really expecting an answer. Where have you gone?
Corey swears she's examining everything in front of her and she has no idea where. In the peripheral of her vision, she sees a moving blob of something. Corey turns to look out at the large window into the ocean and immediately presses against it, staring. Corey screams into the transmission, fully aware that he can't hear her. The fool is outside in the water, fighting what looks like 4 Grineer and 2 sharks. Corey swears viciously. The Grineer have brought sharks to Neptune. Perfect. Judge must see her. She hears her frame let out a burst of irritated flame, and it looks like he's about to try swimming towards her. Corey gestures for him to stay where he is, and she runs for the nearest waterway entrance. Oh. Judge swears that he saw Corey from this window. He looks down at the ground and can clearly see the black, sooty, and somewhat bloody imprint of Ember's foot on the ground. Judge quickly drags Trinity's foot over it to smear the mark. No need for the Grineer to be alerted just yet. And Judge figures that they aren't because Corey's too good to leave witnesses, and Judge handled all of the ones that were trying to kill him when he was outside. He honestly thought that it would be a shortcut. Honest. He just didn't realize he'd have gotten blown straight out of the Grineer lab because of a thermal vent. Corey? Judge calls out into their transmission line. Nothing. He's not surprised. They've always had absolute garbage reception down here. It's the same for when he's with other 1002. His Helios makes a soft chirping sound. Nothing. He has no doubt Corey was here. The wounds cauterized shot on half the Grineer bodies here are proof. That along with the footprints and the blade marks. Judge turns in a slow circle and stops when he sees a bright, glowing, red-orange light. Corey? Trinity's hands slam against the thick window pane as he stares at Corey punching sharks in the water. Because of course the Grineer decided to try modifying sharks and set them loose onto Neptune's oceans. Judge almost slips when he runs back to where he came from to get back out to her. Corey swears when she stomps back to where they started and doesn't see Judge. She had known she wouldn't see him because Jin had floated on ahead of her and came back, making confused gurgling noises the entire time. Corey immediately starts searching the water outside the window and sees Judge flailing at her from a distance. Corey throws Ember's arms up and turns on her heel to get back in the water. She hates Neptune. From space, it's fine. Corey likes watching Neptune's storms and atmospheric changes, or most of the time lack thereof. Right now, though, Corey is ready to drain the entire planet dry. It takes them 4 more switches to eventually get in the same place. Corey is visibly steaming, and Judge is so wound up that Trinity's fingers won't stop shaking. Corey abruptly collapses her sword and returns to its compartment and thrusts her hand out to Judge. I am not spending another hour playing tag with you in this stupid ocean, Corey grinds out. Judge stares at her hand, then at her Ember's face. Switch to your secondary. Take my hand, Corey says. I'll block you shoot. Use Energy Vampire whenever you can, and I'm gonna activate World on Fire for as long as possible. The alarms? Judge can hear Corey's dark smirk. No one left to alert if everyone in this lab is dead. Judge immediately takes Corey's hand, gun at the ready. Well, I guess that's one way to sabotage this Grineer experiment. Not that I'm questioning you, because you know I do whatever you say in that specific tone of voice. But how do you plan on us getting across the electrified tiles if we're holding hands the entire time? I'll carry you, Corey replies without missing a beat. Are you ready? For you, I'm more ready than the Grineer are. Do-do-do-do. End of chapter 3. Bum, 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 bum. Hi, Buddha style. Hi. Welcome. We're making our way there. We're getting there. We're gonna get to book 3. I know we are. How's it going? How's it hanging? Everybody's doing okay? Everyone's liking the story? I hope everyone's liking the story, because I'm liking the story. Anyway. Slice of life. Except when the life that you're having slices of is violent and word torn. Alright.
seas who could sing so deep and strong. Chapter 4.
Wait.
Judge pauses as he stares at Corey. She's entering coordinates into his orbiter's navigational systems as if she hadn't just dropped the biggest bombshell this side of the war.
You have a clan?
How else do you think I was able to research Banshee and Helios's blueprints, Judge? Corey rolls her eyes. You know that kind of research is only available to the big clans, right?
You never talk to anyone, Judge says. You're allergic to working with other Tenno. I don't know. I thought maybe Samaras liked you that much that he let you copy his archives or something.
Corey gives him an odd look. Judge, I only started hunting for Samaras when you did.
What?
Judge gapes.
How does he like you so much then? I thought you've been around longer than I have.
I don't go to the relays. Corey raises her eyebrows. I've only gone to the relays for the syndicates before. That was only when I got tired of holding all their garbage.
Judge waves his arms. You have a clan and I'm only just finding out now?
Corey rolls her eyes. You're being dramatic.
I'm supposed to be good at clues and things,
Judge says, following her as she goes down into his ship to get back to her own. Midas obediently trots after them, bouncing on his little legs, tongue lolling out of his mouth.
How could I have missed that you joined a Tenno clan? How did you even join?
I was sent an invite. I accepted. They sent me a badge so I could get past their dojo security. Corey shrugs. It's not a big deal, Judge. You're in a Tenno clan.
But that's because I talk to people,
Judge replies, sullen as he stomps on the port between their ships.
I can't believe this.
Corey's expression shifts slightly towards amused. You've always been dumb when it comes to me.
Goes both ways,
Judge mutters as the doors close and the airlock reseals. Judge waves as she walks back to her ship and then heads to his transference room. There is no one in Corey's clan dojo. It's not like Judge's is particularly full either, but there's usually at least 1 or 2 Warframes going around, dropping off research material, checking out blueprints, sparring in one of the adjacent rooms. Corey goes about like this is per usual. If anyone's here, they're probably meditating in the rock garden.
Rock garden?
Corey nods, fiddling with some computers as she loads samples of pigment into a receptacle. And then, Corey, surprisingly, steps out of her Warframe and goes to sit on a bench. Judge stares at her, leaves his own Warframe, and goes to stand in front of her. She raises a challenging eyebrow as he points between her Warframe, and then the room at large. There's no one here, Corey shrugs. I don't care if there's no one here.
I'm here.
Like I said, Corey smirks. No one's here. Judge glares at her. Corey leans back, arms behind her head as the computer runs its analysis. All of the Tenno in my clan are awake, Corey says. They only invite other awoken Tenno.
You've known other awoken Tenno this whole time?
Judge throws his arms up.
Are you kidding?
Take it down from 60, Judge. Corey rolls back her head. How do you think I keep getting us stuff, like clothes?
I don't know. I thought you were buying it at Maru's or something.
Corey gives Judge a hard look. Judge, how suspicious do you think it would look if a Warframe, like say Saren, or Nidus, or even Rhino, went to the shops and picked out children's underwear and clothing? I'm not setting myself to look like some sort of lecherous person. Judge winces because that is very true. I know a Tenno who knows a Tenno who sews clothes in their spare time, Corey says. You just need to give them your measurements, and if you have any special requests, send them cloth.
How much do they charge?
Well, I grow stuff, Corey says, and synthesizing things, so I've been training. I grow stuff, Corey says, and synthesize things, so I'd been trading dye and basic medicines.
Corey, are you part of the Tenno underground barter ring?
Corey gives him an entirely unamused look. Judge blinks.
Is this why you were measuring me with string the other day?
What, did you think that was for fun? Corey barks out a laugh. The clothes are ready today. We'll meet my contact later. They're one of my clanmates. They work as a middle person for a reasonable charge.
Speaking of, can you tell me more about your clan?
Corey shrugs. Judge takes the seat at the other end of the bench, leaving ample space between them. After a moment, Judge tentatively holds out his hand, palm up.
Yes or no?
Corey pointedly doesn't look at him, but she folds her arms across her chest and turns her body away from him a little. Yes. Judge carefully moves across the seat and after a careful moment of deliberation, puts his arm over her shoulders, lightly, mostly resting on the back of the seats. Corey, after a tense breath, leans into his side.
So, what can you tell me about the other Tenno? Do you remember any of them?
Corey shrugs again.
Do any of them remember you?
Judge presses.
What about me? Were any of them like me? I know there were others, and... Wait, did you find any other of the old Sarens?
Dunno, never talked to them. Corey examines her boot, then bends forward to pick at something on it. Maybe? I think I've only seen one without their transference hood. Honestly, I don't know, Judge. It's possible, yeah. Judge stares at the side of her head. We don't talk unless it's to ask for trades and stuff, Corey says. We're private people.
I can't believe you managed to find a clan full of antisocial Tenno exactly like you, and you make it work.
Corey lets out a long, annoyed sigh.
I should have just let you
rot in your grungy underwear, she says, stinky boy. Judge grins, and before he can say anything, she kicks his ankle. My stupid stinky boy, she concedes. Yay, end of chapter 4. How are you guys going? Any questions? You guys doing okay?
Hey, Buddha style.
I mean, yeah, if you think about it, how Tenno... These are older. This story came out in... Where it says 2017. This came out in 2017. This was before a lot of the operator cosmetics were added in. So, yeah. It's actually, if I'm correct, they keep talking about Neptune being an underwater planet. I'm pretty sure, so nowadays Uranus is the underwater planet, but I'm pretty sure Neptune was back when the author was writing this stuff. Because it's part of the story. I mean, like, you think about it, like, yeah, the Tenno don't have changes of clothes. They literally have only what they were wearing when they went into the transference pod. The somatic things. Like, that's all they got. Of course they're gonna have people... Of course they're gonna need changes of clothes, and of course they can't do it if you can't go to Maru's, and buy children's clothing. That'll give away the secret of the Tenno. The Tenno secret is a big deal, you know? I don't know. Anyway. I understand where they're coming from. Here, let me adjust the chat because you can't really read that bottom bit. Bum 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 bum. Chat box. Chat. Scooch it up. Whoopsies, that's not scooched it up. Scooch it up. There we go. I mean, I don't know. He's got the mind of a kid. He's probably oblivious. I don't know. Who can fathom the brain of Corey, you know? I don't know. Anyway, let's let's continue on, unless you guys had any questions. Again, if you're not familiar with Warframe, I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you have. I just really love the amount of detail that this game has. Starting to lag? Oh, okay. Hold up. There we go. Maybe this will fix it. This might fix it. Okay, did that fix it? I think that fixed it. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of detail in this. Like loading pigments into the dojo. Like there's just so many small tiny details that just make a lot of sense. It's beautiful. I love it. I love how much detail there is in these books. How everything's so casual and it feels like you're actually in the world. Yeah, anyway, let's move on to chapter 5. Ba-da-da-da. Seas who could sing so deep and strong. Chapter 5. There is a very short list of questions. Let me start over. Yeah. There's a very short list of questions Corey makes sure to ask herself before she goes to sleep. Not stressful sleep, sleeping sitting up in her transference chamber or catching a few hours, minutes even, in between deployments. When Corey sleeps for rest, for hours at a time, purposefully and in the safety and security of her own ship, she asks herself these things as she slowly relaxes her body and prepares for the very different sort of drop into unconsciousness. 1. Does she love Judge? The answer is, of course, yes. She has not told him this. She is not really certain if he knows this, but she does. There is no way for her to talk her way around it. No way for her to compress that feeling, in fact, down tight like everything else. She loves him. This is dangerous. This is a shard in the blood, slowly working its way to the heart. But she loves him. Does Corey love him for the right reasons? Sometimes Corey thinks maybe. Most of the time, the answer to this, listening to Judge's breathing and soft mumbling through the communications line that they like to keep open when they both happen to be on the same night cycle, is no. Corey loves Judge. She loves him because he is someone she remembers clearly and vividly. She loves him because from the moment she saw that mag wake for the first time after the war, Corey has been slowly and quietly growing attached to him and what he means. She loves him because he is steady and hard and vibrant. She loves him for other reasons, but she thinks that if it weren't for the first main reason, she would never have cared for him at all. Corey is fairly certain that dependency is not a good reason to love anyone. There are other reasons why she loves him, but the first one that leads to all the others is, at best, dubiously acceptable. Which answers her third question of, is that okay? No, not really. Question 4 is one she slides over easily. Does Judge love her back? The answer to this is sometimes, which Corey accepts more easily than she accepts most things. Judge loves her. She knows this. He wouldn't have stayed with her so long, wouldn't have done so much for her, wouldn't be so focused on being with her if this weren't true. Whether this love is the same as Corey's or not, she isn't so sure. Judge loves her back when he remembers she's around. When Judge is in the middle of a case, a problem, a mystery. When Judge is up to his elbows digging through information and sorting it into things he can understand and run through in seamless, continuous loops, he forgets everyone and everything. Judge's mind trips up and focuses entirely on what's in front of him. Consequences, future problems, results, external factors. They drop away, and all Judge can see is that invisible and intangible path to what he wants. Corey is very rarely at the end of this path, or anywhere on this path. Corey is a tool Judge can use on that path to get to the end of it. This does not hurt her as much as she thought it would. Corey has poked and prodded at the statement many times in her idle moments, expecting a sting, some sort of resistance in her mind, but the statement flows over and through her like breathing. Space is big. Corey is a Tenno. Ember uses fire, Frost uses ice. Judge sometimes uses her to get to his own ends. This does not hurt her. This statement does not have the power to hurt her. She's not surprised at this or disturbed by this. This is something that she enfolds into her heart, another shard. If it were anyone but Judge, she thinks, there would be something in her that rebels against the thought. But it is Judge, and for Judge, there are many exceptions inside of her. Maybe it's because Corey knows Judge loves her back whenever he's fully present and not fixated on something else. Judge eventually always comes back to being fully present and not otherwise preoccupied. Corey has her moments. They have their moments. Question 5 asks, is that okay? Yes. Without hesitation, yes. Absolutely, this is perfectly fine. Corey did not stay with him for so long with the expectation of being loved in return. For almost a solid year or 2, in fact, Corey stayed with him without expectation of him ever knowing who she is. Question 6 is more complicated. Is she happy? The answer to this is a quiet, simple, unassuming no. Corey is not happy. This does not mean she is sad, in pain, or otherwise, well, in the negative. Corey is not happy, but she is none of those other things either. For the most part, Corey is in the middle somewhere, flying by, coasting on fumes and other people's directives. This would bother her if she had her own ambitions and goals. Corey has no goals, dreams, or ambitions. If she ever had any, they are out of her reach now. Corey's main objectives are fighting whatever happens to be around and deserving, and keeping Judge's heart beating in his chest, and probably the rest of him in one relatively undamaged peace. The latter is a goal Judge seems to be actively resisting her on. Sometimes Corey is frightened. Occasionally she's happy, excited, nervous, euphoric for a time, but that always fades. Overall, Corey is alright. Not okay, not well, but alright. She does not know if this is the product of always pushing everything in her soul down, down, down into the depths of her where she can't see them, where they are all unshaped and indiscernible shadows. Maybe it is. Mostly Corey is just alive. Question 7. Is that okay? Yes. Woo, woo, woo. Lacronton. I've had 3 accounts, 3 separate tenno that after waking up would go their own ways into the universe. One obsessed with the corpus because of mathematics, another zero-tech equipment of the Grenier. The zero-tech equipment of the Grenier. The last obsessed with following his long-dead father and becoming an Oracle. Interesting. I love it when I hear that people have stories that they've thought up for their tenno, because I think up stories for my tenno too. Like, my tenno's appearance has changed quite a bit since I first had her, and it's changed 3 times. It has 3 distinct looks to like the face, and I have like this little story in my head about how the void powers are like, you know, changing her and growing and marking her, and like, oh man, I love thinking it just feels so close to your heart. It's like, it's more than an OC. It's you in Warframe. I don't know. Glad to hear that your 3 separate tenno all have personalities and lives and souls of their own. Becoming an Oracle, though, I mean, good luck. I don't know. Alright. I think when we get to chapter 20, I'm gonna take a break. So I could eat some stuff. But we're at chapter 6, so it's gonna be for a little bit. But yeah, again, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Yeah. Sees who could sing so deep and strong. Chapter 6. Corey sucks at her water packet contemplatively, brows furrowed as she thinks. Their legs swing over the edge of the rock outcrop they've found, overlooking the Grenier settlement the Lotus wants them spying on. They probably won't be the tenno she deploys for the eventual takedown, but gathering the information needed for that future operation is just as important. Judge watches a Grenier butcher pick his nose through his binoculars as Corey thinks. I think I'd like to fight a bear, Corey eventually says. Rather than a dragon, I mean. I don't think bears breathe fire. Judge sets down the binoculars and laughs. Corey, bears aren't real. They were just made up to scare humans and as monsters in old Earth games. You don't know that. They could be real, Corey says defensively, hunching her shoulders. Besides, I bet you they're more real than dragons. If bears are more real than dragons, why are there more documentation on dragons than on bears? And something can't be more real than something else. There's no measurement for real. Corey glares at him as Judge laughs. Alright, fine. How would you fight a bear if it were real? Judge says when he calms his laughter down enough. All the files on bears say that they're... All the files on bears... All the files on... Why am I struggling with this?
Alright, fine. How would you fight a bear if it were real? Judge says when he calms his laughter down enough. All the files on bears say are that they're big and mean, and there's that one digital clip from an old Earth game that shows them taking down people in armor with one swipe of their paws.
Corey straightens up, nose upturned as she looks away from him. You're just making fun of me now. Never mind. It was your question anyway.
I asked you if there's anyone you'd like to fight, not if you'd like to fight an old Earth myth, Judge says. Come on, Corey, I promise I'm not making fun of you. How would you fight a bear?
Judge carefully touches his ankle against hers. She kicks him, but then immediately hooks her leg around his afterwards. Well, they look mean close up, so I'd go with a ranged frame. Maybe take it by surprise? Banshee with my Rubico, Corey says, or Ember, since they look like they catch fire easily, all that fur and stuff. And how would you fight a dragon?
Probably the same way I fight Lephantis,
Judge shrugs, holding the binoculars up again to see if nose-picking Grenier has moved at all. Corey makes a puzzled sound. But you don't fight Lephantis.
Yeah, I call you to do it for me,
Judge says, grinning even when Corey scoffs and elbows him. I can't tell if you're lazy or spoiled or both, Corey says. Stupid.
I'm using my resources like any smart Tenno should. As the Lotus says, it's not always about a frontal assault.
There is no room in Corey's world for gods or miracles. She has made room for exactly 3 things. Violence, things that she... Okay, got it. She has made room for exactly 3 things. Violence, things that she has made to need her more than she needs them, and the ghosts of memories. Judge has found a way to carve a space for himself in her that fits at the overlapping center of these 3 things. And so, by extension, Corey is reluctantly made to care for those that he cares for as well. Which is why they are hunting Corpus. Well, Corey is hunting Corpus. Judge is here for the hostages.
How are you so bad at this?
Judge grinds out through his teeth as he slings a half-unconscious agent over his mag's shoulders, pulling out an emergency capsule for first aid.
You keep me safe all the time, and these people are mostly more competent than I am.
Corey, in all honesty, has no patience for rescue missions, which is why the Lotus almost never makes her take them. Judge, on the other hand, has no patience for Corey's lack of patience with other people. Corey ignores him as he carefully places the capsule against the agent's outer thigh and hits the button on the top that will depress the syringe and the medicine inside of it. Instead, she uses Valkyr's ripcord to yank a Corpus crew member at her and slam him into the ground, face first with her free hand. Valkyr's skin hums, pleased and satisfied when they release the man's neck and see blood pooling on the clear paint of his helmet. She does not understand the Corpus. She does not like the Corpus. She has yet to meet a single one who doesn't make her skin crawl. Something in them reminds her too much of the Orcan. Something in them scrambles and begs for scraps of the Orcan Empire. The Corpus and their worship of money and the old Orcan Empire is inescapable of coexisting with Corey. The fanatical greed is foreign to her. Money is money. Things are things. People are people. The Orcan were monsters in disguise as people. At least the Tenno are honest about what they are. Are you done? Corey asks, Valkyr's hands restlessly opening and closing with the desire to rip and shred and tear every single metal panel off the walls and dig into the wires behind to royally mess something up. Let the cameras see. Valkyr is the result of the Orcan and Corpus and their violent, brutal, invasive disregard for people. She's just turning it back on them. Sometimes Valkyr's high-strung rage is too exhausting for Corey. Sometimes it's just enough. Now is one of those times where it is perfect and all-encompassing and warm. Seren is too calm, too steady for this. There are times when Corey wants to feel as though she is on fire and bursting from her own skin and raw with it. There are times when Corey wants to feel like a wave at the edge of balance about to crash down. Corey feels jittery and big. She feels like hunting.
Done, Judge says, voice tense. Get us out of here.
Keep up, Corey replies, breathless. Valkyr is already running ahead. No need for a sword or her guns. All Corey needs are
All Corey needs are her fists and legs and the simple weapons attached to them. She feels the vibration of impact with every strike, and it builds and it builds and it builds. Valkyr has a mouth. Valkyr made her own mouth. They're not things to be muzzled and silenced. They made their own freedom. Yay! Okay. Oh, so this next chapter is a flashback. It's a flashback, and I love this chapter. It's great. It's a chapter. All the fires on bears. Yeah, don't forget the bears. The bears are going to come up in conversations again and again, as they're just referencing as, like, if you could fight a bear, this mythical creature. Smokey the bear. Poor Smokey. But yeah. The bear debate. The great bear debate. Are bears even a thing? Not in Warframe, apparently. Not in the grim darkness of the far future where there is only Warframe. Glad you guys are liking the bears. Yogi Bear is smarter than the average bear. Loki Bear is always in the ranger's hair. Alright. Chapter 7. This is a flashback chapter. It's a very good chapter. I like it. Seas who could sing so deep and strong. Chapter 7. Wait, hold up. Let me double check that. Okay, cool. I double checked. We're good. Seas who could sing so deep and strong. Chapter 7. It is not Corey's intention to linger long at Maru's bazaar. For one thing, Maru irritates her. Most people do, but Maru is exceptional in that Corey has a distinct type of irritation just for her. Corey has a distinct type of irritation for most traders and merchants. It's not always related to the thoughts of the corpus and the phantom memories that the Valkyr Warframe seems to carry with it. Another reason is that Corey is uneasy around so many people. She can't watch all of them. All of them, however, could easily be watching her. It's paranoia beyond belief, but it is something that has been printed and rubbed and sanded into her skin through years of training and conditioning. Years of isolation during and after the war. Years of being alone in her own head. Judge's isolation presents itself as a tactile need and paranoia of always being in an endless cycle of dream-wake, unable to trust his own senses without external and independent confirmation. Corey's rears its head as a violent snapping and electric mad scramble in her chest that tries to suck her in like a black hole until she is nothing, invisible, gone. Untouchable, as Judge likes to call her, but also unknowable. Ironically, it is something in her chest, the same something, or maybe a sister of it, that yowls and scratches and cries to be known, to be understood, to be seen, to be wanted. Not from everyone, from a very specific person, the same person who named her untouchable. Is to be untouchable the same as unobtainable? There is too much noise here, too many moving variables, unpredictable and undeniable. The best Corey can do when navigating the necessary annoyance is to go using some of her most unfriendly warframes. Nidus, Necros, Valkyr, the ones that do not invite closeness or any lingering attention. She's gotten the most she can for the dozens upon dozens of blue Iatan stars she's been finding. Normally, she would just save them until she had enough appropriate statues, and then send them to Normally, she would just save them until she's had enough appropriate statues, and then send them to Maru for endo, but it's the third time that a gem has gotten stuck in her carrier's vacuum port, and she knows it's only a matter of time before one of her Kubro chokes on one. Her Kubro aren't stupid, or as invasively curious as Judge's Kavat, but she'd rather not risk losing one of her Kubro to something as stupid as them accidentally swallowing a gemstone and choking to death. Corey is not here for anything else than that. She is not here to barter, buy, or sell. Corey's business at the station is done. And yet, Nidus and her own attention is drawn to a row of vendors, their wares displayed with bright colors and whizzing machines to catch attention. Corey normally has no need to look at any merchants that aren't selling weaponry, materials to build weapons, or other such things. Most things Tenno could need or want on the physical side of things can be obtained through careful trading. It is not a good idea to be wandering around bartering and buying things for a child's body when the entire system is unaware of the Tenno's true origin. Corey knows how to synthesize nutrient bricks, and water packets aren't especially suspicious to buy. Flavor powder is also easy to synthesize, and there are about a dozen different Tenno she knows of that she can get into contact with to trade for some. Corey also knows some Tenno for clothing and other such aesthetic needs. There's also a chain group of Tenno who send each other fragments of data for free as long as you contribute back. Corey is part of this group because it requires no talking aside from statements of where, when, and how such data was found. Easy enough, and it can be transmitted through text instead of audio. But toys? Candy? Games? Those do not have places in the Tenno network. They do not have places in Corey's world. Corey's focus lingers on a brightly colored display surrounded by children. Children are not so rare in Maru's station. Refugees, escapees, children of outcasts and merchants, and soldiers and syndicate members and other planets. Corey has a very brief and very nauseating image of herself as one of those grubby children, jostling for position in front of the stand, whining and wishing her parents could spend more credits. From here, she can pick out things that the merchant is describing for them. A quick search of the vendor's information through Maru's database shows that he specializes in replications of old Earth candy and sweets. And this, the man holds up. Corey zooms in. A small rectangular case and shakes it. This, children, is chewing gum. You chew it, and it starts out hard and dry between your teeth, but the more you chew, the more it softens and becomes sweet, or sour, or cold, or hot, all depending on what flavor you pick. Corey's mind flashes to Judge and his bitten lips and his hands that always seem to wander and touch and grip and search for something to hold on to, for something to anchor him to here and now and the promise of reality. Corey is not here for Judge. Corey is not here for old Earth candy and what is most likely a scam. He might not even like it. Maybe Judge would choke on the thing. Maybe Ugly would choke on one. Nidus's fingers slowly curl and uncurl at the frame's side, patiently waiting for Corey's decision. It should be clear. Go. Your business is done. Nidus slowly turns on his heel to head back towards the landing bay docks, a wry curl of "Are you sure?" that winds itself around her soul like a cavat's tail. Corey feels her own irritation at herself. Fine, Corey thinks at her heart. You win. Nidus goes to find a hidden nook. Corey hates this idea already. Corey stares down at her kneeling Nidus frame and reaches her hand out. Nidus leans into her palm. Her skin already feels like it's crawling, and she's only standing in a narrow niche by the landing bay. No one is even here looking at her. She checked. No cameras. Corey takes a deep breath, and Nidus's hand reaches up to tap its long fingers against the back of hers. Slow and sluggish movements with a touch of timeless grace that only the infested seem to have. She unzips her hood from her suit, folding it and putting it on Nidus's lap. Nidus's other hand goes to hold it immediately. She stares down at the rest of herself, and there's no mistaking that she looks like not a normal child. Between the pink hair, her eyes, and her somatic scarring, Corey groans softly and puts her head in her hands. This is a terrible idea. For once in her life, she wishes she listened to Ballas and stuck with the creams and golds and pretty blue-greens. That would blend in. That would make her look forgettable. But here she is in her stark black and white with her gold and pink looking like such obviousness. Corey takes a deep breath and then does a quarter turn on her heel. She hears the soft, almost squeak of her boots on the shiny floors. She grinds her teeth and steps out into the light. Corey isn't much taller than the other children already at the stall, and while she did draw some looks, her own glare was enough to make sure those looks were cut short. She can feel her heart in her palms. She swallows softly as she carefully lingers at the back of the crowd. Her skin feels like it is literally crawling with infested maggots. She's been brushed against, looked at, bumped, jostled, and any plethora of slight touches that are making her mind rapidly retreat into the deepest recesses of her. And now there's this crowd of 6 to 7 children that are elbow to elbow, and she has to somehow figure a way to squeeze into. Corey can feel herself blanching. She's saved for once by her own appearance when the merchant in charge of the stall notices her lingering and waves her over. Pretty girl in the pink. You want something sweet to match your face?
Corey, in a desperate attempt at anonymity, has taken out her piercings and switched the part of her hair to cover her somatic scars. It works as long as she keeps her head down and at an angle, and is very careful about how she moves. She grinds her teeth and slowly inches forward, heart pounding so hard against her chest, she thinks it's a miracle that she hasn't bruised her own organs.
Don't be shy. Make room, brats, make room.
The man waves at the children already assembled, who squeeze closer together, giving her appraising glances as they make a sliver of space for her. Corey slots in with a deep breath and forces down the buzzing in her ears. After a few seconds, she realizes the man is still talking to her, and she glances up, body tensing at the hand thrust in her face. It's not the chewing gum he is holding, but something else. Corey forces their mouth to open, to take in air, and she forces the words out.
Chewing gum. Pardon, speak up, girl.
Ballas's voice echoes in her head, and Corey feels a spark at her knuckles that she desperately drowns.
Chewing gum, Corey repeats. I heard you had some. Is there still any left? Sure, plenty for a sweet girl like you,
he says, and she hears him moving around to presumably get some. Corey doesn't look up from the colorful riot of candy on display in her direct line of sight.
What flavor do you want?
Corey drags her eyes up just enough to see the many boxes he's holding. Green, pink, red-orange, yellow, darker green, white green, and... What's blue? Corey asks. He puts the other boxes down and flips the blue one open and rattles it, gesturing for her hand.
It's easier to show than tell, dear. Have a taste.
Corey slowly raises her hand towards him. The memories are violently threatening to follow that hand, and Corey begs him not to. Not here. Not right now. Corey kneels, hands raised in front of her as Ballas counts 1, 2, 3 pills. Enough nutrition to keep her alive through 5 straight days of combat if she moves fast and constant. Not enough for what he wants from her.
Please, Corey croaks out. Master.
Ballas hums speculatively before dropping 2 more in her hands.
Do not waste it. No, master.
Corey puts the small thumb-sized square between her lips. It feels smooth, like a pill, and then she carefully closes her teeth around it. Just like he said, at first it's just like nothing, plastic. But the more she chews, the softer it becomes, and then cold. Cold! Bitterly cold, as if she had been in frost on Europa for a few cycles. It coats her mouth and throat and lungs with it. Corey blinks, startled into looking up and meeting the man's eyes, or where his eyes would be if he weren't wearing a visor screen. He smiles. All the blue ones, Corey says. The man pauses. All? All the blue ones you have, Corey says, and then, on a whim, white blue, white green, and half of your orange red. The children begin to chatter around her, but she ignores them.
Maybe you should ask your parents first, sweet,
he says slowly, but she knows merchants, and she knows she has her hook in his gaping mouth already. Corey moves quickly, jostling the children aside until she's in front of the credit transfer device at the edge of his stall and opens it up. How much? Corey says, fingers at the ready. Greed is a poison Corey knows how to use well.
20,000 credits, he says, for just all my stock of blue, another 20,000 for the white blue and white green stock together, 15,000 for half my orange red.
Any bulk discount? She asks. The man hesitates, and she can see him running the numbers in her head.
20,000 for the blue, 15,000 for the white blue and white green combined. I won't budge on the orange red.
I'm buying you out, Corey says. 30,000 for the blue, white blue, and white green together. 10,000 for the orange red. And maybe I'll come back. Maybe I'll buy more. She knows that if Judge has this problem, there are probably other Tenno that do. And she can probably trade this chewing gum for some other things. Or for favors. It never hurts.
Exactly, you're buying me out. I should be keeping stock for the other children,
the man complains.
Greedy.
Corey raises a single eyebrow and flicks her wrist, deactivating the credit terminal. Suit yourself, I'll just get Pop Rocks at some other vendor. Corey jerks her head down the row. I hear they have the same effect.
Her heart still pounds in her chest. She does not want Pop Rocks. Pop Rocks are too dangerous and are too easy to synthesize incorrectly. She wants the chewing gum. Corey forces herself to extract her body from the children and turn to walk away. Wait, the man cries out. Fine. Who are your parents, girl, that you learn to drive such a hard bargain? You plan on starting a business? Give me warning if you do. Corey begs herself to keep an even breath as she turns around and begins the credit transfer. It's not like she's using her credits for much aside from DNA stabilizers for her Kubro and Kavat. Maybe, Corey says, and then patiently waits for the man to pack up the boxes of chewing gum and hand them over to her. Thank you. Corey hurries back as fast as she can without looking suspicious to her Warframe. Nidus is exactly where she left him and looks completely undisturbed. Corey puts the boxes down, throws her arms around it, focusing on breathing steady. The Warframe slowly puts its hands on her shoulders and awkwardly pats. She pulls back and refastens her hood to her suit, and after a moment begins to seal it up. Corey doesn't normally do that, but right now, the less of her exposed, the better. She needs to disappear. Corey sinks into Nidus as the frame begins to move, and they pick up the boxes upon boxes. No one gives her Nidus a second glance as they leave the station, gum and all. Happy birthday! Oh, thank you, Dr. Poncho! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. Hope you're liking the Warframe story. Maybe you should ask your parents first. I would if I could go back in time, I guess. Pretty much, yeah. Hey, wow. No. I feel so bad because this is spoiling so much for poor Fig. This is like the big no-no is you don't spoil Warframe for people who don't experience it for themselves. But, oh well, too late now. All the spoilers. The parents are dead. The parents are dead, and Fig is paying attention to the story. Thank you everybody for showing up. By the way, thank you everybody who's been talking in chat. Thank you, you guys. I'm glad you're having fun. I'm having fun. I opted in for this. I know you did. I'm just saying. I still feel bad. Thank you. Oh, I got a follow. Math is for losers. Ayo. Math is for losers. Thank you for the follow. A sentiment I can agree with. Sort of. I'm bad at math. I don't like doing math. But I can see its value. Okay. Glad you're liking the story. Good old Corey and Judge. See, that was a flashback. That was the story of when. You mean it's all just a dream? What? I don't know what you're talking about. No, it's not a dream. That's the dumbest ending to any book. And it was all just a dream. That's like the biggest cop-out I've ever seen in my life. I always hate dream sequences in books where the author tries to trick you into thinking that it's really happening when it's actually just a dream. Like, I hate it when that happens. I'm always like, is this a dream? Yeah, this is a dream. Because this is obvious, I think. Anyway, no. It's a different kind of dream. It's the second dream. It's not a dream. It's the second dream. It's different. A major TV show ended with it's just a dream. Boo. Absolutely garbage. I bet that made everybody super angry. There's no way that... No. A movie book franchise using time travel... to reset the universe canon. Like... That's not super bad if that option has been there since the very beginning and it was leading up to that. But I get what you're saying, where they just use it as a cop-out. Like, yes, absolutely. I hate that also. This is after many canonical crossovers with other shows. Ugh, garbage. Star Trek is an alternate timeline, not the prime timeline. What? But when they do it over and over, yeah. I get what you mean. Yes. I agree. Like you gotta have some semblance of solid things. Yes, I get what you say.
Yeah, what I'm saying is if it's a show that's specifically about time travel and only time travel, that kind of makes sense. But like, no. Where it's just like a side thing, like in Star Trek, like heck no. That's a cop out. That's a cop out. I agree. I get you. Oh, all right, cool. We are moving on to chapter 8. Do I have anything else I wanted to say about this chapter? Yeah. Oh yeah, it was a flashback. So for book two, when they had that thing in Titania's Grove, and Judge freaked out, and then she, that was such a cool thing. She went into her Saren, and transported her body back up into her orbiter. Then she got out of her transference chair, walked around, grabbed a stick of gum, sat back down in her transference chair, and then popped out of her Saren with the stick of gum. Like, that's such a cool idea. That is such a cool idea of bringing stuff with you via operator and transporting it from the orbiter to where your Warframe is. That's such a cool idea. But yeah, she gave him gum because specifically he was freaking out and panicking and having a panic attack and biting his lips and stuff, and so she helped him. Anyway, I just really like this backstory of how she got the gum. She went through heavy personal sacrifice to get the gum for him because she cares about him that much. Like, heck yeah. Okay. Moving on. Chapter 8. Actually, I said I would take a break. When I got to chapter 20, but I am really hungry. So, I am going to take a break. I'm going to type a thing in chat in case people join up while this is happening. Wait, does my pause screen even have a chat box? It better. Hold up. This is a test. Oh, my pause screen does not have a chat box. This is disgusting. I'll grab the one from the whoopsies. I'll grab the one from the starting screen. Give me a second. We need this. We need all of this. Copy. Nope. Copy all this. Copy, please. Copy. And we're going to pause screen. And we're pasting them. Paste them all and paste. There we go. Alright, cool. We got chat. So, there we go. Hey, so if people join or come back to the stream, they'll have that little message right there. Cool. All right. I will see you guys in about 5 or so minutes. I'm just going to inhale something really fast, scarf it all down, and then I'll be back to continue on with chapter 8. Bye-bye. Enjoy the pleasant background music. Here, I'll turn it up. a little bit louder. What's the level at right now? It's at 37. Remind me, it's at 37. There, it's louder. Enjoy the pleasant music. Welcome back, everybody. I'm back. I've inhaled the food at an alarming rate, and I'm back. I'm ready. Who's ready? Get this bread. Let's get this bread. Dr. Poncho! Hello. Welcome. Thanks for the birthday greetings you gave earlier and all that good stuff. Welcome. Hope everything is going well on your end. Feeding them do. Heck yeah. Cosmolano, thank you for the birthday wishes. Thank you. Hope you're having a great Saturday. Emo only chat. Alright, emo only chat. We can got this. Nom's a salad. Hey, we all be eating buddies together. I'll chow down brown cow, as the ye olde saying goes. Get this lower. Is the sound okay in the background? Is it too loud, too soft? Okay. Yee. Alright, emote. Emote. Only chat. Pizza. Ooh, pizza. Delightful. Hey, the one who is small still sticking around, I see. Tanky. Boom. Emote only. You got it only emotes now. Alright. Whoops, swallowed the water wrong. Okay, so I'm gonna treat this as if it's the beginning of a stream. I'm gonna go over all the stuff that's been going on. So, we are reading a book. We are reading a Warframe fanfic. The series is called I'd Rather Fall Among the Stars. We have finished book 1. We have finished book 2. We have not read book 3 yet. We have skipped book 3 and book 4 and gone straight to book 5 because chronologically book 5 takes place first. So, we are getting through book 5. We're on chapter 8 out of 186 chapters. So, we're not finishing this today, as much as I would love to. So, my goal is to get to chapter 20, because once we get to chapter 20, then we can read book 3. And I really want to read book 3, because I have a lot of stuff planned for it. I'm very excited for book 3. We got... So yeah, this is a story that I did not write this story. It was written by Hearts Locust over on Archive of Our Own. You can type in !book for more info on that. It'll give you a link to it. You will need an Archive of Our Own account in order to read the book, or you could just sit here and listen to me read it to you. So there's that as an option. For all them waving nebs with them terrifying, distant-looking eyes. Oh yeah, emotes! There are new emotes for subscribers and all that good stuff. You guys now have access to 5 emotes if you are a tier 1 subscriber instead of 1 emote. So yay! Those are, I put temporary ones in place. They still need slight tweaking before they're the final project. The commissioned person is working on that. Oh, actually, let me check and see if they're up now. Whoopsies, that is not what I meant to click. This one. Here we go. Alright, he's still working on it, yeah. Okay. So, I'm just waiting on them to get back to me, so we have these placeholder ones instead. And they're pretty much the exact same emotes. They're just, like, adding the freckles onto the emote and stuff like that. It's just very tiny details. The main emote's gonna be exactly the same. But yeah, welcome to the new emotes. And I do have, I like the emotes. I like them a lot. Let's see. What else is there? So yeah, we're halfway through. No, we're not halfway through. We have just started book 5. We're gonna keep on reading. So for the people who may or may not have just joined us recently, we are following the adventures of Judge and Kore, 2 Tenno, both awakened Tenno, and their relationship with each other. Book 5 is a series of shorts revolving around them. They're isolated incidents, so each chapter does not carry on a thread of plot from the previous chapter. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Let me turn off the emote on the chat. And we can get started with chapter 8. Hold up, let me get a drink. You know, everyone's always says, like, don't eat yogurt or drink milk or something before you're about to start talking, because it's going to mess up your voice. Well, That's my bad. I probably shouldn't have drunk milk or eaten yogurt type dealio what's it. So, my voice starts dying on me, you know why. Okay. Adora Bright Moon. Hello, hello. Thank you for showing up. Oh, I like the little bubble emote. This is really cute. He's cute. It's cute. Alright. Let's get started. Alright. And again, I'm going to react to the chat, and I'm going to react to any follows and whatnot that happen after each chapter. And these are really short chapters, so you won't have to wait long, I promise. Oh, thank you for the follow, Adora Bright Moon. Thank you. Hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah. I have the sounds turned off because this is like an ASMR stream and I don't want it interrupting the flow of the story. So, enjoy. Okay. Seas who could sing so deep and strong. Chapter 8. That's it! Corey yells down to him. From here, Judge can see that her face is red and blotchy with exertion and anger. We wasted all this time for 3,800 credits? That can't be it, Judge calls back to her from the lower platform he's on. Ugly gives him an annoyed look from the platform Judge had firmly told the Kavat to sit on. Ugly, being an incredibly lazy creature, was more than happy to oblige him for once. Corey, there has to be something else. There must be some sort of hidden cache we haven't found. Or maybe we did the sequence wrong? Corey snarls. Did I stutter when I gave you the directions? No. Corey's Nidus is sitting passively on one of the other pressure pads, the light of pads around him a dull orange from being used. For Kubro, Isha, one of the smaller ones, a mottled green and cream, an incredibly bubbly Sahasha with a fantastic knack for finding and fetching body parts, barks enthusiastically. Both Kubro and Warframe are across the circular room on two other musical platforms. Hang on, let me get up there, Judge says, preparing to void jump. I've been around this entire room 3 times, Corey snaps, stepping back from him when he void jumps up to her. Her entire body rings with tension. I didn't miss anything. I'm telling you, I found the reward for completing this stupid music puzzle, and it's 3,800 credits. The hidden prize for the music puzzle can't be 3,800 credits, Judge says, following her as she leads him to what looks like a somewhat impressive dais with what looks like 3 fake sleeper pods on each side. Each of the sleeper pods is open and revealing a blue light, and there's a broken container in the center of 6 of them. Count 'em. 3,800, Corey says, jabbing her finger in the direction of the music platforms. My Kubro sneezes and finds 3,800 credits, Judge. We've been here for 2 hours, and we cleared out everyone ages ago. It was, indeed, pathetically easy. Judge isn't sure if that's because the Grenier and Corpus were fighting each other so intently, or because Corey was particularly enthusiastic due to cabin fever. Judge looks around while Corey mutters under her breath. This is taking forever, Corey grumbles. I can feel myself aging. I'm reaching puberty as we speak. Wait, what? Judge's brain scrambles to a halt as he was mentally retracing their steps. He gapes at her. Weren't you 13 on the Zaraman? Corey's face flushes even redder. Yeah, so? Wouldn't you... Judge gestures at her helplessly. I mean, I thought that... Puberty isn't at a set age, Judge, Corey snaps. Some people are late bloomers. I mean, look at you. She gestures at him. I have to hold your hand through sabotage missions because you still haven't figured out avoid running over fire. Is this why the Lotus told me to be careful with you? Judge blinks. No, she told you that because she meddles where she isn't wanted and because I'm a delicate and fragile creature, Corey retorts, swiping her hand at a decoration and melting through it with her void powers. Judge snorts, quickly smothering the sound when she glowers at him. He is pretty sure she's more irritated that they've run out of people to kill, rather than them not finding anything particularly interesting after solving the Orican puzzle, or this taking so long.
Not even a mod, Corey mumbles, turning away from him and kicking one of the golden pods. She seems to be particularly pleased with this movement. She repeats it again. No coordinates, no blueprints, no mods, not even some endo. And these places are always bursting with endo. Corey growls and then swings her leg up high, pushing her void energy into her foot as she kicks one of the raised up panels of the fake pod. Judge winces when it goes flying. Corey looks abruptly delighted. That's not going to get more credits or mods or blueprints or endo, Judge points out. You don't have to break everything, as you always tell me whenever we go out on missions. That's different. You break things on accident. I break things on purpose, Corey replies, and then with a speculative look, trots over to the broken off panel and lifts it. Judge watches her. It's not like he could stop her whenever she gets into a particularly creative mood. Corey hefts the panel up, tongue poking out of the corner of her mouth and an extremely bright look in her neon-colored eyes. The grin she gives him is practically fiendish, and she takes aim at another raised panel. The golden panel crashes. Judge hears Isha and Ugly barking and yowling in response, and it sends the second panel flying with a loud bang into a wall. The wall cracks and dents with the force of it. Only Orican things can destroy Orican things, Corey says, viciously pleased with her violence. Judge refrains from pointing out that the Orican as they know them aren't around anymore for her to piss off. Destroying their abandoned space stations and buildings isn't any kind of revenge or vengeance. He refrains from pointing out that they themselves are Orican things made to destroy Orican things. That were in turn made to destroy other things. In hindsight, the Orican made a lot of things that they messed up on, and needs to make new things to get rid of the old ones. Judge says none of this, because he knows that Corey is fully aware of all this. Corey, he thinks, holds many of these truths inside of her. He thinks that these things are what makes her glow so gold. Corey drops the panel in her hands and kicks it aside, face resembling something like a disturbingly pleased predator from Earth. It's probably not a look that should make Judge's stomach do cartwheels. End of chapter. You laughing at the I'm reaching puberty as we speak thing? I thought it was pretty funny too, to be honest. Because they're kids, so it's like, yeah. They're very obviously not adults, I guess, from the in-game models, that's for sure. Anyway, moving on to chapter 9. Seas who could sing so deep and strong by Heartslocos. Wait, I keep forgetting. I need to check and see if alerts. No alerts. Okay, cool. Seas who could sing so deep and strong by Heartslocos. Chapter 9. Boarding Judge's ship is always something like lucid dreaming. Corey is distinctly aware of something off, but can never exactly put her finger on it. His ship is an exact copy of hers, with key differences in color and internal decorations, and of course the fact that it always feels about 5 or 6 degrees cooler. As soon as the doors hiss open, she flinches at the cold air, feeling goosebumps all over her exposed skin. Her bare feet make sounds on the orbiter floor, eyes narrowing as they adjust to the much darker room, lit mostly by displays of screens that Judge has flickering haphazardly around his ship. Everything in it is familiar to her, in that she has been here before, and that at its core, it is the same basic plan as her own ship, but it's all skewed, just a little. It is entirely Judge-based. Everything is at his eye level. Everything fits the spaces of his body, his mind. Corey finds herself lifting her legs a little higher to avoid small piles of decorations and models that for Judge would be only a slightly larger step, but for her shorter legs, it comes up awkward. As usual, there's a mess of strings and cords everywhere, physically tying and connecting together the screens displaying information Judge feels is relevant and, inexplicably to Corey, linked together by some unseen mystery. Judge has many of these, and Corey knows the rudimentary basics of what he's called an organization system at best. She finds him sitting in the middle of his mess, everything perfectly within arm's reach that he could need. Water packets, the boxes of chewing gum, some half opened, and a few spilling their contents onto piles and piles of data storage, control panels, bits of circuitry, and parts of evidence, and more screens. I'm going to use your foundry, Corey announces to him, and he glances at her, eyes skipping over her bare skin. It has taken time, but she's slowly grown used to seeing her exposed. Corey herself is growing used to being seen. Sure, Judge says, focus easily sliding back to whatever mystery her fool of a detective has set his rabbit-fast mind to. Why, what's wrong with yours? Nothing. I'm using it for something already, Corey says, taking a few seconds to reorient herself as she stands in front of his foundry. Hers, but not the same. She opens the panel for blueprints he currently has, flicking through them with a small curl of amusement. So many things Judge has but hasn't made. He probably doesn't even know half of this stuff is here. Fortunately, she finds what she's looking for and makes a small pleased sound. Judge makes his own half-questioning, half-distracted sound in the back of his throat. She glances over her shoulder, and his magenta eyes are narrowed, squinted really, at one of the screens as he runs his thumb over his lower lip. What happened? Judge asks as Corey turns around, leaning against the foundry. Judge waves his free hand at her. Something wrong with your suit? Corey is currently wearing only a sleeveless shirt and a pair of shorts, both in off-gray. I was working on the pigmentation on my rhino, Corey says. I didn't want pigment on my suit, so I took it off. Corey wiggles her bare toes, a steady crawl of adrenaline from being so open, so seen. But not vulnerable, she reminds herself. To be seen is not always to be vulnerable. It can be with Judge, but not like this. Not right now. She scratches at the back of her calf, feeling the faint lines of the scratches Ugly left a few weeks ago. Not enough to really hurt or do any lasting damage. 3 annoying lines of itchy scabbing. Judge had looked contrite, unsure if Ugly's actions had spooked Corey or not. Corey's own Kavat, Joy, had reacted by tackling Ugly into a wall as soon as the two got into a hissing fight. The fight ended by Ugly's tail being caught into Corey's carrier's vacuum port. Both Kavat and Sentinel were making deeply unhappy noises. Joy was laughing, in the way only Kavat seemed to be able to, sounding like she's dying on her own air and enjoying it immensely. Corey had taken an hour or so to untangle her Kavat and Sentinel, chiding her carrier. Ugly's already ugly as it is. Don't make it worse for him. What would he do then? Judge hums, and Corey lightly whistles, because she had a feeling Judge would already have the blueprint she needs loaded into his foundry. He doesn't look up as 2 of Corey's Kubro trot in, but he does when he hears what they're carrying. Hala and Valencia happily deposit the squirming flesh at her feet, and Corey pets them both under the chin. Judge stares. What did you bring onto my ship? Juggernaut guts, Corey replies, grinning. Specifically, pulsating tubercles, a severed bile sac, infected palpitors, and a chitinous husk. Judge gags. But why is it on my ship? Because, Corey replies, picking up the bile sac and opening the material deposit on the foundry and tossing it in. It lands with a slight squelch and a strange sort of wiggling bounce. It makes something inside her incredibly curious and pleased. Because, Judge, I'm going to be using your foundry to make a Furliak pod. Why? Because my foundry is currently making some Furliak pods, and I want to get as many as possible going. Corey answers, smacking one of the tubercles as it tries to stick to her ankle. Obviously. She manages to squeeze in the infected palpitors and then the husk. Once she's finished setting the foundry up to go, she moves to stand next to Judge. The semi-organized chaos of her ship should make her feel uninvited, without a place for her. It is, as Judge says of many of the Tenno eccentricities, a result of living inside your head for too long. Judge shakes his head, focus already slipped back to his mystery. He wordlessly holds his arm out, around the back of her legs, a question half asked. Corey raises her hand and runs it through his hair, scratching at his scalp in her own half answer. Judge then loops his arms around her legs, hugging her at his side. He rests his cheek on her thigh, distractedly turning his face to press a quick kiss to her skin. It sends a fizzing hot burst through her nerves, the goose flesh over her skin not quite because of cold anymore. Nice toes, Judge says. Corey wiggles them, crossing her arms as she looks down at the bright green paint on her nails. Is your rhino going to be that vivid? Gross, no, Corey replies. They both know that she doesn't like her Warframes to be particularly bright. Changed its pigment to dark red. What was it before again? Black and then a brighter red for accents. I didn't like it, so I changed it, Corey replies. Now he matches my Saren. Judge hums, thumb idly stroking a line on her leg. Nice. Corey looks over his head at some of his other screens. She has a few guesses as to what he's working on, but nothing concrete. She wonders if Judge has any ideas himself. She'd ask him, but he'll tell her when he's good and ready. Usually when he wants someone to bounce reckless ideas off of, to help eliminate the fantastic and whittle it down to the realistic. Corey doesn't mind being his cold dose of reality. Judge's skin is warm despite how cold it is, and Corey wonders how silly and strange it must be of her to want him to kiss her thigh again, just like before. She wonders how silly and strange it must be for her to want to kiss him like that. On the cheek, maybe. Quick, brief. Unabashedly and without any real consideration of thought. Unconscious, really. How nice, Corey thinks. How nice it must be to be able to feel and be felt so easily. She thinks they're getting there, though. Corey lightly presses her leg against his side, and Judge obligingly moves for her. Corey slowly settles down into the space he's made, pushing aside some of his things to make more room for herself to settle comfortably. Corey leans against him, and he wordlessly raises his arm, allowing her to choose how to arrange them, even as his other hand zooms in on a particularly grainy screen grab of Corpus Security on what looks like Europa. She stretches her legs out, and Hala immediately trots over from where she and Valencia were playing with Midas to lie down, a warm, breathing blanket. Corey wraps Judge's arm across his shoulder, letting it cross over her chest. Judge shifts his leg and bends it, resting more of his weight on his bent leg to make them more stable. He stretches out his other leg in a mirror of her and winces. Remind me how long you've been sitting, Corey says, picking up one of the multiple model figures Judge makes when he isn't sleeping and playing with it. A while, Judge answers. Hey Corey, look at this. Doesn't this Moa look new?
Hey, Jamea! Thank you for the birthday wishes! Tanky, tanky, tanky! Appreciate it. You just woke up and everything is still blurry. How much sleep did you get? No, you couldn't have gotten much sleep. And Toro Mochi, you were here at the beginning of the stream. You only got 5.5 hours of sleep, my dude, my man, my bro. Come on, come on. Gotta get more sleep than that. 5 hours is nothing. You gotta get healthy 8 hours at least, minimum. If not, go for 10. Go for the big 1-0. No wonder everything's still blurry. Well, I hope I can help ease you into your morning with the melodious sounds of my voice. Just kidding. Just kidding. But yeah, welcome. Good morning, good morning. LeCronton. Mood swings. Yeah, no, not quite there yet. You haven't hit puberty, remember? Alright. I'll just move on to the next chapter. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bump, bump. Okay. Let me double check. Hey, Joe Credus. Hello there, Joe Credus. Greetings and good health to all. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. Hope that you're doing well as well. Got a cool little icon. Reminds me of Bionicles. Everything reminds me of Bionicles, though, so that's nothing new. Yeah, greetings. We're about to start in Chapter 8 of Book 5. I'm hoping to get to Chapter 20 before the end of the stream. A wise troll once said that sleep is for mortals, and for the rest of us, there's caffeine. Well, I'm assuming everyone here is mortal. Yeah. I don't know. Caffeine. What would the world do without caffeine? You got 2 hours played on my Switch. So you didn't even get 5.5 hours of sleep? You got 3 hours of sleep? Oh, mochi. Alright. Well, this is your funeral. I'm just saying. Gotta take care. You only got one body. You gotta make sure it doesn't, explode in a trillion pieces. Everything is fine. It's a special day. Alright. If you say so. Alright. Alright, so. We're gonna be moving on to chapter 8. Jellyfish is not mortal? I'm pretty sure they are. You can kill a jellyfish. Listen, just because it doesn't have a brain doesn't mean that it doesn't have a life. It's alive. It's alive! Enjoy your jellyfish brain. Alright, let's go. That sounded weird out of context. Enjoy stream, have fun being a jellyfish. I don't know. I'm just gonna read the next chapter. Oh wait, no, I was gonna check and see if no alerts. Awesome. Oh, email only chat. Oh, wait, did we not do this? Did I not mark this as complete? 27 minutes ago. Maybe there was another email only chat. Yeah, whatever. I'll make another one. Can never hurt. I don't remember if we did this one and I just didn't mark it off. I'll just email only until the next chapter. There we go. And remember, if you guys have any questions about the story, if you're not super familiar with the lore of Warframe, please do ask and I will explain everything to the best of my abilities. Alright. Seas who could sing so deep and strong. By Hearts Logos. Chapter 10. Oculus Nuva. Oh, that's such a cute little emote. I love it. Anyway. Chapter 10. Kore. Awareness comes to her slowly, sluggishly, like her own consciousness is thick and vicious, blotting between her eyes and nose and fingers, giving but also lazy and stifling at the same time. Kore groans. Sensation is even slower to follow. Kore fully expects herself to be moving, ready. It's not the first time she wakes up in transference, but it's one of the more memorable times when it feels strange, unnatural. She's been knocked unconscious during transference. No, she has been knocked unconscious during transference. When she gets back to it, normally she's already fine. She's able to get up and move and continue her mission, or at least get out. But this is different. Her Warframe responds to her slowly, hesitant. It feels like Kore struggles with the thoughts, the words, the form of it. It feels like her rhino, but timid somehow. More shy, nervous, uncertain. A steady bedrock underneath a swift current that makes her focus on her footing. Vauban, she remembers. She was testing her Vauban frame. With recognition comes more awareness. Judges voice through their private line, calling her name in increasingly desperate and terrified tones. I'm here, she croaks out, head pounding. She slowly turns Vauban's head, taking in the corpus cell. I'll be released a new wave of Zanuka hunters, Judge explains. The soft, almost undulating magenta glow of his Nova Prime's helmet a stark contrast to the harsh blue and white lightings in the ceiling. Harsh blue and white lights in the ceiling. Kore swears, hot, vicious, and unsatisfying. A Zanuka, new prototype or no, should be nothing to her. Nova's hands work on freeing Vauban from the restraints. You aren't used to your frame. I've never actually seen you in a Vauban before. It was a good reason, Kore replies. Look at where it got me. In Hades, I was... Nova's hand presses against Vauban's chest, pushing the frame against the containment unit. I'm sorry, Judge says. They didn't make it. The hostage. The corpus caught them a little after you... What Judge means is, after Kore slammed 3 extra clips of ammunition into the Lotus agent's hand, picked them up, and threw them into a ventilation shaft. Kore knew would lead to the outside as the Zanuka closed in on her. And what Judge means is, after Kore did her best, she still failed. Kore's stomach sours, her guts knot. She had been so careful. She didn't set off a single alarm. They were so close. If Kore could have just gotten them out of that building, if she could have just gotten them outside of the facility, running to her ship would have been nothing. Zanuka would never have caught her. The corpus never would have killed the operative. Kore swears, throat closing, a blistering and dry heat that cracks her voice like the deserts of Mars. It wasn't your fault, Judge says.
half supporting her with his Nova as Vauban's systems slowly come back online after they remove all the inhibitors on the frame. Neither of them say, "You have never had the patience for the survival of others anyway." Corey feels herself bite her lip in her orbiter. The hurt spills through her, hot and burning. "I'm sorry," Judge says softly, knocking their Warframes' heads together. "Corey, please, I'm sorry." Vauban jerks back from him. She is still unsteady, but she's good enough to stand at least. She does not want Judge's pity. His attention, his trust, his time, yes, but never his pity. Nova's hand grasps Vauban's wrist. She hears Judge taking a breath to say something, and then a voice, unfamiliar, that makes Corey's jaw seal itself closed.
"You have your girl?"
"Yes," Judge says, into what Corey belatedly realizes is a separate communications line. She hadn't noticed that she was tapped into it. Judge must have opened a second channel and silently tuned her in. "You?"
"Almost. Talk to you soon."
Corey's Mars dust mouth is empty and full at once. Corey wants to curl into herself and lick her wounds and her bruised pride. Corey also wants to burst out of here and prove that she is not something that requires saving. "Weapons," Corey says. She doubts that she'll ever be able to see her secondary again. It's fine. She wasn't particularly attached to it anyway, but she does want her sword and shield back, and her gun. It was one of the few primary weapons she can actually tolerate using. Nova nods. "Right, I found them on my way here, actually." The Nova frame removes a pair of holsters and hands them to Vauban. The weight is reassuring. As Vauban puts them on, Judge takes in another breath. "Corey, when I was mad at you earlier, I didn't mean for you to do this, to go off on your own and do something you don't like." "No," Corey agrees. "I know that, but you did mean for me to do something, Judge." She focuses on the dependable weight of the Aegis on Vauban's arm, the comforting glow of it, and the focusing heft of the boltor in her hands. Vauban's optics meet Nova's. "You hate how much I don't care for the hostages, the people the Lotus is always rescuing. You can't understand how I don't care for defense missions, for rescues, for the distractions, for any of those. You don't understand. You can't understand. I don't ask you to. I don't need you to. I don't even need you to accept any of that. I know it's wrong. I know it's my responsibility to care." Vauban's hands tighten around the boltor's stock and barrel. "I can't," she says. "Judge, I can't do that. I can't care for strangers like that. It isn't in me. If it was, after..." The words are hot and sour in her. The wrong kind of Vizcola. "After everything isn't anymore, Judge." There should be more words, Corey thinks. There should be more words for why Corey can do all these things for Judge when she can't do it for people she knows she should be defending since they can't defend themselves. There should be more words for why Corey resents the yoke of the word Tenno, the memory and stamp and brand of being Ballas's Saren, for the endless chain of duty and responsibility and purpose assigned to every single Tenno in the entire system. There should be words for why she has been forced to place the security of others before her own and put her body and mind on the line for someone and something she never chose. There should be words for why she does this all willingly for him. Corey flinches when all the cameras and lights in the room burst, shattering with a shower of sparks around them. Judge's void energy, the same brilliant magenta as his Nova, lights up the room as he steps out of his frame and reaches his hands up to hold Vauban's head in his hands. "Corey," Judge says. "Corey, I'm sorry, you're right. I don't understand. I can't. But I don't hate you. You have to know that, Corey. We don't see everything the same, but I do not hate you for this. I was angry earlier, yes. Angry at you, yes. But that doesn't mean I want you to do this, to be something you can't. You know I wouldn't ask that of you." And that was it, wasn't it? The reason why Corey used the Vauban frame she never really touched, the reason why Corey used her sword and shield and her crossbow, the reason why Corey did this. Vauban inspires caution, defense. Vauban and the frame's particular skills asks of her to slow down, to use as little power as possible, to protect and guard rather than eliminate. The crossbow is silent. The sword and shield are meant to hold back, not push through. Corey did this to try. Against everything in her, even her own bubbling resentment. Corey, I'm sorry, Judge repeats, and Corey opens her mouth to say something. Something. A static scream bursts through the comms, and they both flinch, recoiling.
Not one alarm set loose, and the second I get you out of that cell, you set them all off, you...
Run, 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 run! I guess she found Punk, Judge says, Riley, stepping back into his frame, giving her a piercing look that says this conversation is paused, but not over. What's a punk? Corey asks. The doors to her containment cell hiss open and a blue streak dashes past, followed by a pink Trinity frame. That's Punk, Judge says, tugging her forward by Vobin's wrist. And the second one was Cheek. He was also taken by the Zanuka hunter, and then when I was looking for your... That's Punk, Judge says, tugging her forward by the Vobin's wrist. And the second one was Cheek. He was also taken by the Zanuka hunter, and when I was looking for you, the Lotus told me his partner was looking for him, so we teamed up to get you two together. Punk? Corey repeats. Chic? You probably remember at least one of them, Judge says as they sprint after the blue and pink pair. Punk is an Ember unit. Not all Ember units know each other, Judge, Corey sighs. There were over 900 Ember frames that got deployed. Granted, most of those are repeats because of how many Ember frames had to be rebuilt and stationed to multiple zones for quick transference switches. And Sheik is that Trinity unit we helped rescue in the Void that one time. Corey resists the urge to groan. A loud one.
Yay! Alright, deactivating emote only. Do. There we go. There we go. I love these little dinosaurs that are just flashing colors. They're great. They're great. Oh man, Judge and Corey and Punk and Chic have been introduced to the story, y'all. I'm so pumped for this. Not really. They've been introduced as concepts, but they're not going to show up for a long time, which makes me very sad because they are also great. Raccoons, why? No, I release you from the emo only chat. The first thing you do is post it. Raccoons? Oh, no. Bandito. Hello, Bandito. Welcome to the stream. No. This is... Why? Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Aw, these are cute emotes. Look at these. These are very cute. Much cuter than raccoons, I would say. Yes. Get out of here. Yeah, you tell him, Momo. Okay, anyway. What chapter are we on? Let's go to the next chapter. Almost 6 hours, I know, right? Super long time for me to read a book to y'all. We're not even at chapter 20 yet. We haven't even gotten to chapter 20. We need to get to chapter 20. You didn't do nothing? Yeah, a likely tale. A likely story. Oh, we are on chapter 11. We're over halfway there. We can get to chapter 20. I know we can. Only chat is temporary. Raccoon is forever. It's a surprisingly long fanfic. Okay, so here. The series is called I'd Rather Fall Among the Stars. The series has 253,000 words in it. Book 5 has 211,000 words in it. So book 5, The Seas Who Could Sing So Deep and Strong, is like 90% of the entire thing. So yeah, the other 4 books only comprise like 50,000 words. So we have read book 1, we have read book 2, we have skipped 3 and 4, we're reading 5 right now, and once we get to chapter 20, then we'll chronologically be at the spot where we can start book 3. And I'm super pumped for book 3, I have a lot of stuff lined up for it, I'm very excited about it, I got plans, okay, for book 3. Book 3 is gonna be great. Alright, yeah, we're on chapter 11. Yeah. So yeah, the book you will need an archive of our own what's it called, account in order to read it. But hey, at least you can have a little overview of it. And hey, if you guys have any questions at all, please do ask me. If it's like about the world or if it's about the characters, if like, because yeah, please do ask me. Been in the McDonald's dumpster all day. No. Oh, look at this. Chapter 11 needs to be read. Haha, yes, no more raccoons. Okay. Alright. Let me get started. Chapter 11. Seas who could sing so deep and strong. Chapter 11. Judge's vision blurs around the edges, and the hum of the orbiter is a sound that's in his bones, in his skull. The sound of space is a solid and tangible presence in his ears. He forces his eyes to focus in on the screen in front of him. He's close to something he knows. Whispers trail down the back of his neck, ghosts from a time Judge forcibly left behind. He wishes it could leave him. The ambient sounds of the orbiter and all the things it must do to keep him alive, to keep him healthy and able, are familiar and routine. Judge focuses on the bright light of the surveillance footage he's been looking over. There are pieces missing here to finding out what it is that's got the corpus so riled up. There's going to be an auction soon, and the only thing that could get those old men so excited and sanguine is Orkin technology. Question is it a Warframe? Is it a Tenno? Is it something worse? Judge? Corey's voice rasps out. He turns around, neck stiff, and looks at Corey. Midas is curled up with her in her sleeping bag. The snoring Kubro is lying on his back, paws flung up and soft little puppy snores coming from his mouth. Judge grins a little. Corey lifts her head up, her short cropped pink hair messed up in a dozen different directions. Her normally flat bangs have lifted off her face to reveal the almost full circle of green-blue void scars. Her multicolored eyes are squinted at him. Did you even sleep? What time is it? Dunno, Judge says, turning to look in the direction of the navigation panel and the large windows at the controls. Then he realizes that it wouldn't help much. The orbiter is in orbit. Time is measured in shadows and rotations. Judge, just go to sleep, Corey yawns. A jaw-cracking thing that makes Judge smile, a little regretful that she even woke up. Corey just gotten from 2 back-to-back 2-hour surveillance drops, and then a 4-hour patrol of Uranus. She'd boarded his ship, threw down her sleeping bag, and went immediately into it, zipping the thing all the way up to her chin before Midas started to whine and paw and nudge at her head until she let him in. Valencia had trotted in after a few minutes later, dragging another blanket in her powerful jaws, half tossing it down on the floor next to Corey, sitting on it and turning around in a complex series of motions to tuck herself in. Judge doesn't remember when the last time he stood up was. I'm close to a breakthrough, Corey, Judge says. Do you think I could get into this corpus auction? You've got hair, Corey groans. There aren't any corpus with hair, Judge. They're hairless rodents. Judge presses his thumb to the corner of his lip. Wait, what if I wore a helmet? You're brown, Corey stresses. The corpus are so white that fresh snow looks dirty. And you're too short. Even the withered husks that are the corpus rich aren't as scrawny as Tenno are. Judge turns around to tease that at least he's still taller than her, but Corey's eyes are looking directly at him. His heart abruptly stutters in his chest. Corey's eyes are violet and magenta. That's not Corey. That is not Corey. It smiles at him, winking. Something wrong, partner? Judge gasps, legs lurching but collapsing immediately underneath him again as he tries to backpedal away. His legs are useless and numb as the thing that's pretending to be Corey sits up, sliding out of the sleeping bag, smiling. His heart pounds in his chest and he feels the buildup in his hands and arms and chest, but before he can even think it, a blast of magenta void energy bursts out of him. Judge skids back on the floor, back hitting against his mod station, and the thing that is Corey raises its arms, yelping as it crashes into the corner of his orbiter behind the Sentinel charging station. The thing that has Corey's face crumples, and Judge scrambles to stand. This is a dream. It must be a dream. Isn't it a dream? Corey's eyes were magenta.
Corey's eyes are yellow, green, pink, just like his are magenta, pink, purple. Corey's eyes are not the color of his void energy. Corey's eyes are the color of spring, earth made new. Judge tries to stand, but his legs refuse to work. Is this a dream? Is this the result of sitting down for so long, or is this something else? Loud barking, and Judge turns. Another blast of energy erupts out of him as he holds his hands up to his face. The hulking body of Dream Valencia crashes into his foundry, tumbling onto the control panel and view pane. Another dark figure in the corner of his vision. Judge turns, hands held up, and he hears the whispering, and he hears the whispers of the void growing louder and louder. He bites his lip, but does he feel it? In this moment, he can't tell if he's biting his lip, and the room spins as he tries and fails to stand. The sound of space, the sound of the orbiter, the dull drone of machines and electricity fills his ears like cotton. Midas's yaps sound so far away. Judge turns, and the thing that was Corey is gone, and there's nothing in the sleeping bag, and fear and panic rise in him, building and swelling and undulating, and Judge! He turns, and it is the thing that is Corey, and it throws something at his face. He coughs, surprised, as he inhales something that feels hot and warm, and he blinks, startled, looking into spring eyes. Corey's face is pale and blanched, and she looks so small without her transparent suit, so small and bright against the dark interior of his orbiter. He breathes in, surprised, and starts to cough and wheeze. It burns. It's hot. And, Judge, you're awake. Corey's voice, closer. He wipes at his eyes, shoulders heaving. Judge, you're awake. It's me, it's Corey. Judge vomits. Corey's hand is on his back then, the back of his neck, pushing his head down as he struggles to breathe. Midas sounds closer now, and when Judge's vision clears, he's sitting back against his mod station, knees drawn up to his chest. The Kubra pup immediately runs up to him and squeezes into his arms, yapping confusedly. His grippy little paws snag into Judge's shirt as the puppy plasters himself to Judge's chest. Judge's arms go around the pup automatically, and he looks at Valencia, who's watching him, wary and crouched low to the ground. Corey, he wheezes, turning to her. Her eyes are right. Those are the right eyes. What? Red flavor, Corey says, holding up the empty canister. Red? You can't taste in transference, Corey says, because our frames don't have mouths, and you can't taste in regular dreams either. She sets the canister down and goes back to her sleeping bag, picking up Valencia's blanket, and she starts to clean up Judge's sick. His ears burn with shame and regret. He moves to help her, but she shakes her head. I'm sorry, Judge tries to find the words. You couldn't tell, she says, nodding. I know. It's gotten worse, hasn't it? Judge says nothing. Since Harrow, she says. Judge closes his eyes. Midas, please stop licking my face. That isn't for you. The puppy whines as Judge pushes the pup's face away from his. I put water next to you, Corey says, while you were out of it. Judge reaches down blindly until he feels the familiar, not quite solidity of a water packet. He opens it eagerly. It's Rel, Judge says, head hitting back against the mod station behind him. I just keep thinking about him, Corey. Corey doesn't say anything, but he knows she's listening. What if I turn out like that, Corey? What if I knew him? What if I could have saved him? I'm sure you would have tried, Corey replies. Judge startles a little when he feels something large and warm brush against him. He opens his eyes, and Valencia's blunt nose is nudging his leg, golden eyes wary but concerned. Sorry, he says, tentatively holding his hand out to her. Valencia nudges his hand softly, then turns around and curls her massive bulk against his side. He slowly leans against her, palm pressed against her large back, feeling her heat through his skin, and the feeling of her breathing. Corey, what if we could have helped Rel? Do you remember him? I should remember him. Why didn't I help? You might not have been there at the moment, Corey says, tossing the soiled blanket to the side, sitting across the orbiter from him. You can't help that now. It's over now. He's dead. And it's what's best. We couldn't have done anything to change that. We were cruel, Judge. We were cruel on that ship. We were children and we didn't realize we were becoming something else. Not all of us, Judge protests. No, Corey concedes. I knew what was coming. But I was cruel, Judge. I was untouchable. You said it yourself. I told you I didn't mean it like that. Judge, I have always been looking out for myself and only myself. Corey cuts in. I don't remember Rel. I barely remember you. I know what I should have done. I know what would have been morally right. But I also know that I would have done nothing to help him or to hurt him. And that is cruelty too. That's not true, Judge protests. Her eyes soften minutely. Judge, the only person I try to do things for is you. No one else. This is true, Judge mentally concedes, but it does not make Corey a bad person. Judge, you're awake. You aren't like Rel. You aren't responsible for what happened to Rel, Corey continues. Judge and Corey sit in silence for a while, Judge trying to piece himself together, Corey waiting. Let me see your hand, George says. Corey doesn't move. He beckons at her. I know I hit you hard. I can see the dent I made in the ship. It's just a bump, Judge, Corey says, slowly moving over to him. I got my shield up in time. In front of you, not behind, Judge says. Let me see it, Corey. Corey obligingly lets him inspect her head and the back of her shoulders. Bruises. They're going to be deep and painful, but he can't see anything else. I'm sorry, Judge repeats, this time to her. That's fine. I've had worse. It really isn't fine, Judge replies. Corey, what do you dream of? Corey's eyes are deep and bright. He can feel her trying to see if he wants her to lie or not. Ballast, Corey answers, voice soft. I dream about ballast and flowers. Judge closes his eyes and Corey drags her sleeping bag over to him, sticking her legs into it as she leans her head against his shoulder. Judge's hands find hers and he feels the hum of her void energy against his. He closes his eyes. The void whispers. Hey! Alright, there's been a lot of chat going on. Hold up. Let me scroll. There's a lot of chat. Oh my goodness. Ah, Scorch5119. Welcome back. Hope you're having a good time, everybody. Dunkin' Donuts dumpsters. Psh. Hello, back again. I'm Dad. Amazing. The ideal response. Favorite chicken nugget factory? Oh my goodness. Mooncakes for breakfast. That sounds unhealthy. That sounds very unhealthy. Yes! Cake for everybody. Everybody gets a slice of cake. Everybody in the chat is welcome to a slice of the birthday cake. And it's a giant cake. I mentioned it at the very beginning of the stream, but it looks small, but that's because it's very, very far away, because I'm in space, right? And space is really far away from you. So it's actually a huge cake, and there's a slice for everybody, and everybody is welcome to the slice. Even the raccoons, despite any misgivings. Even the raccoons can have a slice. Not the whole cake, a slice. I live off of moon pies? I don't know if I've had a moon pie before. It sounds very fanciful though. Moon pies. It's canon. Alright, I guess it's canon. I, who have never eaten a moon pie, live off of moon pies. Annie Maestro, hey, no problem. Thanks for showing up. No need to worry about being late. We're here all day. We are here all day. Yeah, right in the middle of the book, too. We are at chapter 12 of Seas You Can Sing So Deep and Strong, which is book 5. And as soon as we get to chapter 20, so 8 chapters, and then we are going to get to the part that I'm very excited and looking for, book 3. Okay, so I'm reading these out of order. So it goes book 1, and then book 2, and then book 5, and then book 3, and then book 5, and then book 4, and then book 5. So book 5 was written at the same time as these other things. So as it was being written alongside it, that means it comes before some of the others chronologically. So we're just going chronologically in the order of the story, not chronologically in the order that it was written. Not in the order that the series is. We're going chronologically in the order it was written. There we go.
A giant cake on the crash course towards Earth. Majora's Mask, except infinitely more delicious. All right. Let me take a drink, and then we're gonna head over to chapter 12. Chapter 12. Sees who could sing. Oh wait, no. I keep doing this. I need to check. All right, there we go. We're good. Sees who could sing so deep and strong by Heart's Logos. Chapter 12. I'm surprised you don't use a Nyx, Judge says, as she helps him calibrate to his new frame. Nyx is such a tough frame. Everyone always says Nyx is like an Excalibur unit, well-rounded and sturdy. Nyx's powers and I don't agree, Corey replies, ducking when Judge overestimates his reach when he grabs her. Careful, she's longer all around than Nova. I'm pretty sure she's one of the tallest female-shaped frames. Sorry, right. I'm just really used to Nova. I know, Corey says. What happened with your Nyx? Judge asks as she steps back to let him test his kicks. She barely brings her arms up in time to block. Sorry, her legs move differently. There's more control? Nyx is an excellent fighter, Corey agrees, but her mind powers control over someone else? Even when I wasn't awake, even when I was still in the dream and didn't know something about that, it just chafed against me. Corey tries to find the words, to pull them out of the compressed and dark spaces at the bottom of her feet, the bottom of her imagined soul. Something inside of me recoiled at the feeling of connecting to another mind and pushing my will over theirs. Even if it was Grenier or Corpus, it felt wrong. It felt sickening. Judge pauses as he's rotating his ankle. Maybe it was a side effect of the radiation damage? No, I don't think so, Corey replies. If it was, I don't think any Tenno would be able to use Nyx. How do you feel? Good. Normal. All transference readouts are fine and stable, Judge replies. Nothing wrong biologically speaking. And mentally, I feel okay. No strain, no trouble with maintaining transference. Nyx and I are alright. Not Nova levels of compatibility yet, but there's nothing like when I'm using Oberon. Oberon's just too soft. Let's just take it slow when we take Nyx to Earth, Corey says. Try the powers out on a few low-level Grenier. Judge nods. Sounds good. You going to switch out frames? Well, speaking of Oberon, Corey muses, I should probably use him again. He must be getting lonely, and Oberon does best on Earth. It's been 2 entire moon cycles since I last saw Corey, Judge says to Ugly. The phosphorescent Kavat ignores him in favor of trying to hack up its own lung in long, wet, disturbing sounds. I'm assuming she isn't dead, because if she was dead, then something would have come after me by now, and Corey's really the only thing keeping that from happening. Ugly succeeds in vomiting up something clearish, gray, sliming, and undulating. Kavat looks incredibly proud. Judge steeples his fingers and watches his Kavat over his fingertips. Corey must be alive somewhere on Earth, he says. I'd wish her the best, but honestly, she doesn't need it. Ugly pokes at its own vomit creation with a sharp claw. Should I go try and find her? Or do you think that would drag her down? What if I go to try and find her and she comes back to try and find me, and then we get stuck in a cycle like we did that one, every other time on Neptune? Your thoughts? Ugly starts to eat the undulating gray mass. Midas, snoring by the incubator, wakes up with a sharp bark, rolls over, and goes back to sleep. A small little snot bubble forms around his nose. His little paws grip at empty air, and his fat, stubby limbs try to run as he goes back into a new dream of presumably hunting and chasing something. Judge likes to imagine the puppy is hunting Grenier roller bombs, just like Helba. Judge feels a soft pang of sadness. He misses Helba. She was such a good Kukro. You're right. No one can stand a chance on Earth against Corey. She was like one of the first Tenno ever deployed and tested on Earth. She's probably having the time of her life. I'd just mess it up and slow her down if I went after her. Judge nods his head. Ugly starts to choke. Should we try and find her ship? Judge asks after a few minutes of Midas's puppy snores and Ugly fighting with vomit. You don't think she took her entire menagerie, do you?
Judge has a very sudden and incredibly vivid image of Corey in her Saren Prime frame, of course, rampaging through the infested and mutated forests of Earth with a trampling herd of Kubro Kavat sentinels and our Helminth Charger.
She's going to tear down Earth before they could ever rebuild it.
Judge says. It sounds like Corey, at least.
Do you think I should save Earth from Corey? I don't think Earth is ready for that kind of spring.
Ugly swallows the entirety of the gray mass, leaving only a slime trail on the orbiter's floor as evidence. Ugly growls and starts to slink away in the direction of the infested Helminth room. Judge stands up.
I think I'm going to have to save Earth from Corey. Maybe Earth will be ready for her in another few thousand years.
Judge glares at Corey, who looks entirely smug. He gestures at the glowing and slightly moving pustule on the side of his Ash's neck.
You did that,
Judge says. Yep, Corey replies, smirking. He turns his glare onto her Nidus frame, kneeling in a corner. Now you drain it.
I don't want a Helminth Charger, Judge says. Handsome doesn't even respect me.
That's not my problem, Corey says. Well?
What?
Move Ash to the incubator. We're going to drain it. You're the one complaining that people are looking at you funny. Judge makes a face and looks away as Corey drains the pustule's liquid into a small vial and adds it to the incubator. 3 days later, Judge stares at the Helminth Charger puppy kit spawn that's curled up in the incubator. Your thoughts? Corey asks as Judge slowly bends down and picks the spawn up, looking into its many glowing eyes.
I've had this charger for about 3 days, and this is my first time seeing it awake,
Judge says, cradling the charger to his chest and looking at Corey.
But I know that if anything ever happened to it, I would kill everyone and then myself for failing to protect it. Corey!
Corey grims, smug. That's what I thought. Okay. So, I stand corrected. Earlier, I mentioned a continuity error. I said that Judge couldn't have a Kubro deployed on Earth if Midas was his only Kubro and Midas is a puppy. But, I missed this. Helba was a previous Kubro of his who died back in the day when Kubros could die. Because, yeah, they can't anymore. They're invincible now. But they used to be able to die. So Helba was the Kubro he met Corey after the Archwing mission with. Boom! Brain exploded. There is no continuity error. It was Helba who died. Anyway. There. I stand corrected. What's going on? Any beams yet? We're still reading books.
Pure void energy!
Yes. Judge blasted Corey across his orbiter at one point, so that's a beam. Corey blasted the sentient with a beam. Yeah, beams. Oh no, Lorekeeper. You're a Lorekeeper now, Momo? I didn't realize that. Thank you for the birthday wishes, Model Bandito. Goodbye. Thank you for stopping by. Have a wonderful day. Oh no, and Toro Moshi? Oh no, he's Bandito's child? I was unaware of this. Raccoon family trees. Books can't be accessed by anyone, right? Oh, you're talking about the raccoon family trees. I saw that pass in chat, and I thought you were talking about the exclamation point book prompt that lets you get to the book. You need an archive of your own account to access it, but if you have an account, you can access it no problem. Most people have watched The Good Doctor. The only thing I learned from it is how to wash your hand with style. The Good Doctor. Medic?
Medic Gaming!
I don't know. I hope you have water nearby. Speaking for 6 hours must take a toll on your throat. It does. I have water. Don't you worry. No. I've yet to see it, but some people recommended it to me. Wait. Recommended what? The Good Doctor? Oh wait, is that the name of a TV show? Is The Good Doctor? Oh, I didn't realize. Got you. Continuity error were raccoons we found along the way. Yeah, there was no continuity error. That was me messing up. I forgot. I didn't realize that he had a Kubro who died. Pretty sure Ortis just keeps their genome in his clipboard. I mean, Yeah, that's what he does now, but didn't used to. A Cindo skin made in honor of all those lost Kubo. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. An AO3 account, and I've set the 2 stories I've published to be accessible for only people with AO3 accounts. Got you. Yeah, I mean, it's an option. This particular story is set so you need an account to read it. That's what I'm saying. The Good Place? Oh, I see. I don't know anything. I haven't seen any of those shows. I have to look at that Cindo skin, though. That's really cool. Also, Babe. Hello. I don't know if I said hi. Thank you for showing up. Hope you're having fun reading, listening to the Warframe story. Yeah. Non-flaming on fanfiction.net? What? A non-flaming? What? I don't know anything about that. I don't read comments ever. I just read the story and then head to the next story. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Flaming. Oh well. Alright. We're getting closer to chapter 20. We are on chapter 13. Alrighty. Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins. Seas Who Could Sing So Deep and Strong by Hearts Logos. Chapter 13. Judge, are you busy? Corey's voice sounds distorted and a little distant, as though she was calling out into the speaker. He can hear her working on something in the background. A little, Judge replies. He's been trying to reassemble some MOA parts he found. If we can get it to work again and somehow manage to disguise his tampering, maybe he could sneak it into one of the Corpus research facilities for some spying. Or sabotage. The plan only works if he can figure out how to get it to work again, though. It doesn't help that Ugly and Midas have been making off with parts he needs, like the legs. MOAs are about 90% legs, and 5% head, and 5% miscellaneous parts, but definitely 90% legs. Alright, never mind, I'll figure this out myself. Judge immediately puts down the MOA head. No, I'm good, I'll go over. Corey almost never asks for help, and Judge isn't about to turn her down when she does, even if she didn't ask for it in words. Judge hurries over to the connection between their ships and crosses. Valencia is sitting at the airlock, ears perked at attention. He gives her a tentative pat on the head, and she blinks slowly, still alert. Valencia, he thinks, takes her job as guard Kubro very, very seriously. All of Corey's Kubro take their job very seriously. It's like a small elite army of Kubro. Even if Isha can get a little hyperactive and overexcited when he's fetching body parts that no one asked for. Judge makes his way to the main area of Corey's orbiter and puts his hands on his hips, eyebrows raising at the spectacle in front of him. Corey is attempting to pull her worm sentinel out of an air duct. She's got both feet braced on the wall of her ship, and Isha is pulling at the back of her suit with his teeth. Worm is making several high-pitched sounds of distress, its optic sensor flashing as Corey grunts with effort to pull it free. Again? Judge asks. Yes, again, Corey says. Help? Judge takes Isha's place, arms wrapping around Corey's middle as he digs his feet into the floor, feeling the soles of his boots squeaking against the orbiter's clean and smooth flooring. Isha's teeth dig into the back of his hood, and a few moments later, Isha's teeth dig into the back of his hood, and a few moments later, Hadra trots over, looks at them, and then joins Isha in pulling Judge from behind. So this makes how many times your worm has gotten stuck somewhere? The last time was an exposed pipe, wasn't it? 12 this moon cycle, Corey grunts. Judge pulls her harder, grimacing at... What is Joy doing? Judge opens his eyes because the squeak of his boots is definitely not that loud or that piercing. Corey's pink and yellow kavat is dragging her claws down an alloy container, golden eyes looking directly at him. She likes to make that sound to piss people off, Corey said. She's been doing it all day because Worm and Helios have been annoying her. Helios? Corey jerks her head in the direction of her navigation panel. Judge turns his head, narrowly avoiding her headbutting his chin as she makes a renewed effort to free her trapped sentinel, and sees Corey's Helios. Still? Every time, Corey confirms. Corey's Helios has an unfortunate tendency to get stuck trying to scan itself in any reflective surface. The problem is that her Helios has to start over mid-scan every time because the bright light of the scanner reflects back into its own optic sensor and blinds the thing. So it's stuck permanently trying to scan itself until someone distracts it. Judge sighs, wry amusement flickering in his chest as he focuses on... Did you forget to disarm your shade again? He asks. Her orbital ceiling is dotted with fresh burns and dent marks. Listen, Judge, I'm not going to remove my shade's weaponry every single time I think it might enter sleep mode, Corey replies. I'll just forget to put it back later. Judge glances around for her shade, just in case. The Sentinel has a poor habit of firing off a few shots every time it wakes up from sleep mode, and the last time Judge was around for it, he got shot right in the butt. The Sentinel was appropriately sorry about it, from what Judge could tell, but he's not risking it again. He's lucky it was only a bruise. Almost there, Corey says, and they all give one final tug. Worm comes flying free, and Judge grunts as they collapse into a pile. Isha and Hijira cushion the fall, but Corey is bones and ankles, and Judge grimaces. Corey coos as she inspects her Sentinel for injury. Worm wiggles in her hands before wrapping itself around her neck, small beeps and chirps of distress fading into low whines for comfort. Judge gives the pair a fond look. Well, I guess the universe had to balance it all out somehow, he muses. What? Corey asks, attention mostly on her Sentinel. If you were as powerful as you are, and all of your Kubro and your Charger as, efficient as that, and you had capable Sentinels, it'd be unfair to the rest of us, Judge says. Corey glares at him. My Sentinels are perfectly capable. They just have quirks. Eccentricities. I mean, look at Ugly and Chainsaw. Chainsaw is perfect and wonderful, Judge replies immediately. Chainsaw cries and hides from Ugly, Corey says. Chainsaw is also afraid of Grenier and tries to hide behind you. Not everyone can be like... Judge waves his hand at where Corey's Charger, Empress, is standing very still and staring out into space next to Helios, who's making incredibly angry and frustrated high-pitched screeching sounds as it tries to scan itself. Corey shrugs a shoulder. She learned it from Valencia. You mean Valencia, your tank with fur? Corey sniffs, still cuddling her worm and petting its fleshy body as it does the machine equivalent of crying. Valencia is a guard Kubro. She takes her job very seriously. All of your Kubro take their jobs very seriously, and there's nothing wrong with that, Judge says. But if your Kubro and Kavat and Charger and all your Sentinels took their jobs as seriously and effectively as you, I think that it would be too much. In the words of the people from Old Earth, the universe had to nerf you by giving your... In the words of the people from Old Earth, the universe had to nerf you by giving you Sentinels that have quirks, like your Jinn having a very bad startle reflex, or your Carrier always getting tangled in Ugly's tail. Judge pauses. Thinks. Wait, is that on purpose? Did you train your Carrier to always catch my Cavet's tail? Corey! Ah, it's reviews. Got you. What? Maniranon is a nun? Eh? Okay. I'm gonna take a drink. Give me a second. I think that this particular story is a really good one to read on stream because people join and people leave all the time. But Seas Who Could Sing So Deep and Strong is like episodic. It's really episodic, so you could just join and listen to one chapter and you won't really need to know anything else. Like they do have the established what's it called? They do have the established what is it called? Lore? Character development. The character development from the previous books, but other than that, they're really self-contained, and I like that about them. My height is 165 centimeters. Yeah.
stretch a bit? No. You can't tell me what to do. You can't tell me what to do. I'll take a drink. How about that? Compromise. Trying to tell me how to run this place? You have to take a short lap around your quarters? No! No! We need to soldier on. We need to get to chapter 20. We need to get to chapter 20. But yeah. For context, that earlier chapter where Judge panics and ends up shooting Corey against the wall, like, that was the man in the wall. He saw the man in the wall taking the form of Corey, so he just panicked. Highlight. Don't forget to hydrate. I'm hydrating. Don't worry. I just realized your 3D model. What about the 3D model? Oh, I have marshmallow boots. Ah, they're not marshmallows. They're not fluffy. They're hard plastic, or plasteel, metal plastic alloy hybrid. I don't know. They're not fluffy. They're not fluffy. But yes, they do look like marshmallows, don't they? Yeah. Oh, chainsaw. Chainsaw is Judge's charger. The charger that he made last chapter. The charger that Corey bullied him into making. That's chainsaw. So chainsaw, the helmet charger of ugly. Chainsaw's just a little scaredy cat, and it's adorable. Little chainsaw. You love the boots? They look so squishy. Hey! Glad you like them. Glad you like them. I wish I had opportunities to show them off on stream. Alas, alas. Anyway. Long fall boots marshmallow version? Heck yeah! Heck yeah! They're fat enough to have enough circuitry for that, like, laced in them. Heck yeah! Alright. Let's go. Let's go! On the thumbnails, you can see them. Yeah. I mean, but like thumbnails, having them on thumbnails isn't quite the same as having them on stream. You know what I mean? Squishy, no marshmallow. Yes. Yep. I mean, why not? This is a good answer. All right. Chainsaw goes burr and scares itself. Pretty much. Yep. That's good old Chainsaw. All of these pets are like super. They have a lot of personality. Like, Corey's Kubros kind of blend into each other. You got Valencia, and then the rest are kind of like, the other Kubros. But, like, Judge's stuff is all, like, super personality-wise. Like you just all... Helio's trying to scan itself, and... Yeah, Jin getting... No, it wasn't Jin. It was Worm. Worm getting stuck in vents and stuff. It's great. I love it. Alright. Let's go. Where am I? Where's the book? I tapped out. Here it is. Let me take another drink. When are we getting a feet on the desk chill stream? Well, I'm gonna have to have somebody draw my shoes or get it in 3D. How would I do that, actually? Actually, I wouldn't need someone to draw them. I would just need to... wait a second. I could probably do that, now that you mention it. I don't know why I would, though, because I don't have chill streams like that. This is the chillest stream that I've ever had in my life ever. Like... Worm is an imposter trying to vent. Don. But no, this is literally the chillest stream I've ever had. Like, if it was going to have a feet on the desk stream, it'd be this one. And I don't have feet for... I mean, I do have feet, but, like, I didn't prep a feet on the desk thing. I don't even have a desk. Where am I supposed to find a desk? Have them materialize one for me, I guess. Anyway. Chapter 14. Almost there. All feet on the desk streams are cursed. I don't have feet convert. No, I have feet! I promise! I have feet! They're just... They would be in boots. I would have boots on the desk. I don't know. My feet look like my hands. Fun fact. My hands are all like blue and sparkly and galaxy looking. My feet look just like that. Boots is just a cover up? What? Your cover up? No feet? What? No. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, next chapter. No, there are definitely not 2 raccoons in the boots. I'd rather have no feet than raccoon feet. Come on. Makes me shudder to think of it. Okay. No time to talk. I'm on a quest to follow all. Hey, Dude 3 Sun. Thank you for. Wait, did you follow? I can't hear it. Yes, Dude 3 Sun followed. Thank you for the follow. Hey, 1078. Nice. Well, thank you. Have a wonderful day. Good luck with your quest. Best of luck on your quest. Okay. Alright. Seas Who Could Sing So Deep and Strong by Hearts Locos. Chapter 14.
It's huge, Judge says. Also, what's the opposite of claustrophobia? I'm having it. That's unfair. I'm both claustrophobic and whatever it is, that's the opposite of it. I never realized Earth was so big.
Bears, Corey breathes out softly. No wonder bears were an apex predator here.
If they ever existed, Judge reminded her. I can't believe it's actually this big.
The forests make it seem so normal-sized, Corey says. And from space, it just looks.
But standing here, it's like...
Judge waves a hand.
Whoa.
And it's ours. Corey bounces a little on her feet, turning to beam at him. Did you see the Lephantis from earlier? Judge!
That thing was 3 times the size of what you find in the derelict, Judge says,
a small, thrilling shudder of fear and adrenaline rushing through him at the memory.
Void and stars, Corey, it was massive, and it was just going about its business.
I'm going to fight it, Corey says. Not now, not tomorrow, definitely not alone, but I'm going to fight it eventually. Do you think there's more than one?
With our luck, yes. Corey, don't fight it.
Says you. You tried to kill the miniature one on your own.
Are we calling the one we've known until now the miniature one?
Judge raises its eyebrows at her.
It's the one we knew first. Shouldn't we call the new one the big one?
It's miniature, Corey says, and this one is massive and it's intimidating and it reminds me of you. Judge double takes.
Of me?
Corey nods. Only comes out for food and drink, but otherwise stays hidden in a little nest of garbage. Did you see the hole that thing climbed out of? I can't believe the Grenier haven't even tried to take it down or capture it.
Corey, I'm pretty sure that the hole it climbed out of used to be a Grenier base before it eviscerated the entire site, Judge says.
He's pretty sure he saw what could have possibly been a toxin injector, or the remains of one. What else do you think is here? Corey asks. Bears?
Bears aren't real, Judge repeats.
Dragons then, Corey says. We haven't even seen the ocean. I'm so excited. I can't wait for the Lotus to give us full access. Do you think it will be soon?
I feel like, for some reason I can't explain, the second the Lotus gives the green light that Earth is now open season for Tenno to go crazy on the Grenier and infested, I'm going to lose you, Judge says wryly. I've lost to a planet.
Chainsaw lets out a high-pitched yelp, scrambles back on her hindquarters, and does an immediate about-face, turning for Judge. Judge sees it all happen in slow motion. Whether it's one of those dramatic things that seems to happen when something terrible is about to occur, or because his Mesa's vision is just that good is debatable. But he sees Chainsaw turn for him and launch. It's an impressive charge that sends all the Grenier between her and him flying, but he's pretty sure that wasn't intentional on her part. Judge grunts, feeling her impact as Mesa and Chainsaw tumble into the ground. Corey is immediately laying down cover fire, and her much more Corey's much more battle-hardened charger, Empress, elegantly and beautifully, leaps over both him and Chainsaw and sends several Grenier flying straight into the ground or just about there. Chainsaw, meanwhile, is attempting to bury herself under Mesa, crying and whimpering the entire time. Corey sighs, loud and only a little bit amused by this, into their intercom. So she's like ugly then, is she? Mesa's arms raise over Chainsaw's quivering mass, and Judge starts firing from his new position.
Not all of us are as brave as you are, Corey, Judge says. Don't tease.
Empress finishes obliterating all the Grenier around him, and seeing
Wait, what? Ah, I see. Empress finishes obliterating all the Grineer around him, and seeing as no one was stupid enough to try to approach the dark and ominous creature of efficient death, Empress takes it upon herself to bring them to her. Judge grimaces as Empress's long proboscis flies out and wraps around the ankle of an unfortunate sniper, and drags her, roughly, fastly, and incredibly violently, over the ground to mauling range. It's not even about bravery at this point, Corey says, coming to a neat stop next to him, spinning Wukong's iron staff before letting it collapse back into a more manageable size. It's about the fact that all of the things that are supposed to be for hunting things with you don't actually help you hunt things. Ugly goes off and tries to choke to death on whatever it can get in its mouth, and I guess he shreds some things up along the way, but really it's a 50-50 split on who he helps at any given time. Midas is a puppy and should never even try to help you, and Chainsaw is... Corey trails off. Well, Chainsaw has an impressive retreat. I appreciate you trying to sound polite about it, Judge says, petting Chainsaw's quivering back. She refuses to let him up. There's no Grineer left aside from the one that Empress is finishing off. They both turn to watch. Empress daintily steps off the slack body, turns to them, faintly glowing tendrils moving in a very soothing, ambient way, and starts to trot over. Empress stops directly in front of Corey, sits down on her haunches, and clicks her mandibles twice. Corey pets her head, and the lights of Empress's body seem to flicker with pleasure. She clicks her mandibles a few more times. Is Chainsaw going to let you up anytime soon? Corey asks. Judge makes another attempt at sitting up, and Chainsaw starts to cry. I'll come back for you when I'm done then, Corey says, gesturing at Empress to stay. You work on getting Chainsaw to let you at least leave when I'm done, because we really don't want to be here when the reactor goes off and collapses this place into dust. I'll try, but I think at this point I'm smart enough not to make any promises.
Does that mean Neb can be creator? What? Creator? What do you mean creator? 1078? Is that a number that is related to creating? I'm not sure what that means. Awkward but not impossible. I think it's kind of impossible to have raccoons as feet. Desmond the Moonbear. Desmond the Moonbear. That sounds vaguely familiar. Is that a person? This is a cookie. It's a cookie person. Alright. Well, I'm glad you guys are having fun. Hope you're enjoying the story. For context, that wow was me picking up the cup and spilling it down my arm. So yeah, hopefully that doesn't short circuit anything. Drinking water too fast. Sorry for your ears. Alright, soldiering on. Chapter 15, 3/4. Ball? Like, oh, you're throwing a ball at me. Think fast kind of thing? Yeah, I can catch it. You gave me fair warning. Seas who could sing so deep and strong. By Heart's Logos. Chapter 15. We have a problem, Judge says, staring at the blinking characters in front of him. Of course we do, Corey mumbles. She's golden and orange lights in the corner of his eye, floating idly with her sword drawn. What's the problem now? I can't read this, Judge says, gesturing at the screen. How do you mean? Corey asks, voice carefully level. You mean you can't crack it? Hades, I told you to make more ciphers and keep them in storage on your ship. I hacked it fine, Judge says, shaking his head as he leans on the console. I mean, I can't read what's here. It's in some sort of code, a new one. Everything is in code, even the controls. It's different. Must have happened after I killed one of the queens. You mean we can't do anything? Corey asks, Titania's razor flies fluttering irritably in their holsters on Titania's body, each of them out of sync with the other.
I can't plant my virus or my bugs because they're in the old script, Judge says. They'll notice them right away if I do as is. I'll have to decode this and slip it in somehow.
So we came all the way here for nothing. Corey sighs. Excellent. Alright, let's head to extraction. Get back in your frame. You make me so nervous when you aren't in it.
And you make me nervous when you're in yours, Judge says.
A quick smile at the corner of his mouth when Corey only does a mid-air twirl, a few of her razor flies flying around her before quickly returning to their ports.
No, we don't have to leave. The Grineer aren't that smart. I could probably crack this. I just need some
time, Corey finishes for him. You just need some time.
Right, Judge nods.
Which is unfortunate, because the longer they stay here, the higher chance that they'll get discovered.
Alright, Corey nods. I'll buy you some time. I'm going to go as far away from here as possible and start making noise. It's too dangerous. The Gerstrag 3 are out,
Judge says, shaking his head.
We'll have to figure something else out.
Corey snorts. So what if the Gerstrag 3 are out? I'm not the one who killed one of their queens. They don't care about me. Besides, they're willing to overlook me since I like to destroy Corpus slightly more often than I like to destroy them. They like to hedge bets on who I'm after. I know, sometimes I overhear it when I'm listening in on Grineer before I kill them. Anyway, I'm gonna go and piss some Grineer off, or make them piss themselves. You let me know when you're done, and we'll meet back on the way to the extraction point. Good, good. Persephone out. Corey zooms away before Judge can get a word in edgewise, cutting off communications as she goes. Judge gapes after her. This is an entirely new and unfamiliar situation. Persephone, he calls out as the doors to the data vault hiss shut, and she's gone, just like that. Judge turns to his Mesa friend, who only acknowledges him with a slight glimmer of her optic sensor in the slit between the many layers of bandages around her head.
Did she just...
Judge asks his frame, knowing Mesa won't and can't respond. He turns to his Helios, who just idly flicks its lights on and off at him.
She did. She just ran off. Like that. She didn't even ask me or anything. She just went.
Judge stares at the direction Corey went. He can still see the glimmer of Titania's energy in his mind's eye.
How could she... I mean, I guess this is fine.
Judge turns back towards the console and starts working.
I mean, sure, yeah, I mean, okay. I can't stop her, but I mean, seriously? She's just gonna rush in like that?
Helios makes a particular chirping sound.
Yes, I know I'm one to talk, but I mean, come on, Judge says as he begins to note the patterns. And yes, I know she's Persephone, she can take care of herself, but seriously?
Whatever Corey is doing must be working, because no Grineer patrols show up as Judge is working on taking their system apart and putting it back together with a few new helpful, for him, for them, not so much additions.
Alright, done,
Judge says, breathing out slowly. The world around him swims into clearer focus as he blinks away the yellow-orange lights of the Grineer computer systems. He shakes his head, feeling his eyes sting, and looks away from the screens altogether.
Now we have to find her.
Corey is either stuck in some sort of communication blocking field, or she's too distracted by taking Grineer apart in her own way to answer his comms request.
How does Persephone do this when I do it? She always finds me, even when we aren't on the same mission. She must have had a way to do it. Or is that just a Persephone thing? Like some sort of Saren training? Or ballast modifications?
Judge asks Helios and Mesa, again, as if they could answer, or if they even know the answer. Mesa's head turns slightly upwards and to the left, just as something huge explodes. Even Judge can feel it vibrate through the soles of his feet.
Oh, Judge blinks. Well, I guess that's got to be her.
He grins.
And Corey made it sound so hard going after me. This is easy.
Helios rolls its optic sensor at him. Mesa turns her head slightly downward and away.
What? Judge asks as he gets back into Mesa. It was easy. I mean, I'm a total wreck and I definitely made more noise than that. There's no way Corey has had it harder when she's going after me.
No, Antoro Mochi! Nobody's getting the balls. Trying to throw the balls and doing touchdowns. That's a hilarious little touchdown. trade thingamabobber. Eh?
Yanako?
Nyanako? Nyanako. I don't think I know who Nyanako is. But thank you anyway. Tell them thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's very thoughtful of them. Hey, birthday greetings. Woo, woo, woo. Welcome to the party. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Okay. Why are there so many football style emotes? What's up with this? Facebook touchdown. No, not Facebook. Football. Football. That's what FB stands for. Oh, there you go. You got someone to play with. Have some delightful football. Thanks, Momo. Momo to the rescue. Ba-da-da-da-da. Super Momo. Nyanyako Minator streams Osu and Apex Legends. Okay, yeah. I'm sure if I saw a picture of them, I'd probably recognize them. But just going off the name, like, it doesn't ring a bell. Alright. Alright. Still playing some... Oh, the dog! The dog is intercepted. Da-da-da-da. Okay. I'll look her up later. But first, we need to get to chapter 20. We need to get to chapter 20. Alright. Seas who could sing so deep and strong by Heart's Logos. Chapter 16. Kori slowly rolls two blue Ayatan stars between her fingers, watching the light play against her skin and listening to the sounds of them as they click against each other, muffled by her meat and her bone. She conjures her own face in her mind's eye and thinks. "I'm going insane, Kori," Judge says, voice rough as he paces up and down the length of his orbiter. She can hear him quite well, even though he's far away, acoustics and such.
I turn around and I see this thing there, with my face smiling at me, and sometimes I can't even tell. It's like I'm projecting or something, and I'm not sure, is that me? Or am I me? Which one of us is me? Did I pop out of my body? If I turn around, will there be another one of me? Am I awake? Is this a dream?
We already know how to tell if you're awake or not, Kari says, eyes closed. You can't taste things or smell things. Apparently you can't read either.
Really?
She imagines him stopping his pacing, tilting his head, intrigued.
Where'd you find that one out?
The Lotus told me. Judge scoffs.
And what does the Lotus know?
She told me because she found out from other Tenno who are having trouble outside the dream, Kori says. She can understand Judge's frustration with the Lotus. She can understand his hesitance to trust her after everything she's hid from them. But the Lotus has been more forthright recently, if only because she's been caught flat-footed too many times. And recently, the things have been happening. They've been beyond the Lotus's scope. Kori does not trust the Lotus, but for lack of a better option, or for the lack of anything better to do, she's willing to go along with her plans and directives, unless when Judge says otherwise. We aren't the only Tenno who suffer, Kori reminds him. We're just the ones that matter to each other the most. His words, not hers. Judge sighs.
Alright, fine, I'm awake, but that doesn't help me with the rest of it.
You're you. Easy, Kori says, opening her eyes when she feels eyes on her. She looks up at Ugly and raises an eyebrow. Void, Ugly is truly a hideous Kavat. She loves him because she's got no choice. She has a feeling Ugly feels the same way about her. The Kavat bares its crooked teeth at her. She bares her own back. Ugly's ears flatten and he slinks away, glancing over his shoulder every few steps to sneer at her. Kori watches the Kavat go and rolls her eyes. Dramatic.
It isn't that easy, Judge replies. It's so hard to... What if I'm the hallucination? Isn't there that old Earth thing? I dreamed I was a butterfly and woke up, but what if I'm a butterfly dreaming I'm a man? Something like that. More elegant sounding or something.
Kori could correct him. She won't. Ballas did not approve of the Tenno being educated. She supposes most of the Orokin wouldn't want their weapons being too smart.
The Bellis couldn't stand for anything ugly. None of the Orokin could, and a certain level of ignorance was therefore unacceptable. Corey knows the classics by heart and by skin. She can sometimes still hear the automized voice reciting to her over and over and over again until she could repeat it by the muscle memory, her tongue, and her lungs. She despises this as much as she loves it. Yes, it is, Corey says, squeezing the stars together in her fists so that their edges dig into her palms. You are you. There is no one else in this world who is like you, or the next, or the one after. There is only ever going to be one of you. The others may look like you, but they are not you. Even if they look the same, have the same memories, know the same things as you, they are not you. How can you be so sure? Judge's voice draws closer as he comes closer to completing his circuit of the ship. Corey, how can I know? Because they don't have your soul, Corey says. You can't clone a soul. Corey, souls are just things people believe in. You can't clone them because they're thought, Judge sighs. No, Corey squeezes her fist tighter, her own face in her mind's eye. They aren't. You are you, are you, are you. That's it. Even if the others are real, they're real in a different way. You are real in your own way. You do what you have to, believe that you are real, or no one else will judge. How can you be so calm about this? Judge asks, and she looks up, sees him round the corner next to the arsenal loadout. I tell you that I'm seeing these hallucinations of myself, and you come up with all this advice? Is this a thing? Is this a normal thing? Did the Lotus give you this talk? Judge's eyes are wide and sleepless, not unusual. I thought we were past all the secrets, he says, only a slight touch of bitterness. Corey levels him a flat gaze. No, I know all of this because I'm used to it. Judge blinks, tilts his head, mouth pulling into a frown. Corey releases the stars slowly and then squeezes them again, hard enough to hurt. But you've been having the negative reaction too? Since when? Why didn't you tell me when did they start? No, I'm not. Corey shakes her head, throwing the stars into Judge's haphazard pile. They land and clink against each other, falling into the rest of the glowing blue, identical to all the rest. I'm used to it because I've killed my double before. She shrugs, wry smile on her face. Did you think Ballas and the rest of the Orokin were going to rely on the Tenno willingly? Ballas cloned me, cloned the Tenno in his care, to see if he could replicate the Void's effects, if he could make more of us. Judge stands very still, eyes focused on her in the way they normally focus on puzzles and riddles and problems to take apart. Corey breathes in, the memory, buoyed by the fizz cola that never seems to settle inside of her, is lighter than the rest. She's not sure why. No, Judge says, voice very low, face very still. He doesn't want to believe her. Corey tries to soften the words as much as she is able, so she nods instead. There is nothing in her that is soft anymore. That can't be true, Judge says. How did you... I know that I am me because I am the only one who feels the way I do, Corey says, because I believe that I am me, because they had to test if the clones worked somehow, and what better way than to fight the original? I won. I killed them, because none of the clones could ever do what I could do. Corey lets the void rise in her, a glimmer underneath her skin, as phosphorescent as ugly is. None of the clones had the void in them, and even if they did, Judge, that wouldn't be me. Ballas can't make me. I make me. I shape me. I am me. Just like you are you. There's disbelief and shock and horror and pity in Judge's face. Corey envies him sometimes. She knows it's wrong. She knows that Judge has his own scars, his own type of suffering. She sees it in him, on him, all the time. The chains of the war are still with him. Judge has his own pain. But she envies him, that experience of war and pain. How different the Orokin and their war was for him. How, in her mind, gentle. An experience of the war without the cloning, without the constant tests, without the eyes, without the performances, without the grooming and the endless tailoring and chafing under the images placed on her by others. A war without the stifling hand on her neck and the orders whispered into her ear. A war without namelessness. Corey knows Judge has suffered, but in her heart, there's a large part of her that envies and desires to be left alone, to be untouched, to be secluded in the dark with her own self instead of 1,000 others being pushed onto her. Judge, Corey says, pushing those feelings down in a way to ferment and build and shudder. No matter what, even if it's stronger than you, or weaker than you, or smarter or faster, it's not you. The only way to know is to believe it yourself. It's not concrete, and it's going to be difficult at first, but it's the only thing you can rely on. Alright, what's going on? What's going on? The faces are just hilarious? Eh? Which faces? Oh, those faces. Got you, got you. News streaming, Neb streaming. A watch along on Neb's birthday. What? Wait, what? No. What? Whoa, wait, no. She's doing a watch along on my birthday stream? Press X to doubt. Press X to doubt. Oh, no, they're here. Hello. Hello, Nyanako. Wait, no, I'm gonna say this right. Nyanako. I got this. See, I got it. Nyanako. Hello. Welcome. Hope you like the stream. Yeah, birthday stream, party. We're endurance. We've been live 7 hours, and I'm reading a book. And I hope that everybody's enjoying the book. Yeah, I love it. I love this book particularly. I'm just reading the backlog of chat that went by while I was reading. News on Nana Lemonade's Discord. Oh, okay. Got you. Crossing the streams. Nana has a cold? Oh, I didn't know that. I did not know that. The more you know. I just know she always streams when I'm unable to watch, so I'm never able to watch her, and it makes me very sad. Double dipping, eh? You're so good at reading aloud. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I try my hardest. I mess up sometimes, but I try to make it clear. 24 hours to go. No, Antoro Mochi. No. Where are you getting that? No, it's not 24 hours. Maybe another 7, not another 24. Cold you say? I don't know. I'm just reading chat. That's what chat says. Antoro Mochi says that she has a cold. I don't know anything about that. Alright. Oh, Ninako, thank you for following. I didn't notice earlier. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, where's... Let me... What does Ninako look like? Ah, got the purple look going on. I see. Cool. Yeah, hope you're having a wonderful time. All right, we got this. So, lemons for the lemon god. All right. Let's look. Chapter 17. Our goal is to get to chapter 20. We're getting to chapter 20 so that we can start reading book 3. Book 3 for the win. I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped and hyped. Piped. I'm so piped for book 3. I can't wait to get to it. Guys, I'm so happy for it. I hope I can... Chapter 20. Once we get to chapter 20, we can start book 3. Let's go! Alright. Raccoons to the raccoon god. No raccoons. Yes, throw explosive lemons at the lemon god. Heck yeah. Alright. Dude, don't raccoon. Don't make me. Pull out the squirt bottle. I see any raccoons in chat. They're getting the squirt bottle. Alright. Seas who could sing so deep and strong by Heart's Locus. Chapter 17. It's all connected, Corey, Judge exclaims, gesturing at the several screens he has haphazardly and somewhat dangerously balanced over each other, connected by red string he's fastened to them somehow. Corey blinks blearily and tries to cut off the video feed. She raises her hand and tries to close it. Judge stares at her before reaching out and putting his hand on hers. Corey! He snaps his fingers at her. Corey! Corey! Corey groans and continues to try and close the video feed. Corey, no! Corey! Corey, wake up! Corey! I'm not a video feed! You're on my ship!
Gross. Corey slowly sits down, yawning and scrubbing her hands over her face.
Why am I on your ship when I could be sleeping?
She shoves herself into the narrow space between a wall and the mod screen, curling up. There are worse places to sleep, and yawns.
Wake me up when you're done explaining.
Judge hits the ground next to her foot with his palm.
No, Corey! I need you to be awake! Corey, listen to me! I have it! I can see how it's all connected now! Judge, one of those pictures is just a close-up of Clem.
Corey scrunches her closed further and tries to retreat deeper into the crevice, pulling her arms up to shield her face. She hears Judge scramble back to look at his screens. He starts to mumble furiously under his breath at himself, and then he comes back, poking her small toe with the tip of his finger. She immediately curls her toes up. Corey! Corey!
Corey! Corey! Corey! Corey! Judge, please, Corey groans. You aren't even coherent either. I can see everything, Judge breathes out. It's all there. Corey, listen. Corey, don't go to sleep there. It's Ugly's favorite vomit spot.
Corey's eyes fly open and she launches herself out of the space, tackling Judge as she scrambles out, quickly standing up and twisting around to check her back.
You couldn't have led with that? Corey asks. Quick, is there anything on me? Judge! Judge!
You're clean, Judge says, looking her up and down.
Ugly must have eaten whatever was back there recently. Now will you listen to me?
Corey glares at him. No, I'm going back to my ship, and I'm going back to sleep. And if your theory still holds in 5 hours, then you can explain it to me.
5 hours?
Yes, Judge, because you dragged me out of sleep, and I'm going to add more time onto my sleep schedule because I need to make up for my last 24-hour drop cycle.
That's not how a sleep debt works, Corey.
Heck yeah, it doesn't. Go get some sleep, Judge.
This is handsome,
Judge says, and Corey stares at the Kavat. The Kavat stares back. That is a mistake, Corey says, and the Kavat sneers at her. Its phosphorescent eyes and skin they're actually hurting Corey's eyes a little. Corey squints and has to look away. She puts her hand on Isha's back and slowly rubs him until the Kubro settles. The stump of his tail continues to wag. Not food, she tells the Kubro, who just looks between her and the Kavat, excited and ready to play. Rude, Judge says, Novaframe kneeling down to embrace the Kavat. The Kavat starts to make a very disturbing half-yowl building in its throat as its ears flick back against its skull and hackles rise. Should you be doing that? Corey asks, wrapping Titania's arms around Isha. She has Isha half in her arms, and she's ready to run in case things go sour. She would leave Judge to his natural disasters in a heartbeat if her Kubro were in danger. Isha barks, and the Kavat makes a rough hacking sound and throws up. It's not a hairball, because this Kavat has about 0 hair. All of them stare at this thing that Kavat has produced and presented to them. She quickly puts her hand on Isha's nose and repeats, "Not food." Isha seems to be trying to backpedal away from the sticky and incredibly brightly colored substance. The Kavat returns to making its half-yowl. Corey picks Isha up and starts to float backwards. Where are you going? Judge asks, Nova's head tilting. Away from your disaster of nature, Corey replies. Why are you carrying Isha? Because I love him, and I don't want to lose him to your abomination, Corey replies. Corey, Isha is like 5 times as likely to kill all of us than Handsome is. I'm pretty sure that whatever anyone dishes out, Isha can handle, Judge says, releasing Handsome and standing up. Corey's focus snaps to the Kavat and starts to prowl about the room in a very loose circle, low to the ground with its ears back. Isha is a good boy and a string bean gremlin, Corey replies, And that is not handsome. That is ugly. Corey, the Kavat's ears flick up at attention. Void and stars, Corey breathes. It even responds to the name. Ugly. Ugly, go away. The Kavat hisses and sprints up a wall and into the Grenier network of pipes. I have to find that Kavat, Judge says. Handsome is a baby. So is Isha. You think all your Kubra are babies. Well, Isha is a baby. Look at him. Corey holds the Kubra out. Long, spindly legs waving in the air as the Kubra barks back, stumpy tail wagging enthusiastically now that Ugly is gone. If you took some muscle mass off of Valencia and then added it to him, they'd be balanced, Judge admits. But Isha's been shot by bombs and walked it off. He isn't a baby anymore. Babies can't get shot by bombards or set on fire and walk it off like it's a sneeze. Don't listen to him, Isha. You're my beautiful baby boy, Corey whispers. My baby boy with legs like twigs and a skinny body. Stars bless you. I wish you talked to me like that, Judge says as he peers into the pipes Ugly shot himself into. Corey mashes Titania's face into Isha's fur, and the Kubro starts to paw at the ground, excited to do anything. If you were a Kubro, maybe I would, Corey says. Alarms start to go off. Now we know where to find Ugly, Corey says, standing up, giving Isha one last pat on the head and scratch behind the ears before they go find his excuse for a Kavat. Handsome, Judge stresses. Their name is Handsome. Chapter 18. Chapter 17 is done. Alright. T poses for dominance. Heck yeah. Throwing tables around and mutton chops. Wow. Wow. What is this? This is war going on. Singing bacteria? I mean, not bacteria. Singing raccoons? Same thing, right? Am I right? Yeah, same thing. It feels kind of off hearing Neb's stream echoing from another phone. It's fun. Hey, Hands Ugly must be from when you can mix Kavat and Kubro scans together and get a monstrosity. Ah, I hadn't thought of that. I had not considered that. Maybe. I just assumed he was just a Kavat. I think that last section where it showed Handsome meeting Isha, that was probably a flashback to right after Corey and Judge met face to face, maybe, because that's the only reason I can think of, because Isha has interacted with Handsome before this point, and then Corey expressed surprise over the fact that Ugly responded to Ugly. I think that one was a mini flashback, but that's just my thoughts. Yeah. All right, let me have a drink, and then we can start on chapter 18. Almost at 20. Almost at 20. 3 more chapters. Hope all is going well on your guys' end. Again, if you have any questions about the lore of the story, if you don't know what a Kavat is, please do let me know, and I will try and answer any and all questions. And all right, cool, we're good. Seas Who Could Sing So Deep and Strong by Hearts Logos, Chapter 18. The moment the air release locks onto Corey's orbiter. Wait, what? Let me read this sentence a couple times. Yeah, I don't know. There's an extra word in here somewhere. Oh, it's fine. Starting over. Seas Who Could Sing So Deep and Strong by Hearts Logos, Chapter 18. The moment the air release locks to Corey's orbiter open and Judge steps foot onto her ship, Judge has to flatten himself against a wall because Valencia and Empress are charging him. Void! Corey, what? He yelps, but they move past him and tackle pin Handsome to the middle of the bridge between their ships. Judge thinks it's hardly necessary, for both Valencia, the dog-shaped tank, and Empress, the infested-shaped nuke, to pin Handsome, Judge's 3 or 4 moon cycle-old Kavat. Corey leisurely comes into view, casual as you please, with Hala and her own Kavat, Joy, at her side. Helios and Taxon float just behind her, lingering with curiosity. What is this? Judge asks as Corey walks past him onto the bridge and crouches down in front of his pinned Kavat. This, Corey says, as she lowers her face to be closer to Handsome's, is a display of dominance.
Oh, what?
You heard me, Corey said. Ugly gets away with everything on your ship. I'm not having that kind of garbage going on in mine.
You have to let them know who's in charge, Judge. Ugly thinks you're there for him. Possibly her.
What?
I'm not sure anymore. I thought Handsome was male, but they might actually be female. It's really hard to tell.
Stars, Corey sighs. Alright, anyway. Ugly thinks you're there for them, when in reality they are only around because of you. You let them forget that. You let them walk all over you. I'm not having it in my orbiter.
Corey, Handsome is a kitten.
Ugly has almost caused you to choke to death twice because they destroyed your air filtration system, Corey says. I'm not having it on my ship.
So you have your two most powerful companions tackle my Kavat and pin them down?
Judge slowly walks over to her, mindful of Hala and Joy, whose ears flick towards him, their attention focused on Corey and Handsome. Ugly, Corey says, crouched in front of Judge's strangely silent Kavat. The phosphorescent Kavat is looking straight at her, ears pinned to their skull. You are reluctantly welcome on my ship into my home. But if you mess anything up, if there is so much as a scratch on a single bolt, I will eject you into space and possibly into the nearest fast-moving object before your Tedo can so much as sputter. I will erase you from my life so completely and utterly that the memory of your face will be scrubbed clean from all memories. You will no longer exist. Ever. It is, frankly, something that should be done anyway, but Judge is incredibly fond of you, and he is the only reason that your existence continues. He is also the only reason your existence began. Corey lowers her voice. Do not mess with me, Kavat. I am watching you. Do we have an understanding?
Corey, Kavats can't talk.
Corey holds up a hand to him and shushes him. Do we have an understanding? Judge looks between Kavat and Tenno. Corey holds up her closed fist and Valencia eases up pressure on the Kavat's head and shoulders. Handsome slowly puts out and raises a paw. Corey takes the paw and shakes it. Good, she nods. Empress and Valencia release the Kavat, who slinks past them and onto the ship with Joy following after, ears at alert, an almost pleased sway to her short tail.
Unnecessary, Judge says, watching his Kavat go.
Just because you're fine with dying in your sleep doesn't mean I am, Corey says, scratching Hala's ears as she walks back onto her ship. Come on, Pitter-Patter, let's go. We've got battle plans to go over, and the sooner I get that Kavat back off my ship, the better mood I'll be in.
Do yours hurt?
Judge asks her as they lie down in the front of Corey's orbiter, staring out into space. Neptune looks like a solid and incredibly hypnotizing spot of white-blue. You can almost hear the sound of the glacial wind and the crashing water in his ears. My what? Corey asks, her foot lazily stroking Hala's back as the Kubro dozes at their feet. Midas goes from trying to shove himself into Judge's armpit, jumping up and down on Judge's stomach, and then trying to bait one of Corey's sentinels into play. Judge clicks his tongue and sharply whistles when he hears Midas get too close to messing with Jin, who's taking refuge by hiding above Corey's mod table. Midas barks, and they both hear his paws clicking away as he retreats further into Corey's ship in his quest to find more people to play with him.
That Kubra's time clock is so messed up, Corey says. Anyway, my what hurts? Your scars, Judge asks. I was wondering, since they're so...
He makes a loose, circular gesture around his face, unsure of what words he's actually going for here.
So present?
Obvious, Corey says. The word you're looking for is obvious. And no, my void scars don't hurt. They're just there. I don't remember ever noticing them. I don't remember when they became a part of me. I know that I wasn't born with them, but I do not remember the feeling of them becoming me. One day I saw my reflection and they were there. Corey falls silent. They have always been part of me, I think. Part of Corey. Part of Persephone. He hears Corey moving and turns to see that she's rolled onto her side towards him. His eyes trace the green-blue ridges of skin that curl around Corey's eye and spiral over her cheek. He cannot imagine or remember her face without it. Somehow, the thought of Corey without her signature spring of ivy unnerves him. It would no longer be Corey. He imagines the left side of her face mirrored onto her right, untouched and unmarked. Unsettling. Judge wonders if their void scars are like fingerprints. Not a single one among all the survivors of the Zarman the same as another in shape and texture and color and depth and dimensions. Judge's are hidden and not nearly as obvious. Do yours? She asks, head pillowed on her folded arm, pink hair falling into her eyes, obscuring the small gold pieces on her forehead and temples. Her eyes slide to the ridge of void scars above his right eye, the most obvious of them, but not nearly as obtrusive as Corey's, not nearly as standout and bold, more insidious in its own way. Only when my mind goes faster than my blood, Judge says. Only when the void is in me too deep for cutting off. Corey's dark lips twitch, and Judge slowly moves a hand between them, small finger outstretched. Corey takes the finger with her own, hooking their small fingers together. Her skin feels warm, like she's been coating in gold, tickling pollen, a fizzy feeling that makes Judge's gut settle for a little more. It's a hurt that you get used to and can forget, Judge says. Background noise. What noisy lives we lead, considering sound can't travel in a vacuum, Corey muses. No seasons in space either, and yet, here you are. And here we are, Corey corrects, eyes closing. And here we are. Get a drink. How's everybody doing? Doing well, I hope. I hope. Yeah, I like the episodic nature of this story, and I really like I like how these moments are all super interesting moments. Like, they add so much character and personality to everything. Like, Corey T-posing over handsome. Like, come on. That's pretty great, I think. I like that. I like that she asserts dominance over the Kavat. It's great. It's a very Corey thing to do. Anyway. I think I'm probably more like Corey than I'm like Judge. They're both great characters, though. Alright. Let's move on. We're on chapter 19. Chapter 19! So close to chapter 20. So close to chapter 20. Let's do this. Seas Who Could Sing So Deep and Strong by Hearts Logos. Chapter 19. Judge thinks that the void has definitely messed them up, some more than others. Judge thinks that the void took a ship of children, albeit the children of scientists and soldiers and everything that means, and turned them into flesh-sculpted bombs. The Orkin then took those flesh-shaped bombs and molded them, sculpted them, tailored them to go off on people who are not them. The void and the Orkin have messed them up in so many ways. One of those ways is that Judge sees it. He sees it. He sees it the instant Corey sees it. He sees Corey seeing it. Judge, from all the way over here in this dim lighting, sees the way Corey's eyes go round. He sees the way her pupils dilate a ridiculous amount and the way her mouth slightly falls open. And he can hear the slight intake of breath. Judge sees it when Corey's eyes and face go round and soft in a way he's never seen before when they weren't in the presence of some sort of new and deadly weapon. No, it's disturbing, Judge says. No, it's disturbing. Is it? Corey breathes, fascinated by the mass of brown. It's some sort of large quadrupedal mass of brown fur and teeth. It's hulking and massive, and its entire body moves with a gravity Judge has never seen before.
It doesn't move like an infestive. They have a sort of lumbering, jerking gait, and their bodies writhe and shiver and undulate. Judge hasn't seen anything else of this organic size. Corpus, of course, have things this big, but those are machines, and have a very clean and easy, understandable way of moving. It's... No, Judge says. I can't have it, Quarry whispers, face pulling down into something Judge can only describe as sad and bratty. She turns away from the thing to pout at him, an actual hand-to-void pout. Judge has slipped into a parallel dimension. He must have. Also, since when did Corey care if Judge said no? Since when did Corey put Judge in charge of her life choices? No, you can't have it. For one thing, it's huge, and it won't even fit on your ship. Corey grabs his arm, strong hands squeezing hard as she shakes him, eyes widening further as she stares at something. Judge turns and sees little ones. Little ones in the same general vein as the big one, but littler. Void and stars, Judge whimpers as Corey's mouth splits into the widest smile he's seen this side of a firefight with Grenier executioners. There's 3 of them. Corey bounces a little. Stay here and keep tabs on them. I'm going to go get my Oberon. We don't even know what they are. They could be dragons for all we know, Judge complains, as Corey quickly scuttles off into the forest where they parked their retrieval ships. The larger brown mass's ears suddenly flick, and it turns its stout, wide face to look directly at them. Judge's stomach drops out of its body. Corey? Its teeth, its fangs are huge. Judge's vision focuses on them for a second before the whole scene pans out around him. The 2 little versions of the big one have run to climb up a tree. The big one has reared up on its hind legs, and it is... Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's massive. It is way beyond massive. It's like twice the size of Atlas massive. Corey, Judge repeats, slowly easing back onto the balls of his feet and bracing to run for it. Void jump if he has to. Corey, don't come back here. I'm getting it. Corey, it's going to kill me. Don't hurt it, Judge. Don't you dare hurt it. If even a single hair follicle on any of them is so much as singed, Corey, I am going to get mauled by an unknown Earth predator. You're a Tenno, Judge. Hold it off. I don't understand the seemingly universal fascination with Clem, Corey announces through their private channel as they walk through Earth's strata relay. Judge's head is still spinning with dealing with Suda and Samaris. Both cephalons are more alike than they care to be told, and they'd been throwing thinly veiled passive-aggressive jabs at each other, using him as a messenger for the better part of 2 hours. What? I was in the Steel Meridian offices, Corey said, and there was a huge cloud around Clem. I gave up on trying to turn in my insignias to the proper station and dumped them on the nearest Meridian member to process for me. Judge imagines Corey in the incredibly menacing and ominous necros of hers, losing her patience and dumping all of that on a poor, low-ranked Meridian officer. He decides that this image is incredibly entertaining, considering that every time he walks past the Steel Meridian outposts, they just laugh at him. It's his proximity to Corey, he knows. They think he's funny for being with, befriending, generally hanging around Corey. He probably shouldn't enjoy Corey giving people grief, but they make fun of him all the time, so they weren't even giving him insignias, Corey sneers, tapping the long fingers of Necros' frame against a lean thigh. It's so annoying. What's with everyone? Why is Clem so special? Judge shrugs. He's a defector? We know tons of defectors. We save the lives of defectors. Defectors work with the Lotus and with the Steel Meridian and with the Arbiters and the Red Veil and everyone in between. I don't see anyone fawning over them. Why can't they crowd somewhere less important to syndicate functions? Calm down, Judge says, dispersing some of Necros' vibrant red energy that leaks out of her hands. You're going to get us kicked out. I will not, Corey huffs, shaking Necros' hands a little. How are things with the cephalons? Passive, aggressive, and stressful, Judge replies. Somewhere in there, I think one of them made a request for something, but I'll have to go back over my recordings to make sure. Honestly, I think I just zoned out for 2 hours.
Alright. I need to take a short break without speaking, 2 to 3 minutes. I will take a break after this next chapter. I'm going to read chapter 20, and then we're going to take a break before we jump into book 3. If you've never streamed this long, you might accidentally overtax your vocals. Probably. Yeah, I think I probably have. That's fine. That's fine. We need to finish the book. They found bears. Yes, Lacronton. Yes, I'm so glad you picked up on that. I'm so glad you picked up on that. Yes, they found bears. Oh, this is so great. I remember freaking out when I read that the first time. I'm like, they did it. They found them. Yogi, Baloo, they're just some bears. Just a mama bear and 2 baby bears. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll get it. Don't worry. Stop freaking out. Everybody freaks out whenever a bot comes. It's like, psh, come on, guys. Cool it. It's just a bot. Ugh. Talking loud, definitely ASMR. You just so happened to get me while I was taking a break, okay? Sorry, it just so happens that I was taking a break when you came in. Sorry, Woodman1233. Apologies, it's not ASMR right now. It will be in the future, though? Yeah. I don't know. I'm incapable of talking silently sometimes, it seems. I'm just getting a drink of water. Give me a break. Okay. Last chapter, and then I'll take a short break, and then we're getting into book 3. Oh, I'm so pumped for book 3. I keep saying this. I hope you guys like it as much as I do. Well, not the book itself, but like the special effects I'm going to be adding in the book anyway. Okay, here it goes. Seas who could sing so deep and strong, by Heart's Logos. Chapter 20. Teshin pauses, hesitates, as Hades rushes to meet his partner Persephone at the doors to the training room. The pale-colored Tenno walks in slowly, the doors behind her hissing shut and closing on the white and red figure of her Warframe. Teshin hears Hades talking, excited, stumbling over words, hands and gestures as he explains to her the things he has been practicing here, with Teshin, the things that he has learned and gathered and found out about the other Tenno who have slowly been learning to harness the powers of the void as they should have been, without the Orokin to control them. He lingers away from them, watching. Persephone does not trust him. He has not given her a reason to, and even before this, Persephone was distant. She has never competed in Conclave, never really cared for the games the other Tenno have taken to keep their skills sharp. Without their Orokin and their savage mockery of play, the Tenno fall back onto softened versions of what they were taught to bond and coordinate with one another. He had known Persephone long before she woke. Executor Ballas and his squad of Serens were well known for their brutal and efficient reclamation of Earth, and their frightening ability to pierce through enemy lines. He may not have known her specifically. No one then ever really knew a Tenno, but he knew of her. She's a strong and well-trained Tenno, but there is still much for her to learn. He is uneasy with the thought of her out in the system without proper guidance, without proper understanding of her powers and capabilities. Hades, himself, is only just learning control. Students have no place being teachers, not at this level of newness, not at this level of uncertainty. Hang on, Hades says, weight resting on the back of his heels. Teshin feels the Tenno gathering energy for a jump. I'll get some training gear and I'll show you. Wait there, Corey, I'll be right back. And then Hades jumps, flashes of magenta as he teleports across the room in 3 quick blinks. Gone. Teshin turns his gaze back onto Persephone, who remains exactly where Hades left her. She is not looking at him. She is looking around the training room with the sort of interest you would ascribe to a large beast examining a cage it knows cannot hold it. A temporary place to exist until it no longer pleases. It is a pointed gesture. The Sarens would have learned all of the little tricks of the games the Orokin played with each other. He imagines that Persephone, directly underneath Valus's nose, would have learned them quite well.
Persephone,
Teshin says, not moving closer.
you are always welcome to join us. There are others who are beginning to learn as well. You would not be out of place.
No, Persephone says, and then a beat too late, too purposefully present in the light and clipped way she continues. Thank you.
A place to safely practice the use of the powers of the void, as well as a place to confer with your fellow awakened Tenno in safety, is not an experience to turn away from lightly.
Teshin says, carefully. No, it isn't, Persephone replies, eyes scanning the room at the evidence of the other Tenno who have been here. The scorch marks, the footprints, the freshly pitted rocks, the jagged and glass-like sheen where some have been cut. I have my own ways, my own places. I imagine it is not that much different from here.
As you say, I imagine the key difference is that I am not there,
he muses as Persephone's eyes slowly slide to him, glowing from the shadows just out of reach of the training room's main lights. Yes, and some of us prefer it that way. Persephone's voice is very soft and very daring.
I know I have given you no reason to trust me, Persephone, but you must know that my previous actions were not of my own will. We are alike in this, you and I,
Teshin says, and Persephone's lips curl up into a sneer. We are nothing alike, Dax. Persephone's words are sharp and clean, hot with anger and hate that surprises him. From what he has seen of her, heard of her, Persephone's anger and her passions were focused, honed, compressed, and reserved for the killing blow. I, and others like me, do not trust you. I do not want to be taught by you. I do not want you to preach at me, to look at me as though you are better. Persephone's eyes glimmer, and he is reminded of the Colosseum beasts before they left the dark tunnels to enter the ring. Do you know the difference between us, Dax? Persephone asks. Warframes. They do not have mouths. A weapon does not need a mouth, a voice. The Orokin could have made us look like ourselves, like people. No, instead we are always highlighted as other in our designs. Strange proportions, strange faces, attachments, always something to mark us as different. The facsimile of faces, but wrong, painted on and rendered with artistic intent. Persephone is articulate. Teshin shouldn't be surprised. But no mouths, Teshin, no voices. And what of you? Persephone says softly. Do you know why you're different, Teshin?
Tell me, Persephone.
Because they let you keep your mouth, your eyes, your ears hidden from view, made lesser with the hiding of your identity, and... Persephone cocks her head, listening to something. She laughs, a bright sound.
And?
My Cephalon says to hide your weakness, she says, but that is besides the point. Do you know why you get to keep your mouth, Dax?
No.
Because you are not a weapon, Dax. You're a dog, Persephone hisses. A dog to hunt and fetch and bay for the Orokin's pleasure. If you have no mouth, how are you to cry their praise? How are you to announce their glory? How are you to speak for them in the way they love? How are you to beg and ask permission? For us, for the true weapons, they sealed us up. No mouth, no eyes, no ears, aside from the ones we made for ourselves in our heads, and sent us away. We weren't meant to bring our kills back. We were meant to die out there in space with them. When Persephone smiles, it is a glowing thing. Even now you long for the Orokin, for their gold and their pomp and their glory. You loathe the Lotus and what she has done, robbing you of your masters, robbing you of your false glory under false gods.
You know nothing of me,
Teshin says. The words of an empty child like Persephone cannot hurt him. What would she know? I know that you think the Lotus fooled me and many of the Tenno into regicide, Persephone replies.
I know that you think the downfall of the Oricon is a shame, a waste, a tragedy. I know that you think you carry on their legacy. I know that I don't trust or like you, Teshin, so you stay right where you are, and I'll stay right where I am, and we'll talk no more of it.
And what of your partner, Hades?
What of him?
Have you told him of your opinions of me?
No. Persephone tilts her head. I don't need to. He already knows I don't like you. The why isn't important.
Kore!
A brilliant burst of magenta, and Hades is running up to her, carrying training pads and dulled swords.
Put these on. I want to show you.
Sevel and Suda has been waiting for you for almost 2 hours, Persephone says. Show me later before she demotes you for tardiness. Hades curses.
Why didn't you tell me that first, Kore? Void. Teshin, I'm sorry. I'll put these here. Please put it back, or just use it for the next group of Tenno. Come on, Kore.
Hades rushes past Persephone, tossing Teshin a wave over his shoulder as Persephone turns, a step that Teshin remembers from a golden and glittering age. Executor Ballas, flanked by his Sarens, and follows a neat half-step behind her partner. The doors to the training room open to reveal the red and gold Saren standing next to the black and magenta Mesa. They close over Persephone's tiger eyes.
We did it! We did it! We got to chapter 20! We can start book 3 now! I'm happy. I'm happy. Book 3. Yeah, I'm gonna take a slight break, like 2 minutes. 2-minute break. It'll be super fast. We're gonna start book 3 after, and I'm pumped for this one. This one is called To Sleep, To Dream. So I'm going to change the info in the in the book info real fast. So we're moving to book 3. To Sleep, To Dream. And yes, it is all in lowercase. That is what the author... Oh, there's a comma in there. That is what the author has decided to call it. Because I don't know why they wouldn't capitalize it, but there you go. There is a comma, to sleep, comma, to dream. There we go. Alright, we're starting book 3. I'm super hyped, super pumped, super everything for this. So, I will see you all in about 2 minutes. In the meantime, enjoy the nice, relaxing background music. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to people who have been typing in chat. Thank you to Nyanako, I think, for hosting the stream. Appreciate it. And may you all have a great time. I'm not logging off. I'm just taking a 2-minute break, and then we can get back to book 3. And so let me type in a thingamabobber. Hey, there we go. Alright, I'll see you guys around. Welcome back. Oh no, we actually did post raccoons while I was gone. Why? Why? Free them? They're already... No! No raccoons allowed in chat. Come on, come on. Okay. Why are my eyes looking like that? I'm staring off into the distance. That should be fine. Should be fine. I just gotta... Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Lacrounton, thanks. Thank you. I mean, no thank you. No raccoons. No raccoons. No, go away. Nobody likes raccoons. Alright. So, where am I looking up? I wasn't looking up earlier, right? I don't know where I'm looking up. Oh, whatever. Whatever. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So. Book 3. Sleep. No, this is gonna bug me. I need to try to fix this. I'll try to fix this. You gloating. You gloating, Lacronton? Come on. You let them free so they wouldn't be here anymore? They have left the chat. I don't know. There's still raccoons in the chat. Alright, let me see if I can fix some eyeballs. Eyeballs are always acting funny. Balls. Eyeballs is a funny word, too. Alright, that looks better. I think this looks better. I think well, okay. It's not perfectly fixed, but hey, some eyeballs are better than no eyeballs, I'd say. You always seem to be looking up and to your right. Oh. That's weird. Why is it doing this? Eyeballs! It's not... I don't know why it's doing this. Why is it doing this? Ah! Oh well. Yeah, I guess this is my life now. I mean, it doesn't really matter too much when the screen with the game on it is in that area, but when there's no screen with the game on it, then... weird. Lame. What if I scoot over? Does scooting over help? That doesn't help. Wonderful. What if I... whatever. It doesn't matter. We're gonna start the book. Let's start the book. Okay. Here we go. I'd rather fall among the stars. Book 3. To sleep, to dream. Oh wait, no, I need to prep stuff. I need to prep my special effects. Hold up. Alright, I need to do this. I'm just gonna... Okay, do I need... Yes. Okay, it's all set up. Here we go. I'd rather fall among the stars. Book 3. To sleep, to dream. Written by Hearts Logos. Chapter 1. It begins in what Corey calculates to be some version of Terran summer. She finds the cephalon fragment hidden behind tall, lush grasses, a vivid white blue amongst Earth's amber lights and muddy palette. She scans it out of curiosity, and Ortis exclaims with delight. Ortis thanks her for the scan, as it has added to his database. At the time, Corey was not yet awake. Corey was not yet Corey. She was still Persephone. She was still mouthless, voiceless, and she was still many things compressed deep down in the bubbling, amorphous, lightless trench of her soul. So she could not say anything back. You're welcome, or what is this, or what does it mean? Silence is not a choice. Silence is not an answer. It's the only thing she has to give. Persephone does not make it a point to find these things. They're not her priority. But she does keep an eye out, just in case. If it helps Ortis, if it helps her ship improve and regain some stability, then this is good. This is beneficial. This is something she can afford to spend time and energy on. But Persephone does not go to look at these codex entries. She sees no reason to. Ortis's database is his and his alone. If there is anything she needs to know, Ortis has and will filter it out through the numbers and lines of binary to give it to her when she needs it, in a way that would help her most efficiently. Persephone is efficiency. She is still a weapon. She is not yet Kore, and all that Kore means. A name, an identity, a past, a soul, a heart. When Persephone becomes Kore, when Hades becomes Judge, when they become Judge and Kore, when Kore is a person again, a Tenno again, a soul again, this is when things begin to shift, to change. It is no longer summer, it is years later. Well, Terran Earth years. Kore has found that she has a hard time pinning her estimates and measures of time and schedules to one particular planet. She's been to all of them, and the planetoids and moons and asteroids in between. The sun is just another star. By now, she has learned that her ship is not the only one that's had problems with data integrity. Years between the war and the dream, and Margulis and the sentience, and now has caused a significant delay in their cephalons in their ships. Most Tenno are looking for lost data fragments, anything that could help their ships return to top fighting shape. Judge's own cephalon suffers too, inactivity mostly. Kore comes across Judge's own scans for a cephalon, whose name he has not offered to her and she has never cared to ask for what is not offered, and finds that they create entries much like the rest of the Codex scans.
You've never looked at them?
Judge blinks at her, shaking his head.
That seems like you somehow. They're useful though.
There is, she says. Judge tilts his head, a curious twist to his dark mouth.
Did he tell you that you couldn't look?
No, Kore says, but parts of her holds back anyway. It seems like an intrusion. Ortis has said that they were parts of him that he has lost, that they must have gotten scattered somehow, through the drifting and the endless cloaking and the years and years of cold and desolate space.
Well,
Judge draws the word out, coaxing her to something she isn't sure she wants to do, but is fairly certain she probably should.
Why don't you try? If he stops you, then that's that.
Somehow, Kore thinks there's a flaw to this logic, but she can't find it. She nods her head at him, pensive, and he returns to his latest project of studying Ayatan's stars and how they react to Orican technology. When Kore returns to her ship, she waits. Ortis is always awake. Ortis is always watching her. Ortis is always keeping her safe, secure. There is no doing anything on the ship without Ortis knowing, not if you're Kore. Ortis does not watch the other things on the ship unless they call his attention. Kore is always in his attention. For reasons Kore has never examined, this does not chafe against her. Ortis is safe. He is her cephalon. She is his operator. She shakes the false memories of the Grineer Queen's forced dream. More Orican deceit. Kore slowly moves up to the Codex panel, Joy a silent comfort next to her, pushing her head into Kore's palm over and over again until Kore feels more steady on her feet. Sure enough, the entries, the scans, are all there, free for her to access. Ortis says nothing when she opens the first, and she is surprised to see it's not code. It's not a file like she thought it would be. It's a picture. A beautiful picture of Earth. Some Grineer settlement. There's some lines of text below it. It's a different sort of codex entry, not describing the weaknesses and strengths and fighting patterns of an enemy, but of the more innate and factual existence of a place. Her eyes scan over the image, taking in where details blur. Memories? A picture? A frame from one of Ortis's old surveillance logs? And sharpen. As her eyes travel over the image, she hears a faint disturbance. For a full minute, Kore just thinks it's the scanner behind her picking up some white noise, a signal from far away, too corrupt and warped by space and solar rays to be intelligible. But then she realizes, as her eyes rove over the image, that it isn't that. It's something here, buried within. It sounds like murmuring, speaking. Kore narrows her eyes, focusing harder on the sounds as they grow softer and louder.
Takes her a few minutes, but she pinpoints the sound from a cluster of pixels, and she quickly dives into the file, pausing for a breath to see if Ortis will react. Nothing. Strange silence. Why? Ortis? Corey asks.
Yes, operator? Ortis immediately answers. Are you in need?
No, she says slowly. I'm not.
Are you sure? Ortis would be happy to help. You know this, operator, Ortis says, voice pleasant and cheerful as always. Are you studying the Codex again? You have accumulated many new files in your hunts for Samaris with Sentinel Helios's assistance. Are you planning new maneuvers, operator?
Ortis, Corey realizes, can't see what she's looking at. She doesn't know how, but this is some sort of truth. Her Cephalon would not lie to her. Yes, Corey says, because she has a mouth, because she has a voice, because she is no longer just a weapon.
I'll be here a while, I think. I need some quiet, Ortis, if that's all right. Of course, operator. I will make sure all operations and tasks are conducted as silently and smoothly as possible. Should I reroute us towards a more calming planet? Neptune? Earth?
Europa, actually, if you can, Corey says. Europa is across the entire solar system and should keep Ortis sufficiently preoccupied with maintaining a steady flight and a careful flight pattern. It should give her time.
Europa it is, operator.
Corey returns to examining the Codex scene, and slowly, carefully, delicately, in the same delicate way she pulled strands of DNA out of wild Kavat blood samples to bring joy to life, she opens what should be a simple picture file. And it is Ortis's voice that greets her. For a heart-pounding moment, Corey thinks she's been caught, and shame burns her face, sparking all over her and fizzling like sulfur lakes and steam. That is, until she realizes that it is not Ortis. It is a recording of Ortis, speaking to an unknown audience. Her, himself, anyone out there. A hidden message. A secret. Corey's skin is warm all over, and her breath catches in her mouth, crackling with surprise and curiosity and suspicion. What did Ortis find? She quickly flips to the next file, searches. It's harder to pinpoint exactly where the message is hidden in this one, but she finds it, and Ortis's words scrape along the sides of her jaw, her teeth, her ears coalescing into a single cold line that drops straight down into the condensed black of her soul.
What am I?
The essential question that Corey still battles with, an ever-changing answer. I am Corey. I am a Tenno. I am a beast. I am a weapon. I am a tool. I am dangerous. I am an orphan. I am a murderer. I am everything. I am nothing. A question that Corey did not ever think to consider would apply to Ortis. Ortis, who knew her before she even remembered there was a her to know. Ortis, who without hesitation or doubt claimed her as his operator from the very moment she was woken from cryo. Ortis, who chose to stay with her even after the luring promise of Samaris. The next few files strike hard, reverberating off that cold strand of wire that's lodged itself inside of her. She is dimly aware of the fact that Joy's head is against her hip, curving into the soft flesh of her belly, golden eyes looking up at her with concern. Her body is tense, ready, braced for the physical shock of something that her mind is not braced to handle.
Polished and then set in chains.
Ortis says, bitter and soft and resigned in one of the hidden files, and Corey's throat closes with familiarity. And then the next file, another question.
How many times have I done this, Ortis?
He asks himself, because these files, though they sometimes address her, are not for her. Not really. Corey's stomach churns. It is the next file that sends her knees crashing to the orbiter floor, and Ortis, the current Ortis, her Ortis, who has no secrets, who seems to have erased them from himself and cast them out of his ship, not even knowing when Corey found them and brought them back like the hunter she is. Her Cephalon responds with soft worry.
Operator, have you been standing too long? Do you want me to dim the lights? Will you sleep?
No, Corey croaks, hands numb, legs number, everything but her mind numb as it races with heat and steam and hissing vitriol that's been poured into her for years. Always outward, but now spiraling out of control with nothing to point at. Hold up. I just lost my spot. There we go. That was not Ortis's voice in the file. That was a man's voice, a stranger's voice. But the pattern of speech, the way the vowels and the consonants clip and flow together, it was her cephalon. Cora does not need to listen to the rest of the data files to know what that means. That her cephalon's speech patterns come from a stranger's voice, an angry voice, a bitter voice, a dangerous low and rasping voice that curls with spiteful pride and burning resignation. It is a familiar voice that lurches against the walls of her soul. It is a voice that once, mouthless, wordless, nameless, she would have clung to as her own. It is the voice of a weapon. No, Corey repeats, forcing her body to move as she wills it, dragging herself back into standing. Operator, your temperature is increasing, and your void signature is... It's fine, Corey lies through her teeth, pulse racing in her palms as she flips to the next file and searches for the anomaly of sound and secrets. Keep going, it's fine, just fly. The voice in the files talks, and Corey's mind flashes to the Grenier Queens, the ruined halls of memory, and further back. Her own gilded comb, Her own gilded combs, not hers, the ones used on her. Her mind flashes back to the eyes that were always on her, always watching. Her mind returns her to the hallways of the Oracle, to Ballas. Operator! Ortis's voice shocks her back from Ballas, this voice in the Codex, from 1,000 dark things threatening to rise in her soul. Operator, your vital signs are all over! I'm flagging Tenno Judge for assistance. A protocol that Ortis has learned and that she hadn't thought to train out of him. One that is mirrored by Judge's own cephalon. Corey takes care of Judge, Judge takes care of Corey. When they refuse to listen to their cephalons, who can't force them to do anything, the cephalons call in someone who can. No, Corey yells. Do not call Judge. Her throat and her heart and the steam inside of her hisses, contracts, coils. It slides around and knots itself around this grain of knowledge that she has uncovered. It is not Judge's. He can't know. It is not his cephalon that hid these messages. Corey should never have done this. But now that she has started, she cannot stop, and she refuses to bring anyone into this. Not the Lotus, not Judge, no one. Corey hesitates. She has the power to stop Ortis. He must obey her after all. She's his operator. Her body and mind recoil hard against the thought of controlling anyone, anything else. To absolutely forbid and command, but Judge must not know. And if Corey cannot control, will not control, then she must lie. Lies taste bitter in her mouth and fit around her teeth awkwardly, gangly and unnatural, especially to her own cephalon. It's a private matter, Ortis, which is not a lie. I want to see if I can resolve this myself. It's something very important to me. Ortis relents, easily, simply, devotedly, and Corey's mind rolls with unease and unsteadiness. Just keep us on track to Europa, Corey says, pressing her fists to her face. Breathe. Operator? Ortis's voice is gentle, wavering and crackling as it always is, but gentle in the way that Ortis has always been with her, even when the cracks of violence and scorn and scathing distaste seared through the surface. We have been in standard orbit around Europa for 2 hours. Corey's throat clicks with surprise. How long was she in the files? The files. Corey doesn't have enough to complete the messages. She has partial scans of the rest of them, but some are missing entirely. She can vaguely guess the pieces she's missing, and from where, based on the pattern of emergence. The message starts on Earth, and slowly spirals outward. Mercury, Venus, Mars, on and on and on. Lucky for her, the next piece she's missing looks like it's from Jupiter. Orden Karis, Corey thinks as she pushes to her feet, joy stirring with her. I am coming for you. I am coming for your secrets, your confession, your transformation. Corey is a hunter, trained by the best of the Orkin. When she starts, she cannot stop, no matter how much she wants to. She wasn't like this before, she knows. Before the Zeraman's void jump gone wrong, before events that changed her into a Tenno, even when she was an Excalibur, an Ember, a child in Margulis's golden and then blackened gaze, she was not a hunter. Not until Ballas, not until Saren. Corey is a hunter. The trail is placed. She has no choice but to follow it. It is not a question of if she dares to disturb the universe. Corey lives in the center of a ripple. It is rather a question of whether Corey will survive the disturbance. Orden Karis, Corey repeats in her head over and over and over as she slowly walks towards her arsenal, fully aware of how tired she is, of how unsteady her mind and soul and body feel, fully aware of how fundamentally off-kilter she is, and how this will affect her performance, and brings up Titania. She'll have to move through Jupiter fast, hit as many outposts as quickly and as thoroughly as she can to find the data fragments. Orden Karis, you are the pearl in my muscle, the sand beneath my teeth. Ordis is her Cephalon, planting these messages, saying to turn back. Wouldn't he have known? Shouldn't he have known? Corey doesn't turn back. Corey turns gold. Corey closes her eyes and focuses, allowing her to sink into Titania. Adjust trajectory and prepare a transport to Jupiter, Ordis.
Jupiter? But operator, you have been conscious for over 20 hours. Shouldn't you take some time for a REM cycle?
Jupiter, Corey repeats softly. Titania's razor flies singing through the air around her, agitated and fast and golden orange. Take me to Jupiter, Ordis. Take me to Orden Karis. Take me to your secrets. Corey doesn't bother to count the time it takes her to hunt down and scan, meticulously, feverishly, furiously, desperately, the rest of the fragments to complete the codex. Regardless of the number, it's too long, too slow, not fast enough, not good enough. There are answers that she needs, answers that Ordis has hidden, answers Ordis should have realized she would have hunted down to the edges of the galaxy if she had to. But this, the repeated drops and the fighting and the hunting and the endless cycle of violence and jolts of transference is familiar. It's something she knows how to do. It's something she knows she excels at. It's something she was crafted to love and enjoy through force and manipulation and chemicals and resignation. Somewhere around Uranus, her transference signals begin to fluctuate and dip, dropping low even when she switches out to Ember and Saren, low as if she were a rhino or hydroid. She can still fight, she can still hunt, but her teeth are blunted and it takes her longer than she likes. Frustration builds in the back of her throat, scorching. Corey is tempted to look over what she's obtained already, but the frustration of not having the complete messages drives her onto the next planet, the next asteroid, the next moon. She can't stop until it is complete, until she has the full secret and everything she knows it will mean. By Eris, her transference levels have dropped in every frame until they're Nyx levels of net low. Time and drops drag by impossibly slowly. The garrisons and forts and research bases she could clear in her sleep before this leave her ragged and exhausted and ready to vomit with how everything hurts. Her sentinels, her Kupro, her Kavat, her charger even, have taken to avoiding her, staying out of her way. Clever creatures. But then again, Corey made them for her. They know her moods. They know what she needs. Even Helminth, ever contradictory and spiteful and devout Helminth, is silent when she goes in for treatment in between her drops, between one planet and the next. Not a single whisper of disturbance when she enters, lies down and drops off into REM for a few hours. Apparently, not even Helminth is going to test her right now. Good. Ordis, she knows, is worried. She's surprised he hasn't hailed the Lotus or Judge, but she told him not to, and Ordis is, in his own way, ever faithful, ever loyal. By the time Corey's completed every single scan, certain that she's completed the message, she's running on empty. All of her screams, shouts, howls, and begs to finish the message now, to rip the secret open and let it burst out and be known. Let Orden Karis be known to her, to Ordis once more. But even above that, Corey knows she will crash hard, and it will only foul her mood more if she does. So she eats, mechanically and slowly, to ease her pained stomach, a full ration for the first time in a long time. She drinks water packets slowly. It takes her 2 slow hours to finish. If she throws up, she tells herself, she'll have to start over. I'm going to sleep, Corey announces to Ordis, her warframes, her sentinels, her companions, Helminth. It's almost as if the entire ship breathes a sigh of relief. Can you block any incoming transmissions? Of course, operator! Ordis jumps eagerly to this, no doubt delighted that Corey is about to do something he's been trying to be subtle about getting her to do for the past how many weeks. The orbiter's lights all immediately dim. Even the emergency lights, which is really, well, Corey's not going anywhere, so... Ordis cuts the radio chatter, and all the ship functions seem to quiet, slow, fade away. Wake me up if there's an emergency, she says, eyes already closing, stinging, and she sleeps. She dreams. In her dream, Orden Karis's voice repeats his own dream to her. The moon of bones. A man-shaped figure, vague except for the red sword he holds, standing on its surface looking up at her.
The gravity sum of genocides I've made in their name.
Corey, from her side, is sunk and still sinking into her own moon of bodies, not nearly so neat as bone dust. Flesh, still writhing and hot, putrid and stinking, still moving in death throes. Her dead are still fresh after all, and still growing. Her own pile of dead burns around her, poison, gas, flames, electricity, acid, the tools of her temper and trade. The heat cracks the skin on her face as she watches Orden Karis sink. To sleep, to dream, to forget. Isn't that the rub? Corey wakes up, still bone-tired, but better. Hello, operator! You have had almost 6 full REM cycles. How are you feeling? Shall I enter us into orbit around Earth? We are currently drifting outside of derelict territory. Earth is good, Corey says, getting up and stretching, grimacing at the pull. Stretches, checking herself over, checking her warframes over, checking her sentinels and companions, taking care of that first before the rest, otherwise she'll never get to it. Eat something? Corey does this, firmly clamping down on the building need in her that only grows the more awake she becomes. The hunt, the pursuit, almost over and within the reach of her bite. But there are things she must do, this first, or it will never happen. Corey forces herself to eat slowly, half a ration packet and 2 entire water packets. She breathes, stretches, she changes her clothes, grimacing at the feeling across her entire body as she peels herself out of her suit. By the time she's done attending to herself and the rest of the ship, the entirety of her insides are burning. In comfortable clothes, Corey moves to stand in front of the codex module again. She dives in. The next messages she parses through rattle her even further, unexpected in their own way, the violence and the sorrow and the bitter end. Parts of her burn warm to listen, proud even, respectful and awe-inspired. It took all of the Tenno to destroy the Orkin, all of them guided and conducted by the Lotus. Orden Karis did it by himself without urging. But the messages take a turn that her mind should have seen coming, that her soul should have remembered the feel of. Neptune's message shakes and pulls the cold string that started this all taut inside of her, and releases it so it hums and vibrates and buzzes through every bone in her. Ballast, her mind snarls. Ballast, always ballast, even here, in the memories of her Cephalon, in Orden Karis, even here he slides his golden way in. Orden Karis, Corey's mind whispers, is too close. Her soul responds back, mimicking Orden Karis's voice from the first message.
A torn, ugly face looks on. My reflection.
Corey's void scars prickle.
I close my eyes to die. Just once.
Orden Karis sighs, but he does not die. He doesn't. Ballast, the familiar heat and hate rises up in her, easier to manage now that she can put a target to it. A familiar target, even. Orden Karis's voice changes into Ordis's, lighter, but the same in its own cadence, just lighter, freer, softer, somehow less dense.
My hating, murderous shards tremble and plummet. I feel cool and bright and happy.
Corey's throat and eyes prickle to join her scars as Ordis in the messages addresses her again. Familiar, a strange mirror of steel and data instead of flesh and bone and blood. The Orokin took Orden Karis and made him into a cephalon, a reprogrammable tool. The Orokin took Corey and made her into Persephone, a moldable weapon. It is too familiar. It is too achingly familiar. Ballast, the chains, the imprisonment, the grooming, the eyes that watch and follow, and the hands that correct and fix and tamper. Corey wishes she hadn't eaten. At least, she thinks, at least they could not take the shards of me away. They took your name. On the second Pluto file, Corey is struck with a powerful wave of realization. As Ordis details his fusion with the Orbiter, the entire ship, him. She had known that, but somehow this way of Ordis phrasing it makes it hit harder. The knowledge layers itself over her mind, inescapable. But then the next message rattles her, shakes, yanks out bloodied and whole, something inescapable.
He says, "This is your operator, who you love."
Even as Ordis's message plays, Corey's mind throws her, hurtles her back to a distant time and place. Not quite the same memory, but similar.
And I see the metal gleam of their armor, the flawless power of their frame. Through the glass, I see a roaring, radiant fire for their heart. He says it must never go out. It was the first time I ever felt love.
During the later stages of the war, once the sentients were on the retreat and the Orokin realized they would have to start mobilizing their Tenno from something other than their outposts and garrisons, they were all transferred to ships. Orbiters. Each with their own cephalon to relay messages between the Orokin and the Tenno they commanded. Controllers. Persephone had entered transference with a temporary Warframe and was sent to train with the other Tenno in proving grounds. Train is not the right word. It was more of an exhibition, a show. They were not allowed to hurt each other. It was not even play. It was something for the Orokin to look at, to fawn over, to show them how good their toys, their pets, their creations were. An amusement. The executors did not want the Tenno to know where the orbiters were being made, where they were being launched from. The orbiters would launch with their sleeping Tenno, and by the time the Tenno were instructed to return to their own bodies, they would be entire light years away from where their ships launched. When Corey woke, she was in what she now knows to be her transference chamber, but not in the chair, in the liquid below, in a cryopod. And Ordis was there. Ordis spoke to her, gentle and excited and adoring. Ordis was already with her. "This is your cephalon," Ballas had told her through transmission. "Ordis, he is special, Tenno. He will keep you sharp. He will keep you battle-ready. I have made sure to have him assigned to you." Ordis's recording whispers through her, "Love." Corey's hands are not shaking because she is no longer in control of her body. She is still. Her only choice is to move forward. This is not the end.
You held a scarlet blade, operator, and I wanted to laugh.
Corey wants to be sick, honestly. The similarity, the parallels, lines drawn between them that bind them to one another, they all wrap around her throat and squeezes.
I am your loving dog, your doctor, your wet nurse.
Her eyes sting, and memories flicker in her mind. Then and now, before and after, during and after the Oricon, everything they have been through together, everywhere they've been, everything they've done.
I was going to wait for you forever.
Almost at the end of the transmissions now. Corey's eyes can't focus on anything. She can't even close them. She is no longer in control of her own breathing. Distantly, even though she knows it must be very close, she hears Ortis's alarm, his concern, his worry.
And should you return, I would not want you to know that angry part of me. I needed to hide the piece of bones from you, Operator. I began to peel the shards, hiding them in the other bits of memory.
A sound wedges its way between each slat of her ribs, working its way up through her spine and the delicate layers of soft tissue that comprise her chest and throat, still choked by the smoke and mirrors of Ballas and his planning. Ortis, beyond this message, is signaling alerts, hailing Judge, the Lotus. Excuse me. Corey, tunneling deeper into the sound of Ortis, the message, the secret, and his soft, sweet sorrow. A voice, a mixture of the Ortis now and the Orden Karis of then, moves on to the final message.
Angry? I imagine myself hurting you. And that does it. The pain of it cracks me open again. I watch tiny glittering fragments fall into the pit. I am happy again.
Corey remembers, early on, Ortis's strange comments, the violence, the distortion to his voice, the way he would suddenly flip between calm if enthusiastic to displeased and violent, implied but never acted upon. Corey rips herself away from the Codex module, everything building inside of her, 1,000 ripples echoing through the universe. She runs. She stops running. She turns around, breathing loud and harsh in her ears, the golden buzz of energy building up underneath her skin, hot and eating at her. She looks around, eyes roaming and not seeing. Everywhere she looks, Ortis. It's all Ortis. Corey screams, a cracked and strangled sound that's weak in her pounding ears, and not nearly enough to let out the volcanic eruption threatening to burst in her chest. She screams, and her hands ball into fists by her face, and she almost strikes out, lashes against a wall, a console, the floor, the ceiling, but her mind snaps her back into itself. The entire ship is Ortis. He breathes, and the air in the filtration system is his lungs. The water and the hydraulics that cool the engines is his throat. Corey screams again and again, each scream weaker than the last as her throat closes. Ortis well and truly alarmed all around her, machines uselessly roaring to life and lights moving from full to dim as he tries to find a way to soothe her. No hands, no body, but something else. Something... Corey sinks to the floor and she cries. For the first time in as long as she can remember, as long as she is able to remember, she cries. It's hot. It burns. It catches over the ridges of scars along her face. She can barely breathe through her clenched teeth. Corey cries because screaming isn't enough, and she can't explode. She can't lash out. Not here. She wants to scream and curse Ballas. She wants to scream forgiveness. She wants to swear at Ortis for hiding this from her, for ever thinking for a moment that she wouldn't accept him, wouldn't want to see him as he is, for breaking himself like this. For her. Void and stars and flames. For her. All of this for her. Corey's teeth clench hard enough that her jaw aches and her head hits against the orbiter floor, body shaking with the twin desires of throwing up and sobbing. All of this because he's her Cephalon. Corey too wants to laugh, to scream, but there is nothing but tears and Orden Karis's voice whispering in her ear. Truth leads to pain. Ignorance brings relief. Corey could never stand for ignorance, though. Is there in her life a single truth that has not led her to pain? Is this what she was made for? Answers depend on who asks. Orden Karras's voice echoes in her head as she gasps in air through her teeth, high-pitched and keening with horror and disgust and hate and loathing. And if I asked, Corey thinks, and if I asked, do you hate me, Ordis? Do you hate what they made you into for me? Do you still want to kill me? I have killed immortals, Orden Karras's voice answers her, in her head. Corey curls up on the floor, small and in pain that she can't let out, hands grabbing at her hair as she forces herself to curl up tighter, as if she could stop touching Ordis altogether if she just squeezed herself small enough, and burns.
Next chapter. So this is kind of long, but Shoujo! Yay! Thank you for the birthday wishes. Thank you for the 300 congratulatory thingamabobber. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, Fig. Fig. I got a link for you. If you want. So again, with these books, they assume you know the whole story. So the story itself doesn't actually tell us what happened to Ordis. It just tells us Corey's reaction to finding out the truth of Ordis. So if you want the truth of Ordis, I have a link for you. Where is the link? I had it saved specifically for this. Here it is. So this is by Annoying Killa, where he basically compiled all of the Ordis quotes. So basically what's happening here, because I was gonna give a spoiler warning at the beginning, but then I completely forgot. So yeah, we need to reply. There we go. There you go, Fig. So yeah, for people who don't realize what the heck is going on, cephalon fragments are a thing that exist in the game, and cephalon fragments, the more you scan them, the clearer a picture becomes. Yeah. No need to watch it now. But like this is the thing that Corey is listening to. The more you scan the fragments, the clearer a picture becomes. And when the picture is completely clear, you can unlock a hidden message in it. You can unlock these voice lines that I've been playing. By the way, are they coming across clearly? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because we're done with them. The next chapter doesn't have any voice lines, but I hope that they weren't too quiet. I tried to make them as loud as I could. They are clear. Oh, phew. Phew. Okay, I was worried about that. Cool. But yeah, Ordis tells you the story of how he became a cephalon, basically. And what it boils down to is he was impressed with you playing them. Hey, yes. I'm happy. That's what I was pumped for, was for me playing the cephalon fragments, because the book actually quotes the lines directly from the fragment voice lines. Like, the book actually has them word for word. So I figured, hey, instead of me trying to mimic Ordis's voice, I'll just play the actual voice lines. Cause yeah, figured they're yeah. These are the actual lines that play during the game when you unlock the fragments, as you'll find out when you watch the video later. Emo only chat. Come on, we are having a nice, beautiful conversation about Ordis. It's okay. So yeah, this is an actual thing. So all of this is based on in-game stuff. Of Corey discovering the fragments. Yeah. No, it's okay. Oh, do you want me to ignore it, or it's up to you? Do you want me to refund it? Yes or no? I can redeem it. It's up to you. I was just being exasperated because yeah. No, yeah, I could. If I redeem it, I'll redeem it now and then disable it before we head into the next chapter, because I don't want to try disabling it halfway through the chapter. Check Discord. Oh no. You want me to do this during the stream? Oh no. Alright. The one who is small. Yeah. Do you want emotes? Let me check Discord. What's going on here? Oh no, people have been messaging on Discord. I have like 500 messages. Ah, got you. Alright, so you do want it. Alright, emote only chat is a go. Is a go. Alright, got you. Bum bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum 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 doot 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 doot. There you go. Alright, emote only stream. Enjoy it. Oh, come on, LaCronton. It's okay. Yeah, so I like how I have a feeling that most of the stuff that Corey is reacting to is probably the way that the author of the book Hearts Logos. That's probably how she found it, or they. I don't know. That's probably how Hearts Logos found it. I bet that they happened to be stumped. Like they just scanned cephalon fragments just because it was a thing to scan, and then much later on, they found out that they finally clicked through the pictures and they're like, wait a second, there's a thing going on here. And then they discovered the things, the Cephalon voice lines. And then, and then they're like, oh snap, I don't have all of them complete. Fast, I gotta farm them all. I bet that's exactly how it happened for the author. Like, I love how, even if it's not exactly how it happened for the author, like, I feel like it's cool how you could they're writing their Tenno experiencing things that they have experienced, except in an in-game, in-universe light, you know? So instead of the technical side of, like, they're writing their, I'm just repeating myself now. They're writing their character, their Tenno, the person that they play in Warframe, experiencing the things that they also have experienced in Warframe, and I really like that. I think that's really cool. Also, bears. Alright. Oh, I got a follow 8 minutes ago. Hey, person, long, lot of consonants. Tai. I'm gonna call you Tay. There we go, Tay. Thank you so much for the follow, Tay. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying the Warframe story. I did not write this again. This was written by Hearts Logos, not by me. I'm just reading it because I love it. Okay. Let me get a drink. I'll disable the emote only chat, and then we can head on. All the fig skulls. Heck yeah to the fig skulls. I like you did the exhausted looking Neb with the little angel wings. my soul's leaving my body and ascending to heaven or something. It's great. Alright. Skedaddle. Alright, chapter 2. I think there's only 2 chapters in this. No, there's 3 chapters. Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh yeah, that's right. There are 3 chapters. Yeah. So, we got 3 more chapters. I think the first one's the longest, but the other 2 are very good. So the first one was all canon, but the rest of the stuff going forward is canon to the story, not to Warframe in general. Okay, let's go. I'm glad you guys are having fun. That's all I can say. Thanks for stopping by the way. I keep saying this because it's true. Thank you. You guys are the greatest. I'd Rather Fall Among the Stars. Book 3. To Sleep, to Dream. By Hearts Logos. Chapter 2. Judge is, of course, concerned for Corey. He hasn't seen her in almost a month, and his attempts at contact have been rebuffed by her cephalon. For a few brief moments in the beginning of Corey's absence, he considered finding and boarding her ship by force, but he's long since learned his lesson about that. He asks the Lotus if she's had any contact with Corey. Perhaps she'd sent Corey out on some difficult missions,
Missions that Corey decided, for whatever reason, she didn't need to bring Judge along for. They've had each their own fare of solo deployments. But even the Lotus, all-knowing and constantly present Lotus, doesn't know what Corey is doing, or where, or why. It's on the tip of his tongue to needle her. Are you sure, Nata? Judge does not say this, though parts of him want to. Spiteful and scorned parts of him, blackened edges. He doesn't say this. The Lotus has been trying so hard to keep peace with them. He's faintly inclined to allow it, to permit it. None of the Steel Meridian or Red Veil Syndicate members have had contact with her either. Judge even makes an attempt with Suda and Samaris, both of them turning up nothing for him. He has a thought that perhaps Corey had told them all to hide her from him, to turn her away, but the Syndicate seems surprised that he doesn't know either. Judge considers that perhaps Corey is upset with him over something, but this isn't like Corey to avoid him entirely. Corey has avoided him before, after he woke from the dream for one, but she always made sure her reasons were clear. Corey despises opaqueness when it comes to anger and vengeance and sorrow and retribution and punishment. She would have let him know, verbally or with some sort of pointed gesture. She would not leave him alone in the dark. Corey has never left him alone or in the dark. For all that his untouchable can be indifferent, she's never been needlessly cruel. Judge retreats to his orbiter. He watches his Ayatan sculptures move. He counts hours and rotations. He goes on drops and he partners up with other Tenno for missions, the entire time feeling Corey's absence at his side. Skyla, Judge says, and his Cephalon wakes. Hail Corey, please. Yes, operator, Cephalon's Skyla replies, and then moments later, no response, operator. Her orbiter is present and shows no signs of distress or recent attack, but does not answer our communication request. Should I try again? Yes, Judge says. Please, Skyla, could you get her Cephalon to talk to us at least? I will do my best, operator, Skyla replies, her voice glitching and dragging out the word, operator, into 3 extra syllables around the O. So, I will do my best, operator. It tends to happen when Skyla thinks he is distressed or displeased. Judge fiddles with an Ayatan star between his fingers, holding his arm up to keep it away from Midas's mouth when the pup comes to investigate after playing around and menacing Helminth. I have Tenno Corey's Cephalon, operator, Skyla says, soft tones of excitement in her digital voice. I have succeeded. Thank you, Skyla. Please patch him through, Judge says, relief he didn't know would come, loosening his shoulders and throat. He licks his lips, waiting, and there's a soft crackle as a new frequency joins his. Tenno Judge. Corey's Cephalon sounds faintly annoyed, voice warbling in that peculiar way it does through various frequencies of sound and vocal range. I have told you that my operator is not available. I know, Judge says, pushing Midas's back down until the puppy is on the floor, stubby legs splayed and a stump of a tail wagging. More like his entire rump is wagging and the tail is just along for the ride. Can you at least share your coordinates? I promise I won't follow or dispatch to join her or anything, just for my peace of mind. Please? Corey's Cephalon hums, a trill that sounds like running your hand through static. Very well, Tenno Judge, the Cephalon concedes grudgingly, and audibly grudgingly too. A true fit for Corey, Judge can't help but think. They even sound similar. I will share the orbiter's navigation log with you, if it would keep you from disturbing my operator. My operator is very hard at work and should not be interrupted. She is doing incredibly important work, Tenno. Judge nods. I'm sure she is, Cephalon. Thank you. Ordist is the equivalent of a mechanical sniff. You are welcome, Tenno Judge. I'm closing the connection. The line clicks closed, and moments later, Skyla pulls up a view of Corey's logs, and Judge's eyes bulge. Corey's been hitting every outpost, active and not, in the system for the past 2 weeks straight. It can't be right, but even Corey's Cephalon, as liable to glitch as he is, wouldn't have been able to glitch like this. Judge scrolls to the beginning of Corey's absence and traces her path, Europa to Jupiter, Jupiter to Neptune, and on to Uranus where she currently still is, and void. The time between her drops and retrieval are all over the place. They started off short and frequent at Jupiter, and grow increasingly longer as she hits Uranus. It makes sense. Even Kore, Persephone, and Saren Pilot would be suffering from some sort of strain after this many deployments, and it looks like she's doing them back to back, almost 8 at a time. Based on this, she can't even be getting a full REM cycle in between. Judge guesses that if Kore is resting between planets and outposts, she's not sleeping at all. Void and stars and flames. His pulse pounds in his palms, but he promised, and he figures that Kore wouldn't take kindly to him interrupting her, whatever it is she's doing. He can only watch. Judge continues his solo deployments, but begins to arrange them so that he's vaguely close to her, just in case. But he doesn't seek her out. Kore can handle it, he convinces himself, even as her deployments get longer, with even shorter rests in between. She started jumping with the rails to decrease flight time. She can handle it, Judge tells himself, even if it sounds hollow to his own ears. Kore can take care of herself. Kore is stronger than everything. Kore is golden, rising from the ashes and destruction over and over again. He tells himself this, and the lie, flimsy and transparent as it is all that he has to keep himself from rushing in after her, grabbing her by the hands and hauling her back to her ship for a real REM cycle. Food, water, rest, and an explanation. Is this how Kore feels when he rushes into things, becomes obsessed with a mystery? At least he's left notes or clues before, not this sudden and complete absence. The lie falls, and everything, Kore even, comes to a complete and screeching halt with a single alarm. Judge had thought she was done, finally slowing down. Her orbiter's logs hadn't changed since she returned to Earth's orbit, and she hadn't had a single deployment in almost 20 hours. He thinks that he'll give himself and her about 3 Earth rotations until he tries hailing her again. But his ship's alarms blare, and Skyla announces an emergency transmission from Kore's Cephalon, pinging both him and the Lotus. "Patch through," Judge commands, jerking out of half-sleep and already pushing to his feet, ready to deploy. "Immediate assistance needed. Lotus, Tenno Judge, respond, please. My operator is in dire need of immediate assistance. Can anyone hear me? Operator! Operator!" "I'm here," Judge says. "Cephalon, status?" "You must come," the Cephalon says, voice high with worry and fear. "Tenno Judge, please, come. I've sent the coordinates. You must come aboard. She needs something. Someone. Anyone." Judge gestures, and Skyla pulls up the coordinates on a hologram next to him, and he nods. "Get us there." "Yes, operator." "What's happening, Cephalon? What am I walking into?" Judge says, as Skyla slowly orients their ship to intercept Kore's. Something's hurt her." The Cephalon's voice does that odd, deep, unnerving dip it will sometimes do when the Cephalon is displeased. Whenever that happens, the hair on the back of Judge's neck and arms stands up. She is not responding. Her void signature it's rising, and it's entering dangerous levels of containment. If it raises any higher, there is danger she will cause combustion or damage to the orbiter's interior. "She's being violent?" "Whoa!" The Cephalon's voice cracks, and Judge winces. "She isn't moving. She's on the ground, holding herself. Something is hurting her." The words "hurting her" return to that deep, crackling voice. "What? Is she sick? Did she eat something wrong? Is it because of the deployments?" "I cannot get an accurate read on her biometrics, Tenno." Cephalon replies, frustration cracking through every word. "She was fine when she returned from her last deployment. She has been entering normal sleep and REM cycles and eating as well. She has tended to all of her injuries. Something else. There must be something else. She is non-responsive. Hurry!" Tenno Kore's ship is within sight, operator. I am preparing the airlock for the connection," Skyla says softly, and Judge moves towards the interior of his ship without hesitation. "Connection complete in 5 minutes and counting," Skyla informs him. Preparing to accept? Wait, hold up. Let me do a thing for you guys. See that you guys are doing a thing. Ba-dum. Preparing to accept. Kore's Cephalon responds before cutting the transmission. Despite Corey's Cephalon's warning and attempt at briefing, Judge is not prepared for the wreckage of Corey's ship. He feels the heat of her from 2 floors down, and as he hurries up to the main observation deck of her orbiter, he feels the eyes of her companions huddled away and silent. By the time he reaches the main observation deck, he feels like he's sweating, and every inhale is swallowing something humid and alive. Judge's eyes squint through the heat waves in the air, and he has to shield his eyes, turn away from her, huddled on the floor. Corey's void energy is naturally an almost turquoise green blue, but when it sparks, when it lights like flint striking, it turns golden. When it begins to burn and heat, it turns gold, bright, like it's staring into a fire, the hottest blue within easing out into golden red. Corey's body is wrapped in a thick sheet of turquoise blue, a star, but it flickers with ribbons of yellow that spiral outwards, hot and hissing. Corey, Judge says to her gently, careful not to startle her, because despite the heat and the light, it is deadly silent. Corey's body jerks, and her head on the floor burrows and mashes into the ground, her fists about her head. Corey, I'm coming closer, Judge says, getting not to his hands and knees, shedding his gloves and stretching his arm across the floor once he's within reach. He doesn't touch her, but he puts his hand down on the floor next to her, coating himself in his own void energy, brilliant magenta and vivid pink, to defend his bare skin against hers. Corey turns away from the hand. I need you to talk to me, Corey, Judge says, watching her shoulders bunch. He releases his own energy in small increments, enough to protect him and to shield his eyes, enough to get close. It is a dangerous line. He's not in full control, and Corey seems to have lost all of hers. Corey, your ship is taking significant damage. I need you to talk to me. Something, anything. Your ship can't handle much more of this. Corey flinches, a full body flinch, and Judge catches a glimpse of her face, jaw clenched, eyes red and puffy, like she's been crying an impossible. Wait, what? Corey flinches, a full body flinch, and Judge catches a glimpse of her face, jaw clenched, eyes red and puffy like she's been crying. An impossible thought that blanks Judge's mind for a few precious and important seconds, and her entire face flushed. But Corey makes a feeble attempt at drawing her void energy in, and for a moment the heat falters, but then the gold sparks up again, and Judge has to quickly raise the shield to protect himself from the waves of heat. What do you need? Judge asks her, forcing calmness into his voice with everything he has. Corey shakes her head, and with great effort she opens her mouth. Away, she croaks out. I can't leave you like this, Judge says. She shakes her head. Away. From what, Corey? Corey weakly hits her hand against the orbiter floor. Off the ship? Yes, Corey hisses. Cephalon, prefer a drop. Corey, can you make it to transference? Corey shakes her head, eyes gritting shut. Drop the frame. I'll teleport through. Anywhere in specific? Alone, Corey says. Now. Judge nods, standing. Cephalon? Yes, Tenno Judge? Corey's Cephalon responds immediately. What did she say? My operator's void energy is too dense. It is interfering with my sensors. Is she all right? Prepare a drop, Cephalon, to Earth. Somewhere abandoned, relatively free of biosignatures, Judge says. Void energy negates sensors. Interesting. Corey needs to get off the ship and I think lose some steam. Understood, Tenno Judge. Oh, operator. The Cephalon sighs, and Judge heads back to his own ship, each step away from Corey's curled up body a dangerous pang of worry and dread in his chest. I'm gonna pause it here. It's not the end of the chapter yet, but we're halfway through. We're halfway through the chapter. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, X3LP! Ay! I remember showing up to one of your streams. You probably don't remember this. It was like years and years ago. But like I showed up and there was like almost nobody there. And I'm like, oh man, I love your glyph because I came across you in Warframe. And I came across in Warframe and I thought your glyph was really cool. And I'm like, oh dude, can I have your glyph? And you're like, no, you gotta enter a giveaway to get the glyph. But I'll tell you what, there's only one other person in the pool. So I'll tell you what, we'll do a giveaway with just the two of you so you have a 50-50 chance of getting it. And then I'm like, oh, heck yeah, heck yeah. And so you did the giveaway and I didn't get it. And I'm like, and you're like, oh, no, it's cool. We'll do it again. You did the giveaway again and I didn't get it, even though it was a 50-50 chance. It was hilarious. I'm always going to remember that. Anyway, let me react to the chat. What's going on? Alcohol poisoning. Hello there. Hello. And we got, oh, a praised life has fallen. Oh, how flattering. I'm flattered. Thank you. Yeah, it's my birthday tomorrow. Yeah. Today's the party stream. Because I usually do gaming. I usually do a lot of Warframe gaming. Yeah, I usually just do video games. So this is something new and different for me. I don't usually read stuff. Enjoying the reading. Hey, high praise. This is a fan-based story. Yes, this is a fanfic. It is not written by me. It was written by Hearts Logos. I actually have a cavat named Hearts Logos because I just love the stories so much. Happy birthday again. Aw, thank you, Fig. But yeah, it's a fan story. So the first part of the story was Corey discovering the Cephalon fragment messages, the bits about Orden Karis that are hidden in the Cephalon fragments, and she freaks out about it because she it has her past in the Tenno. She's got this thing against like mind control and being forced to do stuff you don't want, and she finds out that Ordis was forced to be a Cephalon and brainwashed by Ballas, and then when he realized he was being brainwashed, he basically broke off all of his memories in an effort to help her out. So she is very upset about that. That's why she's curled up in a ball. Do you still want the glyph? I barely play Warframe or make content on it. How do I glyph birthday gift? Oh my gosh, that would be amazing. I do still like the glyph. Like, I saw that you don't make Warframe stuff anymore. Like, you do different animations now, and you like stopped playing Warframe, and I'm like, oh dang, I've missed my chance. I always thought it looked like this is a funny looking face while also being stuff that's not a face. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, how old is my birthday? Yeah, that's not a secret. I'm 21 right now. I'll be 22 tomorrow. Dun, 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 dun. Do I play Warframe on PC? I do. I do. Whoopsies.
Do I play Warframe on PC?
Whoa.
I do.
Sorry.
I do.
Why is
Whoopsies.
this?
Whoa.
No!
Sorry.
Echoing. Why is that open? I tried to tab over to Discord, and instead of tabbing to Discord, I tabbed to my own stream. How wonderful. Thank you. Dang, I feel like celebrities showing up in my chat, you know? Let me do a quick thing. I'm just going to... There we go. Just making sure everything is going smoothly. Alright, we're good. Everything is good. Yeah. Yeah. I think we're good. We're good to continue, right? And we're about halfway through the chapter, so it's probably going to be a while before I'll be able to react to chat or anything. So, yeah. I should probably take a drink of water. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the series. So this is book 3 of the series, and the series is called, I'd Rather Fall Among the Stars. It's available on Archive of Our Own, but you do need an account in order to access it on Archive of Our Own. So if you don't have an account, hey, you can listen to me reading it. We have read book 1 and book 2. We are currently on book 3. We have read book 5 up to chapter 20 because chronologically chapters 1 through 20 of book 5 take place before book 3. So we read those first. So we read book 1, book 2, then first 20 chapters of the first 20 chapters of book 5, and now we're looping back around to book 3. All right. Everything's good so far. Yes. Glad to hear it. All right, here we go. Do. Judge drops first and finds Corey's Saren already waiting but inactive. Judge leaves Mesa and carefully says, Corey, I'm here. Corey bursts out of Saren's skin, barefoot, underdressed, and raging gold over harsh blue. Corey's first real sound as she pries her jaws open is a scream that causes birds to scatter. Judge stays well out of her way as the void energy bursts out of her, charring and crystallizing the ground around her in a 2-yard radius. Corey, thankfully, has enough of herself in her to move this away from him and their frames. She is a pillar of gold over blue as she rages, turning everything around them to ash, pulverizing stone and shredding solid ground, scarring trees and reducing foliage to nothing. It feels like hours, but it is more like 10 or so minutes of Corey's rage before she slowly extinguishes, steam and the smell of ozone and ash. Corey's feet lower to the still crackling, still molten ground as she falls to her knees, spent. Judge approaches slowly, carefully, as he walks over the ash. "Can you talk to me, Corey?" Judge says, stopping about 2 feet from her. Corey's shoulders heave and her skin is shining with sweat. Her hair is plastered to the nape of her neck. He's never seen defeat on her before. It makes her unfamiliar. Not soft, but not jagged. Strange, but not a stranger. Corey raises her hand into a weak fist. "The fragments, Judge. It was the Void and Orican Codex fragments." "The what?" Judge blinks, puzzled. "The fragments!" Corey snaps, throwing a blue ball of energy, significantly smaller than her earlier display, weaker, and it crashes against a tree, shaking it and causing a few broken branches to crash to the floor. "It was in the Codex, the ones we've been using to repair our cephalons." Corey turns their head to the sky and screams, a hoarse and pained sound. "Cut your transmission," Corey says, eyes sharp as she turns onto him. "Cut it." Judge cuts it immediately. This is not the time to question her. Corey sways as she stands, pacing now, pushing herself into the momentum like she can't be still. With all of Earth's gold and green and blue around her, she still looks like a caged thing. But by what? "Tell me everything," Judge says. "I can't. It's private." Corey's face twists, shame and regret. "I shouldn't have looked at the files. I shouldn't have. They were his memories, Judge. I shouldn't have looked, but I did, and I thought he would try to stop me, but he didn't, and then it was all my fault, Judge. I did this." Corey throws her arm up towards the sky. "He is my fault. I did that." "Did what?" Corey's frustrated cry through her teeth is accomplished by a burst of energy that faintly hits against Judge's skin, weak and diluted. "I killed him," Corey says, eyes not meeting his, eyes on the blue sky. Orden." "Who?" "My cephalon, Judge," Corey snaps. "Cephalon Ordis! Orden Karis." "What do you mean you killed your cephalon? They're cephalons. Data. They can't be killed. They're not." Judge dodges Corey's next bolt of energy, though it's so weak it disperses a few feet behind him, nothing but air. "Don't say it," Corey says, voice shaking, body trembling. "Don't you say he's not alive." Judge keeps his mouth closed. Corey resumes her pacing. There were messages in there. Memories. Real memories. Of Orden Karis. Ordis. His memories, and about how he came to be my cephalon, and Executor Ballas. Corey's voice clicks around the name like flint. "And me." Her voice trembles, weakens, falters. For a moment so does her pacing, lost. "What about you, Corey? I don't understand. I need you to explain it to me," Judge says, trying to puzzle together how these pieces fit. Her cephalon. Ordis. Orden Karis? A portmanteau? A nickname? Ballas, Corey, a murder. "I killed him." Corey's voice shatters in on itself, falling. "I killed Orden Karis." "And who is Orden Karis?" He's... Corey seems to freeze, and then it all fades out of her. "Judge, my cephalon was a person. He was alive. He was blood and bone." They know this, though. Cephalons were people once. Pseudo is an Archimedean for one. He knows he's told her about that. Yes, Judge says, trying to encourage her to go on, but Corey just shakes herself violently. He was a person, Corey whispers. He was a person, Judge, and they took that from him because of me. How is it because of you? Corey's fists open and close, unable to help her here. Because they made him mine. Ballas made him mine. He wanted to be free. Corey's voice cracks, shivers. He wanted it to end, but instead he was made to be mine, and they took everything from him because of me. I still don't understand. Judge thinks he can get a vague picture of what Corey is saying. He was unwilling to be a cephalon? Yes, Corey exclaims. He didn't want this, Judge. He didn't want me. Corey gestures at herself, then back at the sky. He didn't want me. He still doesn't want me. But they made him anyway, and now he's broken. He's doing it to himself because Ballas told him he had to protect me, even when he didn't want to. Corey's skin is ashen as she looks at him, a strange, colorless version of herself, and Judge realizes with alarm that she's crying. He moves towards her, and she quickly moves back, stumbling a little, wild-eyed. He holds his arms out towards her, but she ignores him, turning away. But that doesn't mean you killed him, Corey. Yes, it does, Corey protests. He was just in prison before, alone, left alone. But then they turned him into a cephalon, for me. Under Ballas's orders, they remade him for me. They went into him and carved him out and destroyed parts of him and told him that... Corey's eyes squeeze shut. He had to protect me, no matter what, and he obeyed. Corey's voice chokes out, and Judge slowly moves closer to her, stopping about a foot away. He holds his hands out, but Corey doesn't take them. He keeps them out anyway. They forced him to be yours, Judge said softly, but you didn't ask for that, Corey. I still don't see how it's your fault. You didn't know. You didn't ask for it. You didn't want it. Neither of you did, but it wasn't you. And your cephalon seems fine enough now. Did he say that he hates you? Resents you? How can he? It's against his programming, Corey sneers. And he doesn't remember anyway. He tried to delete himself, Judge. He tried to remove these parts of him. But then I found them, and then I looked at them, and now I can't not know. Corey does not run away from her problems. Corey might momentarily retreat from them, but ultimately she turns about face to look them in the eye and stand them down, come hell or high water. Corey stands there, in the center of her ashes and ruins, thin and pale and muted, and still she won't turn away. Judge's heart warms for her for this, even as the rest of him panics about what to do for her. It is a problem between Corey and her cephalon. It is not a place Judge can interfere, although he knows how he feels about the situation as he understands it. It wasn't Corey's fault, obviously. But to go forward and confront this with her cephalon, or to turn a blind eye and to turn it against her own nature, he understands her hesitation. He wanted to forget, Corey whispers, to protect me. That's why he broke himself, made the glitches. But you've never been able to stand that kind of ignorance, Judge says, or that kind of unasked for martyrdom. Corey squeezes his eyes. It's what he wanted. But it's not what you want, Judge points out. Who cares what I want? This is him! This is... Corey throws her arms out violently. This is part of him. I know, but Corey, it's over, it's done. You can let this go if you want to. He has. He doesn't even remember that. That's the point. Let him forget if it's his choice. Let him forget if his choice is that important to you, but he's your cephalon. He's not going to blame you for it. He doesn't even have to know there's anything he might have to blame you for. You don't have to tear yourself up over this. He's a soul, Judge, Corey bursts out. He's a soul like you or me. I can't turn my back on that. Even if he wanted to forget, I can't take that away from him. The memory of being alive, the memory of feeling, that memory of free will. Corey stands away from him, hurt and angry and ashamed. And then she slowly comes toward him and puts her hands in his, sinking her weight onto him, forehead resting against his shoulder. 3 points of contact. If I let him forget, I'm taking away something from him. I'm murdering him all over again, like the Orakin, like Ballas, Corey says. I'm complicit in their destruction, but he wanted to forget. Judge squeezes his hands and he hears Corey's throat click as he swallows, slowly putting the words into the chaos in her head. But he only wanted to forget because he was afraid his anger would hurt me, drive me away. And those things only mattered to him because Ballas made them matter. You don't know that. I'm not arrogant enough to assume that true affection has grown from artificially enforced feelings, Corey says. Don't you love him? Judge asks. Judge himself is fond of his own Cephalon. He wouldn't say he loves her, though. Do I love him because I have hurt him, or do I love him because I love him? Corey asks. I don't know. Judge squeezes her hands gently. This is a problem Corey cannot threaten, beat, or burn her way out of. She struggles. It doesn't matter if I love him or not, Corey concludes as her breathing returns to normal. What matters is that he feels, and what he feels is fake, enforced on him by his code, the Orakin. So you'll have him remember? Corey's hands squeeze his. Judge tentatively rests his cheek on her head, sweat damp and hot. What if it hurts him? What if we don't recover from this? Corey whispers. He can choose to forget again, Judge points out. He could forgive you. And if he doesn't, Judge? I don't know. Because not telling him, Judge knows, is an option Corey has already written off and discarded. Corey does not bury her dead. She burns straight through them, carrying their ash in her lungs as she proceeds onward. Together, they slowly sink onto the cooling floor and breathe together as Corey thinks. Judge focuses on her breathing as Corey works her way through this. He wonders about his own Cephalon, but there are no hidden messages in her code, and he discards it immediately. Judge focuses on Corey's sweat-damp skin and the furrow between her brow and the way the moisture has gathered on the ridges of her scars, delicate and ready to fall. Judge focuses on the relief of knowing Corey is all right, and that Corey is here, even if she's upset. Corey's eyes closed and her shoulders relax. Her back straightens and she takes her hands from his, only to slide their forearms together until they are each grasping each other's elbows. Corey's eyes are clear when she opens them. What do you need? Judge asks her, because it is not his business to know what she has decided. I need you to help me copy those files and build the containment program, Corey says, and I need to use your orbiter's crafting station. All right, Judge nods, helping her up. What else? A promise, Corey says. What sort? Not to interfere, Corey says. To respect my choice, Ortis's choice. Judge meets her eyes and nods. He trusts his partner. He trusts Corey. Yes. Corey wavers and quickly pulls him close, cheek to his, body to body, an embrace that isn't. And then she lets go. Good? Judge asks when she says nothing, just examines his face. Corey nods once, a determined and familiar set to her face. Her eyes flicker gold, herself and steady again. Let's begin. I don't know, I think probably after book 3, I'm probably gonna wrap up the stream. We got one chapter left in book 3. It's a long chapter, but it's one chapter. I don't know if I want to continue afterwards, though, because we have, like I said, the book 5 has 100 and something chapters, and we're only on chapter 20, so, like, there's a 0% chance we're gonna finish it today. Hey, Lacronton, I'm so glad I'm not the only one that believes that each Tenocephalon is unique. Yeah, I like that theory. I really do like that theory. Yeah, Judge has got Skyla, and Persephone's got Ortis. Actually, here, hold up. Yeah, so it's really cool because in this fanfic, each operator does different quests. Like, the author mentions it in the, series overview. Like, yeah, Yeah, Judge. Xeneric, former Nova Prime main. His main sentinel is Helios Prime, with his main companion is a Smedikava named Handsome/Ugly. His Cephalon is Skyla. Judge's factions are Arbiters of Hexus, Cephalon Suda, and Steel Meridian. Judge's quests were Chains of Harrow. Judge and Corey both share the Once Awake, Nata, Second Dream, War Within, and Sacrifice. Some segments of the quests done together, some exclusive to one Tenno. Yeah, like, Judge's quests were Sands of Anaros, The Chains of Harrow, Octavia's Anthem, and the Apostasy Prologue. So he did those quests, and Corey did not do them. So Corey has not done Chains of Harrow kind of thing. So it's like... And then Judge is the one who did the War with... Well, they both did the War Within, but Judge is the one that killed the queens. And that comes up in Book 5 pretty frequently, where it's like, oh yeah, this is the Tenno that killed the queen. This is the Tenno, like, that the Grineer have a special grudge against. Like, none of the other Tenno have killed the queen. It's only this one Tenno. Like, so they keep some sort of vague continuity. And he's semi-famous for that. Alright, yeah, give me a minute to take a drink of water. And then we're going to continue on with Chapter 3 of Book 3. 3 squared. That's not how squared works. 3 times 3. No, that's 3 squared. 3 times 2. I don't know. Chapter 3 of Book 3 of I'd Rather Fall Among the Stars. Okay. To Sleep, to Dream, by Heart's Logos. Chapter 3. This operator has been spending a large amount of time on Tenno Judge's ship. Ortis thinks that this, perhaps, is better than her worrisome behavior of the past many solar cycles. At least with Tenno Judge, Ortis can be certain that she is taking proper care of herself, eating and sleeping and such, resting. But she has been spending a long time there, instead of here, on her orbiter. Orbiter's companions, of the four-legged variety and those with wings and propulsion units, and chassis smaller than an alloy drum, are capable of following her at will, but Ortis cannot. Ortis remains where Ortis has always been, within the orbiter itself, and so Ortis is blind and deaf to what his operator does. He needles Tenno Judge's Cephalon for details. Perhaps his operator and her Tenno's relationship has progressed in some way. Should he be concerned? Should there be any extra things he should be doing? But Tenno Judge's Cephalon brushes him off in the weave, remarking that nothing Ortis is thinking about is going on. He senses no lie, but she refuses to tell him what they are doing, and he cannot force her to. It's dissatisfying. His operator comes back every so often, pensive and thoughtful look on her face before she goes to sleep. She is not in pain. Ortis does not know, still, the cause of his operator's pain. Something hurt her. Ortis wants to know what. He wants to know this desperately. Ortis does not know what he would do with that information. He does not know what he is supposed to do with that information, but he wants it. He will hurt them back. No one hurts his operator. Ortis's top priority is his operator's safety and happiness, even if it means burning everything that touches her. Operator Corey seems pleased, focused, intent on something, some project that she has not revealed to him. He has tried to ask, politely, but she has roughed him. Does his operator think he is incapable of assisting her? Ortis feels pain at the thought, his vents groaning and creaking. Be quiet, you. At least you get to follow her. Ortis mumbles at the operator's Kubro, Isha, who barks, irritatingly cheerful, now that their operator has returned to semi-normal functions. Foolish creature, Ortis wishes the operator never got a liking to you. Tenno Judge only has 2 of you. How lucky for his Cephalon. She doesn't have to deal with your hair and your waist and your incessant chatter. The Kubro barks again, infuriating, and trots off to find his kin. Ortis considers trying to persuade Tenno Judge's Cephalon to divulge something to him with the promise of data fragments. It is a low move, a pathetic one, but for his operator... Sometimes when Operator Corey sleeps, she mutters things. Ortis waits for those mutterings, even though they might not come. Anything for some sort of clue as to what she is doing, to what he can do to help, to prove to her that he can still be useful to her. His operator is powerful. She is strong. She was one of the best during the old wars. She was one of the most favored and decorated. Ortis is proud to be her Cephalon. He is the most fortunate. And she's very kind. Ortis could not have asked for a better operator. He wants to show her that he can still help her. Ortis is still able to help, to assist. Even as fragmented and decayed as he has become, he does not want to leave her. Ortis loves his operator. So Ortis listens, and he waits. And he tries to puzzle together a clue from the snatched syllables from between his operator's soft parted lips. But he does not understand the words. He does not understand what she needs, and what bothers her, and what catches her mind. Ortis begins to seriously consider trying to catch Tenno Judge's Cephalon in the weave and forcing her to give him something, anything. It does not come to that. Ortis? Operator Corey's voice is calm and sure and lovely, and Ortis's attention is, as always, on her within a fraction of a second. Yes, Operator? Ortis responds, eager and ready, whatever she needs, whatever she wants. How may Ortis assist? I want you to do something for me, the operator says. I'm going to drop to Earth, and I want you to come with me. Come with her? Ortis is always with her. He is her orbiter, her Cephalon. He is always linked into her systems, watching and observing and recording and in awe. Come with you, operator? Yes, she says, nodding. I've built a modified Spectre, Ortis. Can you download a part of yourself to it? Part of Ortis feels unsettled by this question. Cephalons should not be in bodies, but he supposes that a Spectre is not a body or a Warframe. There are no organic parts to them, and they are incredibly simple constructions. Leave most of you here, his operator says. Put just enough into the Spectre that you can control and sense through it. As you say, operator, Ortis says, hesitant as he finds the path to download part of himself into the Phase Spectre, Excalibur-based. His operator has connected to the orbiter systems. It is an incredibly small area he has to work with, but he places himself in and waits for further instruction. All right, Corey says, I'm going to deploy to Earth now, and then when I'm down, I'll unlock the Spectre. Yes, operator, Ortis says, following her as she heads to her transference room and enters her somatic link. He follows her as she guides her Saren Warframe, beautiful and elegant and powerful and purposeful. His operator is the best operator, into the dispatch ship. He lets the ship detach from the rest of the orbiter and guides it to the coordinates his operator has entered earlier. They're familiar. Ortis feels a spot of warmth in his circuits, in his engines, a warm, fluttering burst that licks against the walls of his body, where the operator woke from their long sleep hidden on Earth. Ortis tracks his operator's movements through the abandoned and hidden away chamber until they are in the cracked, ruined, exposed, and tarnished room that once housed her Excalibur frame. His operator releases the Spectre, and Ortis takes a moment to adjust to having two sets of information, the orbiter and the limited capabilities of the Spectre. It has speakers, his operator says, stepping out of her Saren. The light of Earth lights her face at angles he has never seen before, in lights he has never been able to capture with the orbiter's sensors. You can speak through them, Ortis, instead of the orbiter channel. May Ortis ask why we are here, operator? Does this have to do with the project you and Tenno Judge have been working on? Is there some way Ortis can help? Ortis tries to keep his jealousy out of his voice, but he can't help it. He is a cracked Cephalon, after all. The operator does deserve better, Ortis thinks, but no Cephalon will ever know or love her like he does. She was his since the very beginning. Yes, operator says, pulling her sword off of Saren's hip and walking up to him. Ortis, I'm going to do something. I'm going to cut your connection between the Spectre and the orbiter for a while. I have Judge and his Cephalon near our ship to monitor readings and keep things safe, but right now I need you focused, here. And his operator takes the Spectre's hand and places the red sheath of the long, thin, and graceful blade into the Spectre's hands. Ortis, I'm going to have Judge remotely download some files into the Spectre. These files will merge with your data, and if If it is something that you don't like, I don't want it to be permanent. The rest of you that's on the orbiter won't be affected. Do you understand, Ordis?
Yes, operator, Ortis says, a feeling of dread. Is she going to erase him? Modify him? Has he displeased her? Oh, he knew that this day would come eventually. He had hoped. But his operator does deserve a more modern Cephalon, a Series 4 or 5.
All right, his operator nods. Operator, Ortis asks. Yes, Ortis? Why did you hand the Spectre your sword? Shouldn't you have it, in case of danger? His operator smiles. After I left this place, the Green Air lost all interest. There is no one here but us, Ortis. Besides, you need it more. Operator? Judge, his operator's voice is soft, and her eyes, and shimmering? Ortis reads too much on her face to understand without context, without explanation, but it is not his place to question her as much as he wants to, and he does want to. Begin. Ortis feels himself cut off from the orbiter, a one-way barrier. He can feel the orbiter feeding into him distantly, but he can't reach back to it. It is a strange feeling. He thinks that is something like what his operator feels when she complains that her foot or leg fell asleep. And then he feels the data coming in from Tenno Judge. It's the fragments that his operator has been scanning. Peculiar. He already has these files. Why is his operator running them through him again? And then something clicks. Something shifts in the files. Everything sharpening and becoming clearer, more saturated, and Ortis is immersed, flooded, overwhelmed. Some sort of subroutine that he scrambles to slow or stop, and the memories hit him, unlocking one after another, slotting easily into place as though they had never been torn out of himself, hurled the fine, bleeding fragments of glass and bone into the darkness where they belonged, away from his operator, away from where they can hurt her. More than the memories. The hate, the spite, the resentment. It hits him in waves, and Orden Karras feels rage pour over himself. Long forgotten, long abandoned rage. Suppressed and compiled in darkness among the bones and the beasts. The bodies. It surprises him how fresh it all feels, how intimate. Even as a cephalon, even as a digital thing of codes and numbers, it feels so powerfully present, as if the wrongs that had happened to him were done moments ago instead of millennia. He feels these emotions shatter past the old Orican's safeguards, decayed and untended, without the Orican's little spy within his code to keep him in check. No wonder it was so easy for him to keep remembering. No wonder it was so very easy to act out in ways no Series 2 Cephalon should have ever contrived of before. Orden has a brief and pleasant thought of Cephalon Samaras finding out about this, the truth of Orden, and how he continues to live and breathe and seethe. Would he be declared most unfit for Sanctuary still? Or would Samaras be all the more eager to study him? As the memories sort themselves out, settling in and reconciling themselves into the whole and ugly narrative of the beast of bones, he looks at her, the operator, the Tenno. He looks at her pink and gold and beautiful, like the Orican, but not quite Orican, no. There are imperfections in her, edges and ugly things that the Orican would not stand. A different sort of hideous. Just enough, he thinks, for the Orican to remember what she is. She stands before him, and he knows that she knows too. Knows of his hate, his failure to do even the simplest of things, to die. His longing, his suffering, his shame and humiliation at the feet of Executor Ballas, her master. His dreams. His moon of genocides. His grave of Orican delights. His hand curls involuntarily on the solid sheet that she put in his hands, and he looks through her for the lie, the trap. Isn't there always one with the Orican? They are all traps and falsehoods, deceits, and this Tenno was groomed by the worst of them. He feels the curl of anger, of hatred, the calm, the happiness, the serenity and sanguinity, all of it a lie. The memories of them are bitter, grainy like ashes, like bone dust. More chains, more shackles, a pretense of softness, a punishment twisted and cruel and entirely poetic. He could almost respect that if it weren't being done to him. Orden Karis, the Tenno, Kore, says softly, and he looks at her, this creature with the face of an Orcan and the teeth of the rest of them, her voice delicate around the curves of his long-lost name, and feels the familiar rage inside of him, cast off and forgotten, but not lost. Returned to him now, but for what purpose? Persephone, Ortis says slowly, what is your purpose in this restoration and renewal of Orden Karis's memories? Which he thinks, in a fit of contrived love for her, he had destroyed to keep her safe. Orden Karis as Ortis was happy, he admits. As Ortis he did love her. But oh, this familiarity with spite and hot red, oh this brings him back, this brings him together once more. Destruction and penance, Corey replies. Orden Karis, I am the reason why they destroyed you, why they broke you down and remade you. I am the reason for which you have suffered for thousands of years. Are you angry, Orden Karis? Do you hate me? Yes, Orden thinks. Yes, he does. He hates this Tenno and everything she represents. The Orcan in their guided halls, perfect and untouchable. He hates her beauty, her lie of flawlessness. He hates the man she served under, the man who shaped her, shaped them both. If you hate me, Orden, Persephone's voice is soft, young, deceptive. Kill me. Draw that sword and strike me down if it will help. He looks towards the Tenno's Warframe, and Persephone smiles. For a moment, he hears the other one, Tenno Judge, through the communications line. Corey, this was not part of the plan. What are you doing? This isn't... Remember your promise, she replies to him, calmly, firmly. Persephone raises her hand and cuts off Tenno Judge's voice off, and they are alone. It's you and me now. Orden Karis does not doubt that this is part of her plan, no matter what Tenno Judge believed. Sneaky, clever thing. He wants to sneer. You have a voice, Orden. You have a body, you have memories and will, Persephone says. Strike me down, I will die. Yes, she would. The Tenno are Orcan crafted, but they are not Orcan themselves, no. If he drew this blade and cut her down, she would die. A finality, a punctuation to a long and bloody life, a killer's life. He looks pointedly at her Warframe. Orden Karis is not a fool, operator. Your Warframe would stop him before he could get close to you. No, Persephone replies. We're too far away from her. Excalibur frames are faster, especially with a sword in hand. He calculates. Gatherings based on previous data, and she is correct. At this distance and with the current equipment and modifications, this specter and the tip of his blade would reach Persephone's throat with seconds to spare before the Saren frame could even touch the specter. I am the reason you are made to suffer, Persephone says. Get your justice, your retribution. That is not what the Beast of Bones wished for, dreamed for, Orden Karis reminds her. That was not what those messages were meant to say. No, but it is an option I'm going to give you anyway, Persephone replies, eyes clear and steadfast, calm and present in a way no Orcan's gaze ever was, dangerous and familiar. Or, I can give you what you really dreamed of, Persephone says. I can kill you, Karis, destroy you permanently. All of your data is in this specter. If I destroy it here, there won't be anything left for the rest of you to remember. Cephalon Ortis will simply be Ortis. No Beast of Bones, no Orden Karis to remember, to forget. Orden Karis neither wants nor requires your pity. He spits. No, not a mercy kill. Persephone shakes her head. You will die with a weapon in your hands. You know what I am. You know what made me. Who? I am more than enough to kill you if we fought. I am more than enough to destroy you, and I do not break promises.
Ordencaris turns these words over slowly, meticulously. Yes, he does know what she is capable of, and in the past cycles, Persephone's skill has only grown in strength and skill. She's blown past the restrictions of Orcan training. She's become more creative and more thoughtful. She's only sharpened her teeth, her claws. Time and the decay around her has not touched her. She is in the first blooms of growth still. She could truly bring him what he had intended when he entered those golden halls and pulled the bones from his neck.
Ordis is still a cephalon, though Ordencaris is temporarily exist in this specter, Ordencaris says. What would this accomplish? If you desire it, I could destroy you here, and the memories, the fragments, the data, they would never reach the rest of you. You're isolated here, remember? Cephalon Ordis runs the orbiter, but the part of you conscious here, it's a copy, a clone. I can destroy it all here, and when I go back to the orbiter, the rest of your data would be uncompromised. Completely unaware, Persephone says. Or you could kill me here and reintegrate your memories with the rest of yourself. The freedom of a specter body is limited, but it is something.
She has thought this out very thoroughly. This is not some whim, some passion-fueled throwaway gesture. The poetic touch of the red sheath, the Excalibur body, all of this happening right here, where she slept, where he found her once more and took her into his metal heart again.
And why would you do this, operator?
Ordencaris tilts his head.
Guilt? Shame? For what?
Because it is the right thing to do, Persephone says. Because I can't go on without giving you this choice. Because you are a soul, and you deserve this choice that was taken from you. Because I will never live my life as they did theirs, controlling and manipulating another against their will.
You could have kept this to yourself. You could have destroyed these messages, these memories of Ordens. Ordis said so himself, did he not? Knowing is hell, Orden says. The cephalon that Orden became wanted to forget.
Did you? Persephone asks.
Did you really? You found yourself over and over again. You remembered your soul. You discarded it for me. Why, Ordis? Orden. It was Ballas who made you care for me, shackled you to me. You had no choice. And now? Now you do.
It is what you are owed, Persephone says, holding her arms out. Come, claim it. It is your right. It is yours. My death is yours. Or if you so choose, your death, as you originally wanted.
And what if both are what is required of you, Tenno?
I can hurt you enough that you die with me, Persephone replies instantly, so certain in her abilities. He believes her.
Ordis did not ever think you would be suicidal, Persephone, Orden muses. You have always seemed to be the type to want to survive. The legends of you built from the war would suggest as much as well. Has Ordis been wrong about you this entire time?
I don't want to die, Persephone says firmly, calmly. The voice of someone who has made peace with the looming horizon. But if that is what it takes to make things right, if that is what it takes, I have no choice. I will die. Such conviction in those words. They pang hard against things in him. Ordencaris readies the blade in his hand, and she makes no move. The beast of bones, Cephalon Ordis, Ordencaris, for the first time in millennium, draws a sword with hands, takes in the feeling of wind and air, takes in the light and the dust and the interplay of shadows and breath that create the pale pink shape of Tenno Persephone across from him, and he strikes. The phantom memory of blood streaming behind him, twin crimson streamers as he attacked just like this once before. But no sword in his hand then. Bone. A warrior's death awaited him, stolen from him. She does not move a single inch. She meets him head on, eyes clear and true, holding firm. He holds the tip of the blade up against her throat and looks at her. Looks at her perhaps for the first time. Cognizant and completely aware,
full of context and understanding of everything that shapes him and her in their intertwined life. He traces the scars that model her face, the raised ridges of blue-green, like ivy, like leaves, like a delicate and unfurling stem around her right eye and over her cheekbone. He catches the glint of gold embedded into her skin. He analyzes the 3 rings of color that make up her eyes and the glow within them, the fire, the golden heartbeat that he remembers loving. Her soft face framed by pink hair, and the steady breath between her dark mouth that mists across the metal of their sword. Hers, now his, and hers again. Orden Karis stops. Saren paused, mid-lurch 2 feet away from him, hand outstretched to stop him, but too slow to reach, like Persephone predicted. Orden Karis searches himself as he looks into the steady pains of her eyes. He hates. He is bitter. He is angry and tired, and yet his time with her as her Cephalon was light, happy, and it was, yes, it was real. He felt free, removed from the burdens of memory and pain and sorrow. Part of this, he understands, is the initial programming to attach him to her, but it is also time. It is time and growth and change. Beast of bones, Orden Karis. He is not quite that man any longer. Ortis. Cephalon Ortis. He realizes this, that over those thousands of years he has grown to love her. A true organic thing grown over the synthetic implant inside of his mind. He has seen her grow. He has seen her change and develop. Just like how those once golden Orokin structures have crumbled and given way to roots and dust and moss and dirt and sunlight once more. Growing over and around it, but not erasing it completely. Memories. Not just the ones he lost, but the ones he has made, slide through and around him as he breathes in this calm fact. She is the first thing he has ever truly loved. Ortis was with her when the Lotus planted the seeds of rebellion and eased open the doors to action. Ortis was there. She fought to destroy their captors, their tormentors, their prison keepers. Ortis was with her when she was struck down time and time again. He was with her when the Tenno succeeded. He was there when the Lotus took her away and promised they would be reunited again, when it was safe once more. Ortis was there when she woke. He was there when she returned, unsure and confused from her long dream that was not his dream. He was there when she slowly regained herself, her footing, and when she finally woke to this world, to this body, to this time. Ortis was there as he watched her cope with this and the memories. He was with her, concerned and afraid when she would crumble to the floor with the pain of remembrance. He was there when she soaked in the slow returning memories. He was with her. He was with her when she remembered her own name, Kore. He lowers the blade, sheathing it and holding it out to the Warframe by them. Saren takes the blade. Why? Corin demands, eyes narrowing. Why did you stop? Ortis does not want to kill you, Operator, Ortis says, feeling the shards settle. Not quite whole. No, never whole, but lining up, settling, merging, weaving and overlaying together. The beast of bones, Cephalon, Orden Karis, Ortis. Steady, riding the wave of hate that will always be there, hot and angry and violent and seething. But underneath that, his own heart of golden flame. Then you want your death? She asks. No, he shakes his head. She lets out a frustrated sigh between her teeth. The beast of bones will not be satisfied or resolved with destruction and dissolution. No, not anymore, he says. He has been her dog, her doctor, her nursemaid. He has seen her, and he knows. Ortis looks at her, and she is not Orkin. She is not one of them. She has suffered. She suffers still, but she stands brave and good above it all, tied to the burdens of bodies he has laid before her. But she rises above it, fire above its fuel, smoke above fire, a sky above a world meant for flames. She is not Ballas. Her gaze is confused, and he remembers this too. A child driven to crimes by the Orokin Wars, That child that broke him and drove him to the crime that made him into this. Corey, too, is a child. Was a child. You are not responsible for the creation of Ordis, Ordis says. It was Orden who attempted to kill gods in the Golden Hallway. It was Orden Karis who failed to die. You were the tool through which Orden's punishment was delivered, but you are not the hand that deals it. You were whole in yourself before me, Corey protests. They left you alone. It was because of me they pulled you apart and did those things to you. It was because of me that he... She spits the word out with so much fire that Ordis feels like he could smile if he just had a mouth. Forced you into this. It's because of me that you made yourself forget. I'm the reason why your so-called punishment continues. A good sword cuts only what it is meant to, Ordis tells her, and you were the Orican's best. He realizes this now. Even he, as low caste and distasteful as he was, a mercenary hideous and deformed but efficient and brutal, had opportunity. He could have risen to become one of the Tenno Masters, in another life where he chooses immortality as one of the Orican, perfect and golden. He most likely would have had a Tenno under his command, following his orders. The Tenno, for all that they were vital to the Orican Empire, were not Orican. They were not mercenaries or even pets or dogs. They were less than Kubro, less than slaves. They were things. They were weapons. They were objects. Corey, no matter what she did, no matter how large her moon of bodies grew, no matter the gravity it obtained, no matter who she killed and who she saved, would never even glimpse at the opportunity offered to Orden Karis. An unfamiliar feeling flickers across his mind, clear now and settling, resolving itself into a coherent self. He feels the parts of himself, Cephalon and mercenary, weaving together like so many threads of jute and silk, distinct and sane. Where is his hate, his rage? He can still feel it, a soothing and streamlined heat that runs through the fibers of his being, but woven around a warmer sort of gold. Where is your hate, Orden Karis? Not here. Not with her. Around her, yes, but not on her. Corey's eyes gleam with frustration, confusion, uncertainty. He kneels and takes her head in his hands, looking into her and willing clarity back into her. The man Ordis was. Orden Karis does not blame you, he tells her. Orden Karis hates. Orden Karis rages. Orden Karis continues, after all these years, shrouded and buried and stifled, to seethe, but not at you. At those who have hurt you, at those who have hurt us, the people who did this to me, the monsters who did this to me and did this to you. Ordis still hates, he still rages, but he knows now. He will not hurt his operator, his Corey, no. Others, yes. Her, no, never. The fault is never in the tool through which the action occurs. It was Ballas. His voice curves like the hook of a knife, the sharp edge for skinning and catching around the name, who made Ordis out of Orden Karis. Ordis was made to love you, without reservation or permission, without thought or hesitance. Cephalon Ordis was crafted to fit you, as the Warframe and the sword it holds was made for you. Corey's face is contorted in confusion, muddied without understanding. There was no one to teach her forgiveness. Ordis slowly kneels, and the memory of over 1,000 years ago flickers through him. His knees, his bowed head, a guard then, a dax, to the side, and a golden, perfect creature in front of him. But the stone is cracked and warmed by golden light. The air is clear and moves freely. The shadows are gentle. The sky is blue above. And the golden thing in front of him is not immortal, but she is still a deception. She is not a child. She is not Orican. She is not the soft pink and flower colors the void has shaped out of her. No. You were Ordis' operator by default, without question, Ordis says, and in this specific iteration of reality, in this repeat of the same scene that brought him an unwanted eternity, Ordis says yes to the implication of exaltation. Orden Karis, the beast of bones. Cephalon chooses you now, operator. Ordencaris does not want your death. Ordencaris does not want his own any longer. Ordis wants to remain your cephalon. I don't understand. Corey's voice cracks, and he raises his head, gently raising his hands to touch, to hold, to make her eyes look into the specter's bland face. I don't understand why. Operator. He is the beast of bones. He is Ordencaris. He is a cephalon. He is Ordis. They are not, as he had feared before fragmenting himself so many hundreds of years ago, mutually exclusive creatures. With your permission, it is Ordis's wish to remain at your side, simply because it is what Ordis wants. Can you accept a cephalon as rampantly and obviously flawed as Ordis is? Corey's skin blotches an uneven red under her scars, and her nose wrinkles as her eyes shine over. Of course, she says, voice rough. Of course I want you as my cephalon, Ordis, but only if it's something you want for yourself. It is Ordis's choice, Ordis says. You are Ordis's operator, and Ordis's duty is with you. This is the choice that Ordis has chosen for himself, knowing everything of Ordencaris and the years between. Corey raises her arms and swipes at her wet eyes, stepping back from him, nodding. I'm glad, Operator says. I'm really glad, Ordis. Thank you. Thank you, Operator. Ordis stands up, watching his operator, and the word fills him with such light, such warmth, such joy, as she composes herself. Void and stars. In all of his memories, there's not a single one that compares to this feeling of love. Warm and golden, it is even better than the first time. Ordis feels light with a new sense of purpose, a new sense of self. The glass shards of memory glitter, gleam, and glow, and he is whole again. Whole in a new way. Stronger. Better. He can feel it. More stable. May Ordis reconcile this data with the rest of his program, Operator? He asks, and Corey nods. Let's head back, she says, turning, glimmering blue-green as she steps back into her warframe, and then he hears her through the Spectre's radio sensors. Let's go home, Ordis. Of course, Operator, Ordis says, following after her as they return to the extraction point. Home and back again. Ordis loves his operator. There you go. Book 3 done. Book 3 done. That was chapter 3 of the book To Sleep to Dream. Hey, Lord Jar Jar Binks. Hey, thank you for the birthday wishes. Alteno having an Umbra can be explained as multiple Tennos scanning the remains of the one Ballas had blasted. Yes. Though that does mean that Umbra could have either multi-body, one mind, or a massive hive mind. I think it's each Umbra body has its own encapsulated mind. I think that's how it works. But yeah, I agree. That definitely works out. Alright, back again. I've come back to say I'm sorry about being rude. It's okay. Oh, you followed me and you hosted. Hey, thank you for the follow. And thank you for the host. Appreciate it. It's okay. To be fair, I did list this as ASMR. And then right as you came in, I was like, yay! We finished the chapter! Woo woo! Party time! And that's not really ASMR-y. Momo Hero, nearly 10 hours. Yeah. 7 minutes until we've been live for 10 hours. Isn't that delightful? 10 hours, I think, is a good place to stop. Yeah, we don't need to stream for 12 hours. We'd be good. Alright. Well, I mean, each one would seek Ballas without knowing he was already dealt with. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, canonically, I think there's probably... Yeah, I've been live for 10 hours. How much have I missed? You have missed. We have read 3 whole books. We have read 3 books and 20 chapters of 4th book. It's okay. There's always the VOD. If you want to have it on in the background, like for 10 hours.
Yeah, pretty much all of it. We're winding down. We're winding down. But no, it could be that canonically, how many Umbras are there? Is there only one Umbra, or does each operator have an Umbra? That's the question. There might be only one Umbra. The storyline with Umbra and Ballas definitely only happens to one Tenno, that's for sure. But are there multiple Umbras that have all sought out Ballas? That's a good question. It's a good question. I don't know. Oh. Alright, well, I hope that the stream has been calming. I hope that you guys have had fun. Yeah, how do I wind this down? So, let me double check. So, what's happened today? Emotes. Emotes. You guys got new emotes. 5 new emotes have been added, which is really cool. 4 of those new emotes are added to tier 1 subs. So if you have a tier 1 sub, which a lot of people do, because apparently Non-Bandito has gifted 26 subs. So, yeah. Yeah, if you have a tier 1 sub, you now have 5 emotes instead of just 1. Woot, woot, woot. Yeah, so this is my first endurance stream. My favorite character is Revy from Black Lagoon. I'm not sure what Black Lagoon is. Is that a TV show? It sounds cool. But hi, welcome. Nice to meet you, Jason Ben. Nice to meet you. Yeah, we're just winding down on the stream. Yeah. So this is my very first endurance stream. I've never streamed for 10 hours before. I've streamed for a long time. That one Kiara Hime collab, that was the longest I've ever streamed. I think that was like 6 hours. But this is the first time I've ever streamed 10 hours. This is absolutely the first time I've ever streamed for 10 hours while doing something other than video games. Like reading a book, that's not something I normally do, for sure. Oh, it's an anime. Oh, got you. Oh no. Are they like actually secretly assassins or something? Alright, well, yeah, this is my first endurance stream, and it was done because people kept asking for endurance streams, people kept asking for ASMR streams. I mean, it's I don't know if it would really count as a real ASMR stream, but I tried my best. I tried my best to make it calming and lovely to listen to, even if you're not paying attention to the words, or even if you don't understand the story. And it's also a milestone celebration because, dude, we've hit 375 follows on Twitch. That is insane. That is crazy. This is the party milestone stream. Absolutely, 1000%. We've also hit 100 followers on Twitter, and we've hit 200 followers on YouTube. We're getting people. We got a whole bunch of people coming on. So that's exciting. Let's see, what else? Endurance stream, birthday stream. Woo, woo, woo. Guys, thank you so much for showing up for my birthday. Yeah. Thank you so much for showing up for my birthday. Appreciate it. It's good. The social doesn't have a link, I don't think. But so in Twitch, if you scroll down and you click the name that's right next to the little bubble that has my character icon, and then you tab over to the About section. That has links to my Discord, my Twitter, my YouTube, Instagram, all of them good links. So you just go to the About section of the channel. Yeah, and that has all the socials there. I've been talking for 10 hours straight. I'm probably not going to be able to talk for the rest of the week, so that's the thing. Gotta make sure I talk while I can, you know? Sorry, yeah. So we got birthday stream. We celebrated the birthday. My birthday's tomorrow, but the party is today, and the party has been a grand one, as I'm sure you guys can tell by all the balloons in the background. Or they're not balloons. I don't really know what they are. They're boat balloons, I guess. I don't know. They don't have strings, though, and they're perfectly spherical. So I don't know what they're supposed to be. Drink water, and if you can, honey tea. Yeah, alright. Alright. Brain hurty, brain hurty. All right, let me find somebody to raid. Let's find somebody to raid. Baba John. Somebody to raid. Who is alive right now? So, Kira's live. Fig's live. Fig's live. Should we do Kira or Fig? Kira is someone who streams frequently, and I often end my streams before she does hers. So I have a lot of opportunities to raid her. But Fig, not so much. He usually ends his streams before I do. So I think we're gonna raid Fig. I need to follow more people on Twitch. I really need to follow more people on Twitch. I have such a tiny pool of people to raid. If you guys have any people you want me to recommend who stream at Twitch and usually end their streams after I end my streams, like definitely send them my way and I will see. Oh, you need more of the fanfic? So yeah, so we have read book 1, book 2, and book 3. So, book 1, book 2, and book 3 are all read. Book 4 we have not touched because that one does not come until much later. And then book 5, we went 20 chapters in, and who knows, maybe I'll do another stream later on, much later, where I'll continue on with book 5. Because it's a good book. It's a good book. I'm glad you like the fanfic! What do you guys think? You guys, well, Lacronton likes it, which makes me happy. Because this is a fanfic that's near and dear to my heart. Like, I really like this fanfic. And just the characters and their interactions. I'm very sad because we never got to the introduction of some of the other characters who really play off of Judge and Kore. Like, dude, and you guys got that reference, right? That, like, Hades and Persephone. It's literally Hades and Persephone except Warframe. Except not really. Like, Persephone's pink. She was dead for 2 seasons, and then she came back. Hades is the judge of the underworld. Kore is literally the name of Persephone, like in Greek mythology. Like, it's just literally Hades and Persephone. Come on, guys, come on. Karaoke stream? I have done a karaoke stream before. Don't look it up. I have it saved on Twitch in the videos section. Don't look it up. I had blown out my voice because I practiced all day that day and the day before. So by the time I got to the stream, my voice was like terrible. I do want to do a karaoke stream where I actually sing competently. So maybe. But I have done one before. You remember that bit, huh? Of course you do. Of course you do. Of course. Alright, well, yeah. I'm glad that at least one person likes the fic. Like that hey, if one person ended up liking it, that is something that makes me happy. Share the love. Okay, cool. Anyway, let's raid Fig. Let's raid Fig. Thank you so much to everybody who showed up to my birthday stream. Thank you so much to the people who followed during the stream. Thank you so much to the people who like did bits and whatnot. You guys are great. And thank you so much. I hope that you have a wonderful day. I hope that you liked the background music. I hope that I'm glad that people liked the Cephalon Ortis bits that I threw into the to book 3 chapter 1. I was very, very proud of those. Hey, Arcanu! Happy birthday! Happy space birthday! Thank you! Thank you! Unfortunately, we are hitting the end of it. I'm literally about to go raid somebody, but thank you. Thank you. I've been live for 10 hours and 4 minutes. So, yeah. I'm ready to stop talking because I've been reading a book for 10 hours and 4 minutes. So my voice is dead. Or, it's not dead now, but it will be dead like tomorrow. So, yeah. Thank you, Brian, for the happy birthday wishes. Thank you, Buddha Style. I hope you had as much fun as we did. I absolutely had fun, thanks to you guys being here. Thank you guys for letting me read you this story. Thank you for letting me share this with you. Like, yeah. Oh, this is great. This is great. Okay. We gonna raid Fig. Because Fig
keeps raiding me, and it's super annoying because I can never raid him back because he always ends his stream before I do. So we're gonna raid him. It's probably the only time I'm ever gonna raid Fig in my entire life. So gotta make the best of it. Got at the end of my birthday stream. There you go. There you go. Revenge. Yes, revenge. Did I spell his name right? I spelled his name right. Nice. Nice one. Nice one. Nice. Alright, once more, thank you so much to everybody who stopped by. Thank you for spending my birthday stream with me. Hope you guys had a great time, and I'll see you around. Have a good one. Bye-bye.